Hi, welcome back, guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Becomes Shadow Master? Now, before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic.
Chapter 1 Team Assignments. Naruto arrived at the academy with 10 minutes until 8 and quickly made his way to his old classroom to learn about his new team assignment and Chunin sensei, and he could barely wait to get started. Arriving at the classroom before Irika-sensei, Naruto simply walked in and headed to one of the back rows to just sit down and wait. He recognized most of the students already in the room as his fellow classmates, and there were growing mumbles from them all as he found and took his seat until someone had to say something. "What are you doing here, Naruto?" "This is only for those who passed," scolded Kiba as he stood from his seat and turned to glare at the shorter blonde, while a few others grumbled in agreement, and even Shikamaru lifted his head off his desk for a moment to look at Naruto and then listen to his answer. "Those ninja observation skills are top-notch, Kiba," responded Naruto with a slight glare to the feral bully who often tried to ridicule or pick on Naruto, while patronizingly tapping his Hittite and otherwise ignoring the fanged boy with his canine companion on his head. "How'd you get one of those?" "They are only for those who passed the exam. We all saw you fail. Who'd you steal it from?" argued back Kiba aggressively after several snickers were heard after Naruto's last comment, not liking to be shown up especially by the class dobe as he started walking towards Naruto threateningly. "Irika-sensei gave it to me after I passed," responded Naruto with a flat, emotionless voice, which should have tipped everyone off that something was very different with the blonde, and to stop antagonizing him, but Kiba was never known for his restraint or common sense. "Bullshit," yelled Kiba as he finally reached Naruto's spot and made to reach for the Hittite on the blonde's head, without paying any attention to the blonde himself. What happened next had every witness in the classroom stop immediately what they were doing and watch wide-eyed as Naruto moved without warning or seemingly even seeing the movement. He easily avoided the outreached arm of Kiba by sliding underneath it and coming up behind the feral Inuzuka, grabbing his outreached arm at the wrist and quickly twisting it behind his back and forcing the older boy to bend over the desk he just vacated or risk having said arm snapped by the smaller blonde. Naruto simply held the arm in that precarious position that any more movement would surely see it shatter before practically growling to the usually arrogant young Inuzuka. "This is the only warning you will get, Kiba. Leave me alone. I am done taking yours or anyone else's seat," replied Naruto in a flat voice that still carried with it a great deal of barely controlled anger. It was of course to this scene that the final two members of the class showed up with their former teacher and sensei right behind them and causing the two immature girls to stop their ridiculous fight over sitting near Sasuke to stare at the strange scene. Naruto saw the new arrivals and simply decided to cut his losses and released Kiba's arm right after giving it a small twinge so the boy knew how close he came to breaking it. The added shove of the feral boy back towards his own seat, and Naruto sitting back down without a word had most of the class staring with open-mouthed shock at the blonde, who they were just now realizing wasn't wearing his usual bright, kill-mean orange jumpsuit or screaming at the top of his lungs about becoming Hokage. "Stop trying to be cool like Sasuke, Naruto-baka," yelled Sakura Haruno after she regained her equilibrium from the unusual scene and glared at said blonde before turning to the object of her affection and seemingly swooning before parking herself at the desk right next to the last Uchiha. The other girl, however, a fellow blonde named Ino Yamanaka, just continued to stare at Naruto as though she was seeing him for the first time, and something about him triggered a memory that she tried to hold onto but couldn't. Ignoring it as unimportant for now, she instead found a seat on Sasuke's other side and proceeded to stare lovingly at the emo Avenger and forgetting all about her fellow blonde classmate. The final arrival was also watching the scenes with Naruto very carefully, as he couldn't remember a time that his hyperactive knucklehead student had ever shown such skill or composure around others and hoped it was a permanent change. "Settle down, everyone," started Irika as he stood at the front of the class with the team assignments written on a piece of paper in front of him. "I am going to read out the team assignments in 1 second, and afterwards you are going to be able to join your new teammates and wait to get picked up by your new Chunin sensei." Chapter and Chapter 2 Bell Test. Naruto was woken at 4:30 a.m. by a pair of bored shadow clones lingering around Training Ground 7, who decided to have a small spar and dispelled each other simultaneously while providing the cringe of new memories that woke the young blonde. After groaning in frustration, he simply got up and put on his new clothes, his brain assimilating the two sets of memories he just got and his mood slowly improving as his anticipation for today started to leak through. Putting on one of his new sets of clothes, he marveled at how much better quality they were than anything he owned previously. Clearly being overcharged for goods wasn't the only thing the shopkeepers did to keep him miserable. The sturdy heavyweight black breathes and overshirt would hold up to quite the beating, and the surprisingly soft mesh undershirt fit his torso comfortably and left him looking very different from what he had in the past in the bright orange jumpsuit. He decided to go with the boot-style shinobi sandals in black, and for his only bit of color he included two dark orange bandolier straps that he crisscrossed over his chest rather tightly that he used to hold several smaller kunai and shuriken pouches on top of the larger ones he had on each thigh. His hope was to someday incorporate a sword and sheath into the bandolier or even a large storage scroll like the forbidden one to hold all of his stuff. For now though, he spawned a pair of clones to make him a large breakfast and pick up his apartment from yesterday's mess. After learning at least a dozen different easy recipes for every meal, he was happily making a large omelet with a few vegetables mixed in that were almost completely overpowered by the egg, cheese, and sausage he added as well. He figured that if he was going to force himself to eat vegetables, that he should at least try to hide them in other foods he really liked so as to at least get some in his diet. He wasn't too worried about Kakashi's warning either, as he didn't expect the seemingly lazy shinobi to be on time, giving him plenty of chance to digest, and a lack of food for him would be very detrimental to his chances of success. Strolling into the training ground at exactly 5 a.m., he was easily able to spot his two waiting teammates by the small bridge that crossed the stream running through Training Ground 7's main clearing. Sasuke was leaning against one end of the small wooden footbridge with his hands across his chest in his classic brooding pose, while Sakura was sitting by a nearby tree stump with stars in her eyes as she drooled over her dark-haired teammate in a very stalkerish way that creeped Naruto out, probably almost as much as it bothered Sasuke himself. They both glanced up when they heard him approach, and then did double takes as they saw him in his new outfit, looking very different from his academy days with only the tiniest amount of orange, and a dark orange at that. "What are you wearing, Naruto baka?" shouted Sakura once she realized that her usually bright orange teammate looked completely different just from wearing black and more normal ninja attire, and not sure why it bothered her. "Stop trying to be cool like Sasuke-kun. It's nice clothes, dope," greeted Sasuke with a dismissive sniff to his other male teammate while completely ignoring the female one who had been pestering him for the better part of a half an hour, before going back to his brooding. "Thanks team," replied Naruto calmly, and almost politely if not for the casual name-calling that was pretty standard with the two, as he too decided to simply ignore his female teammate and look around the clearing to get his bearings on where everything he set up was. "I think I am going to go check something out." With that, Naruto quickly jumped out of the clearing and into the surrounding trees so he could be out of view of his teammates before spawning 800+ clones. These clones had the express purpose of hiding among the numerous traps, keeping them all up and running or replacing ones that need it, and lending numbers in support of the original when the fighting finally came down. Several of the clones used the henge transformation jutsu to become small woodland creatures or pieces of debris to blend into their surroundings, and a few even turned into logs and pieces of branches for kawarimi material. The creatures set up a rather large network throughout the training ground that left almost every square inch of the place in the viewing range of at least 3 clones at all times, a necessity if he wanted to have any chance of pulling this off. Grabbing a protein bar in case Kakashi does arrive close to on time, he quickly eats it to restore some of the energy he used for his mass clones and then returns to the clearing with his teammates thinking of anything else that might help. Realizing that Kakashi's words from yesterday were in fact true, and that he didn't in any way plan to incorporate or include his teammates in his plan, he thought about how he could change that. "Look guys," started Naruto, once back in the clearing and facing Sasuke and Sakura to get their attention, "if this is really a survival exercise, Kakashi is most likely going to try to split us up. Knowing we are always more of a threat when together. I say we team up and hit him hard and fast. It's going to be really hard. He is a jounin after all, but together we stand a much better chance." "I don't need help from losers," responded Sasuke harshly, and with a glare directed at first Naruto, and then Sakura, causing the earlier to scowl and the later to break down and cry hysterically. "Real nice team," clapped back Naruto as he saw their third teammate shrink into herself and sob like a baby, knowing that she would be even more useless now than she would have been if Sasuke had simply included her. "At least I offered this time," continued Naruto more to himself, before moving closer to Sakura and the tree stump she was sitting on and awkwardly standing nearby. "Don't worry about the team, Sakura. He just doesn't know how to play with others. You are a great ninja." "Thanks." Naruto sniffled Sakura slowly as she tried to get herself back under control, completely missing the shocked face of Naruto, who was surprised not to be yelled at by the object of his academy crush, having very few memories of her or anyone else really saying nice things to him and not really knowing how to respond. "Why, you're welcome," he eventually stuttered out, before deciding to simply sit down and wait for their lazy sensei. Wondering how long it would be. It only took about 10 minutes of silence before Naruto was again up on his feet and antsy about moving around doing something productive, but knowing he couldn't leave the training ground left him with few alternatives. Deciding that he had nothing else he could think of to do while sitting around that didn't require too much chakra, as he was trying to get his reserves back up after the massive shadow clone spawning, he remembered a scroll on meditating as both a chakra control exercise and a calming recentering. Figuring he had nothing but time to lose, and he was losing that already by waiting on his sensei, Naruto closed his eyes and thought back to the instructions one of his clones read about internalizing your breathing and focus. "Yo," came the lazy greeting from Kakashi after he appeared in a swirl of leaves near the tree stump that Sakura was sitting upon, causing the three genin to react each in different ways. "You're late," shouted Sakura predictably, although to be fair, he was over 3 hours late. "Ichen," responded Sasuke, though nobody understood what that meant and continued ignoring him or drooling over how cool she is. "I'm awake," came Naruto's exclamation after being abruptly wrenched out of a deep meditative state that he managed to maintain for a very respectable 2 hours, before being interrupted. "Sorry, I got lost on the road of life," answered Kakashi easily and almost disinterestedly, before looking around the clearing and getting a slight feeling of something he couldn't quite put his finger on, causing his glances around to increase and the feeling of anticipation almost to build. "What kind of lame excuse is that?" shouted Sakura in near hysterics, at the same time as Naruto also responded. "Was it a fun road at least?" he asked, seemingly serious, and neither Kakashi or his two teammates could guess if he was joking for a long moment before he continued, "And are you on that road every day?" "Yes," responded the one-eyed Jounin slowly, wondering if Naruto was his new favorite for indulging his excuses or if Naruto was just discovering if he was always going to be late. "Cool," came the flat reply that left everybody somewhat confused and answered nothing for Kakashi, and for some reason didn't lessen the somewhat lingering feeling of anticipation that seemed to be growing. "So," started Kakashi after several awkward moments of silence, as he looked back and forth at his three genin, "today's test is pretty simple. You have until noon to get one of the bells I have tied to my waist." "But there are only 2 bells," screeched Sakura loudly. "Yes," replied Kakashi with an ice smile, while cringing on the inside at the girl's volume level and seeming to need to have everything spelled out for her. "Only 2 of you will pass, the other will be sent back to the academy for another term. And be tied to a tree over here while the rest of us eat lunch," he finished as he pulled out 3 bento boxes and placed them on the tree's stump next to a small clock that had both Sakura and Sasuke's stomachs growling in hunger. Kakashi looked over all 3 potential genin, and was pleased to see the longing and hear the stomach pains of Sakura and Sasuke as they looked at the food with longing, while somewhat disappointed that Naruto wasn't displaying those same needs. In fact, Naruto didn't look upset, tired, hungry, or stressed at all. He seemingly was just waiting for him to start with a quiet confidence that Kakashi found cute for a genin that was going up against a jounin that outclassed him in every way. "Oh well, the kid would learn the hard way once the bell test began," chuckled Kakashi to himself quietly as he gave one more look around the clearing, as the feeling of many others watching was still very strong, but he easily dismissed it. What did he need to worry about with a trio of fresh out of the academy genin? "So," began Kakashi slowly with a one-eyed glare directed at Naruto, who met his look with an intense and ready look of his own. "You ignored the rules again and ate breakfast. Didn't you?" "You just said not to eat if we didn't want to throw it up," answered Naruto evenly, and maybe with a bit of sarcasm near the end. "I have no intention of throwing up the breakfast I ate over 3 hours ago, sensei." Kakashi's glare intensified at the young blonde's remarks. Because he both saw through his suggestion, he tried to word it as an order, and called him out on the order not having any effect when he was 3 hours late, and was well fed to boot. There was just something about the quiet confidence of Naruto that was unsettling to the veteran Jounin. His expectations of the village Jinchuriki had been ridiculously shattered after just a day with the outdated and biased information he had been operating under. Now he was faced with what appeared to be a ready shinobi, with none of the arrogant bravado most new genin displayed, and that smile hinted at something he wasn't entirely sure he wanted to discover. "Just remember," started Kakashi, getting the 3 genin's attention, and deciding to ignore the uneasy feeling he got every time he looked at Naruto, "you better come at me with intent to kill if you want any chance at getting a bell." "What?" screeched Sakura again. "What if we hurt you?" "Ha!" laughed the silver-haired Jounin sensei patronizingly. "You are genin. You're 100 years too late to be able to even touch me," he continued in a goading fashion, "let alone hurt me." At the completely dismissive comment, Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously, hating to be underestimated and not seen as a threat, and with now something serious to prove, all bets were off. He instead decided to start gathering and building his chakra for another overcharged mass shadow clone once they were given the go-ahead. Kakashi, for his part, seemed to notice his blonde student bearing down on his temper, and mistakenly thought the loud mouth was preparing for an ineffectual verbal blow-up, and likewise wasn't prepared when said blonde lifted his eyes and he saw the normally sky-blue eyes bleeding almost reddish-purple as a slight smell of ozone seemed to be growing. "Wanna bet, Kakashi-sensei?" growled a Naruto whose whole body was practically buzzing with anticipation and the excess buildup of chakra as he brought his hands together in his now favorite cross-hand seal and held it there waiting on the silver-haired Jounin to start the test as his chakra just continued to build. Stuttered Kakashi for a moment as he looked at his youngest and supposed to be the worst student in the recent graduating class gathering Kaga-level amounts of chakra, and wondered if maybe his students could in fact hurt him very much. "Begin." The moment the word left his lips, the entire training ground exploded in a chakra-fueled cloud of smoke that could be felt throughout Konoha by even the most basic sensor, and to those sensitive to such things, it was like a blinding supernova. Kakashi himself cringing violently, remembering that day 12 years ago when the Kyuubi descended upon his beloved village, and the wave of killing intent laced with chakra was even more overwhelming than this expression of just pure chakra buildup was. Thankfully, the chakra was pure Naruto's and none of the Kyuubi's chakra had bled through, which was good in that the nine-tailed demon wasn't influencing or in control of Naruto, but also shocking that Naruto could produce this much chakra on his own. When the smoke finally cleared, Kakashi's eyes felt like they were playing tricks on him as well. Over 1,000 shadow clones of Naruto filled every bare space in and around the clearing of Training Ground 7, further than his eye could see, and everyone had a look of determined anticipation. Before he could really even register them all, he was being leapt upon by dozens of the nearest Naruto clones, who instead of just charging blindly, tried working in smaller groups to cover each other's weaknesses and overwhelm the much more experienced Jounin, who was given no time to mount any kind of defensive plan. Naruto knew his clones had to keep the pressure on Kakashi and not let him get space to maneuver, and turn this battle back to his favor. Likewise, he had several of the newest clones incorporating his many prank items in order to tangle up and bog the older ninja down with paint, honey, and ninja wire traps in a relentless stream that probably frustrated Kakashi more than hurt him. But the constant pressure was doing several things, the most important being that the real Naruto was learning quickly as his sensei quickly began tearing through his clones with minimalist moves that slowly Naruto was learning and incorporating into his haphazard taijutsu. It also provided the decoy for Naruto to again try and get his teammates to join him in attacking Kakashi together. Though after Sasuke took a jealous look at all the Narutos currently fighting their sensei, he scoffed and left the clearing, saying he would do it on his own, with Sakura following after him like a lost puppy. The final advantage of so many attackers was that Kakashi wasn't in control of the flow of the fight, as he was constantly tearing through the ranks of Naruto's clones. He was unaware that he was also being slightly directed and led to the edge of the clearing where the majority of Naruto's traps and reserve forces were stationed and waiting in ambush. Then Kakashi seemed to have understood what was happening just before he reached the trillion traps, and tried to make a stand in the clearing and prevent the fight from moving into the trees where he could sense several traps and other things waiting for him. His next few moments were spent spewing out fireballs that did significant damage to Naruto's nearest clone forces, and made the original realize he would need more help to keep up the assault on his sensei. Chapter End Chapter 3 Fights and Explanations. Naruto woke up the morning of his planned fight against a Chunin of Konohagakure with a spring in his step and a lightness on his heart that wasn't there yesterday. Kakashi had kept true to his words, and after their afternoon mission, cleaning the Inuzuka kennels, took Naruto to a ninja bar where the young blonde got his first taste of sake and the promised stories of his mother. He learned a bit about her history and about the village she came from, Uzushiogakure, which also happened to provide the first Hokage's wife, Mito Uzumaki, and the first Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. He learned that Kushina Uzumaki was very loud and brash, much like him, with an equally uncontrollable verbal tic and more energy than any two people combined. She loved ramen and pulling pranks, was a serious sword lesus, and not someone people ever wanted to mess with, earning herself two very distinguishable and accurate nicknames, the Red Hot Habanero and the Red Death. She was an above-average Fuinjutsu user, as most Uzumakis are naturally, and had a very unique bloodline that allowed her to use adamantium sealing chains she sprouted from her back that were strong enough to actually hold down the Kyuubi in a limited fashion. That last part about her bloodline was somewhat shocking, and it made Naruto wonder if he could ever activate the adamantium sealing chains, and he resolved himself to getting even better at Fuinjutsu to give him the best possible chance to succeed. He was also pretty sure his clan did in fact have another bloodline, as they seemed to be the only family used to seal the Kyuubi, and he wondered if that had to do with the potent chakra and longevity of life that Guy mentioned ran in his clan. Just more things to look up and research to determine the truth, and now with the added knowledge of Kushina, he was even more motivated to get started. But first, he needed to prepare for a fight against a Chunin opponent he hadn't yet been introduced to, and for what purpose exactly he wasn't completely sure but trusted Kakashi enough. Getting up and spamming his usual mass of over 1,500 clones, he set them about their usual training tasks with the added instructions to prioritize learning about Kushina, the Uzumaki clan, and Uzushiogakure. Since the Green Beasts were still currently out of the village on their C-rank mission, Naruto didn't have to meet up with anyone and started his usual morning workout knowing it was really helping him improve and get stronger. By the time he ate breakfast and made his way towards Training Ground 7, Naruto could already see several people present including, to his absolute shock, the perpetually late Kakashi and the Hokage himself, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He also recognized Kurenai Yuhi and Sarutobi Asuma, the Jounin leaders of teams 8 and 10 respectively, fortunately without their students since it was still pretty early. The other group of unknowns contained 5 people, an attractive and half-naked purple-haired woman in fishnets and a trench coat, another attractive dark brown-haired feral-looking young woman with red Inuzuka clan markings on her cheeks that looked a bit like Kiba, a tall slender ninja in all dark blue almost black clothes and bandana with silly round sunglasses on his uptight-looking face. And finally a pair of goof-offs Naruto knew as the Gate Guards, Izumo and Kotetsu. He knew both Chunin Gate Guards relatively well, having often been the subjects of one of Naruto's many pranks over the years, and were two of the more relaxed and laid-back of his usual Chunin pursuers, often finding his pranks really funny. He could tell just from looking though that one of them was going to be his opponent today, as none of the other observers seemed to be getting ready for a fight, and was somewhat apprehensive about fighting a known Chunin. He knew Kotetsu was the lazier of the pair, but was also the stronger Genjutsu user, one of his untested weaknesses, and wondered if he was going to be testing his BLD clone's respawning ability to truly keep Genjutsu from invading his ever-changing chakra system. On Naruto, spoke the Hokage loudly once he saw the approaching genin, getting everyone to turn their attention to the young blonde, and causing most of them who hadn't seen him in weeks to do a double take thinking they were seeing the fourth Hokage in front of them. Glad you made it on time, he continued with a pointed look at a suddenly sheepish-looking Kakashi, who just bowed his head and pretended to disappear. Let me guess, he was going to be late, replied Naruto with a laugh as he nodded towards Kakashi, and you made sure he was here on time. Can't have him miss his student's first triumph against a superior opponent, came the quick response from the village leader, especially when he was the one to offer the challenge. Databeo Gigi, shouted Naruto with a fist pump, happy for the encouragement from the old man, and hoping to show everyone just what he was already capable of. So which is it going to be? He continued as he turned towards the two gate guards, with a wide grin on his whiskered face, and saw them both looking at him in a little shock and starting to feel excited about the upcoming fight. Izumo. Both, shouted Ebisu incredulously, before he began mock laughing in a very condescending way, please. This useless genin has no chance against either of them. Let alone both. Naruto had in fact had similar doubts himself just this morning, wondering why he was fighting against a Chunin already, not thinking he was anywhere near ready, but after seeing the two gate guards he knew relatively well, he was less worried about being beaten and growing more excited for the chance to go up against a strong opponent and leave it all on the line. For some uptight prick to laugh and insult him like that, however, really upset him and had him narrowing his eyes and growling at the sunglasses-wearing idiot he was about to make eat his words, as he started gathering chakra at levels few of those present had witnessed firsthand. Why shouldn't the two of them fight together? Started Naruto in a slow grinding voice as more and more chakra gathered around him, now visibly glowing to the stunned and wide-eyed spectators, as even more chakra was still building at unheard-of levels for any genin. I'll be fighting with my friends, continued Naruto as he brought his hands together in the cross seal in preparation for a mass shadow clone summon and just held them there as he continued to pump even more chakra, now reaching beyond Kage levels and still growing. Holy shit, came the fearful voice of the purple-haired observer as she and the female Inuzuka both retreated several hundred yards further away from Izumo and Kotetsu, not wanting to be anywhere near whatever was about to go down, but also not even blinking, in fear that they would miss this epic moment. Number 1 unpredictable ninja, indeed, came the softly spoken words of the Hokage, as he and Kakashi both retreated as well to a safer distance from the center of Naruto's mass shadow clone explosion to come, both grinning in excitement at their young friend's growing skill and power. Ugh, came the mumbled and shocked monosyllabic response to the largest amount of chakra Ebisu had ever witnessed being gathered, as he stood wide-eyed staring at the small blonde kid that better resembled the yellow flash at this moment than anything he had ever seen. Ebisu only had time to cringe in the next moment as an explosion of chakra that would probably be felt in the Fire Country capital saturated everything in a 2-mile radius and filled everyone's vision with the thickest smoke imaginable. Time seemed to freeze as the chakra saturated and settled over everything within the blast radius, and for several moments nobody moved or knew what exactly had happened, all except for one young blonde ninja who could only smirk at what he had managed to accomplish. It took almost 10 seconds for the wind to completely clear away the dense smoke that filled every inch of the training ground, and in its place left no square inch uncovered in the clones of one Naruto Uzumaki, all of whom had their eyes focused on the two shivering Chunin practically hugging one another in support. Without being able to actually count, Naruto guessed that he had almost doubled his largest ever spamming of clones, as he had to be close to having 3,000 clones filling up every square inch of Training Ground 7. With the two Chunin on the back foot, and still in shock from the massive amount of chakra used, Naruto was able to quickly attack them both with the nearest 24 clones, and quickly had them both overwhelmed and tied up with their chakra sealed in under 5 seconds. That takes care of the Chunin. Want to see how I fare against a Jounin? But the closest Naruto to the still wide-eyed and open-mouthed Ebisu, as he watched in shock as the blonde demon easily dispatched the two Chunin like it wasn't even a challenge, and wondered how the hell Naruto grew so strong so quickly, having been the laughingstock dead last barely over a month ago. Ebisu wasn't however given much time to understand what was happening next, as he was instantly being set upon by a horde of blondes for the next 5 minutes. Ebisu could barely breathe as he fought off wave after wave of Naruto clones, coming at him in small coordinated groups with attacking taijutsu and ninjutsu in support and in very large continuous numbers. The older sunglasses-wearing ninja then tried similar tactics that Kakashi had used during the bell test, First using Shunshin, which didn't escape the notice of so many Naruto clones filling the entirety of the training ground they were using, and then trying to combat shadow clones with elemental and a single shadow clone of his own while the original Ebisu went underground to recover. He was therefore not at all prepared for the echolocation jutsu Naruto used to continually harass and hound him every time he stopped to take a breath and gave him no rest anywhere in the training ground. Ebisu was then forced to keep fighting as continuous waves of Naruto attackers kept coming, and knew he was quickly running out of energy and wouldn't be able to last much longer. He knew he needed to come up with something to combat the young stamina freak, or he would never live down the humiliation of this defeat, and therefore decided to try his favorite larger-scale jutsu. Hoping the fire dragon bullets he was most comfortable using would cut down the overwhelming numbers Naruto still had to his advantage, but wasn't sure if he would have the chakra to outlast every one of the demon's infernal clones. For the next 10 minutes, Ebisu was able to slowly start taking out small groups of clones with his fire technique, but Naruto was smart enough to keep his clones farther apart and in smaller, more manageable groups so he never lost too many too quickly, all the while continuously hounding Ebisu and keeping him on the back foot. At the half-hour mark from the start, Naruto's clones had been reduced down to almost 1,000 remaining, but Ebisu was at that point on his last leg chakra and endurance-wise and was really struggling to keep the latest waves of Naruto clones from overwhelming him. In a last-ditch effort to protect himself, he created a 10-foot dome of solid earth and tried to hunker down to outlast the continuous waves of clone fighters. The older Tokubetsu Jounin couldn't actually believe it, that the dead last demon container had grown so strong so quickly, but the proof was in front of him and his spamming of shadow clones was obviously the reason for the accelerated growth and just hoped his earth dome would hold out for a few minutes to catch his breath and come up with something else to turn this fight to his advantage. Naruto, however, was not going to waste any time or give the older ninja any chance to rest, and started sending explosive clones armed with homemade explosive notes, completely covering the dome before detonating. Destroying the Earth Chakra construct protecting his opponent in a concussive explosion that instantly knocked out Ebisu, caused all those watching to realize that Naruto just beat a Tokubetsu Jounin, who while not known as super elite himself, was no pushover. They also realized that had Naruto used the clone grade explosion at the start with his 3,000 plus clones, he could have leveled half of Konoha, and that he definitely needed to be taken seriously as an up-and-coming ninja of great promise, just as the third Hokage predicted. Very well done, Naruto, praised Hiruzen with an affectionate smile directed towards the young blonde bundle of energy, whose clones were already cleaning up all the weapons and putting the training ground back to normal before they disappeared into the surrounding wooded area to continue with whatever they did all day. It's not every day a new genin can take on and defeat a pair of Chunin or a Tokubetsu Jounin, even if it was in a controlled friendly spar. Not every day, came the sarcastic reply from the purple-haired woman, as she eyed the younger blonde like a piece of meat, with that chakra and those shadow clones. He could probably take on a few Jounin and walk away. With those shadow clones, came the low and almost quiet reply from the stunned Inuzuka girl, who was still wide-eyed and staring at the impossible feat she just witnessed. He could do anything, learn everything, become unstoppable. Her gaze sort of blanked out at that point as she imagined all the things someone with that much chakra and that many shadow clones could accomplish. He was a literal one-man army, an unrivaled communication center, an infiltrator's or scout's dream, and with the time divided by thousands. He could accomplish anything he dedicated his time or clones to. "Can someone untie us?" came a shout from the almost forgotten about Kotetsu, as he remained hogtied on the ground next to his best friend with chakra seals closing them off to their chakra and any way to escape. "And get rid of these seals," came Izumo's frustrated yell right afterwards. "They're messing with my chakra and making my skin itch." "That's actually the itching powder I put on those seals," chuckled Naruto with a sheepish grin directed at the two tied up and twitching Chunin, making several of the watching ninja double over in laughter. "Sorry, let me get rid of those for you," continued Naruto as a pair of shadow clones appeared in front of each of the gate guards and quickly had the seals removed from their necks, and after a small application of chakra had them recharged and were pocketing them when Izumo asked him something. "Wait, did you make those seals?" asked the older dark-haired Chunin with a slight gleam in his eye as he thought of how nice it would be to be able to seal off someone's chakra so completely they were practically useless. Sure did, replied Naruto quickly and with a pleased smile. Here, he added, having the clones hold out the recharged seals to their victims, you can have them as an apology for the itching powder. And no hard feelings, right? Not at all, my man, responded Izumo giddily as he stared wide-eyed at the chakra seal in utter fascination. I can make more if you're willing to pay, added Naruto, seeing an easy returning customer in front of him, and just genuinely liking the pair, and explosive notes, and storage scrolls for now. Really? Asked Kotetsu, who while not as expressive over the chakra seals, was still very much excited for the chance to get good sealing stuff at probably much more reasonable prices than they overcharged at any of the stores in the village, and was pleased when the blonde-haired kid nodded. I bet you could sell those seals for some serious money, kid, came the impressed-sounding deep voice of Asuma Sarutobi. I know Itoi Higurashi is always looking for explosive notes and storage seals to sell in his store. Came Naruto's thoughtful hum as he thought about how many seals he could make and sell to really build up a nice savings. That could definitely work. Thanks, Asuma-sensei. Naruto had quickly come to realize that with hundreds of clones running around all the time, he went through resources very quickly even with the shadow clones replicating with the same storage scrolls and gear on them as the original. While they didn't need to eat, several of his clones had to last for long periods of time, either henge as others or as himself, that he often found his clones eating and trying different restaurants around the village. Naruto knew that most of his infiltration clones he had around the village, acting as civilians with regular jobs and frequent trips to the library, had to maintain their cover, and therefore didn't bother with the added meal expenses, but it was definitely putting pressure on his finances even with all the extra D-rank missions and training ground clearing of forgotten weapons. If he could start mass-producing his seals for reselling, then he could really start putting away some money for some of his more expensive desires and dreams. His newest one came in just the last day, after learning about his mother and her clan, something he now felt was his responsibility to continue and grow. If he wanted to do that, he would need some serious money to get a clan compound and start building wealth to be better prepared for everything that would entail. What exactly that would entail, however, did not bear thinking about at this moment, as while now legally considered an adult as a ninja, he knew he wasn't ready for relationships and especially marriage or kids. But that didn't mean he couldn't start planning for that eventual inevitability by gathering resources to himself, and he realized that those resources needed to be more than just money. Clans had libraries of knowledge and techniques, vaults filled with valuables and weaponry, and all seemed to do or provide some service back to the village. You still with us, Naruto? Asked the kind voice of the third Hokage, interrupting the young blonde's thoughts and reminding him that he wasn't alone. Yeah, sorry Gigi, responded Naruto sheepishly. What was the question? Ms. Yuhi asked how many clones do you usually train with per day, came the smiling voice of the village leader, curious himself having watched his favorite blonde on occasion but not fully keeping track of his complete movements. Just train with. Probably 3,000 to 4,000 a day, came the honest response after the young ninja thought about his average day as of late, and completely missing the complete shock of everyone present and the curious looks from the Hokage and Kakashi who both noticed the unusually specific wording Naruto used. And how many total shadow clones do you make a day? Asked the Hokage once everyone else settled down, and had the others realize what was being asked and quickly understood what it meant by asking a very similar but differently worded question. Came Naruto's somewhat faraway voice, as he both contemplated telling the truth or maybe using a technicality in the wording as he did in the first instance to not mention the BLD clone's level of clone production as well. Is this a conversation you would be more comfortable having in my office? Came the knowledgeable question from the Hokage, having successfully read that something more than what was on the surface was happening here, and wanted to get to the bottom of whatever was going on in Naruto's life. Kakashi, maybe you could join us if that's okay with you, Naruto, and after a look shared between the two men got a nod in reply. Good. Then, the rest of you are responsible for getting Ebisu checked out at the hospital before returning to your scheduled duties. Yes, sir. Yes, Hokage, came the numerous replies of everyone present, before they were left in Training Ground 7 with an unconscious and most likely inconsolable Tokubetsu Jounin to take to the hospital and an incredibly talented blonde genin to gossip about. Naruto appeared in a shunshin right in front of the Hokage's desk, before collapsing in the chair he usually occupied when visiting with his favorite person in Konoha, and watched as his Jounin sensei arrived right behind him and stood at attention in front of the village leader's desk. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the elderly third Hokage, appeared behind his desk, and like Naruto was quick to sit in his chair, but obviously with a lot more dignity than the young ninja used. He motioned Kakashi to sit and relax. As with most things related to Naruto, there was no formality and Kakashi wasn't surprised in the least. "Now Naruto," came the inquiring voice of the elderly Hokage as he looked at the slightly guilty or maybe apprehensive-looking Naruto. "Tell me what's going on." "Well," he started uneasily with glances towards the old man and his silver-haired sensei, "I am using a lot more clones, but I wasn't lying about me only training myself with about 3,000 to 4,000. "Okay," answered the Hokage slowly, trying to piece together that statement. "So then, how many clones are you creating every day and what are you having the non-training ones doing?" I spam about 1,500 clones every 2 to 3 hours all day every day, minus the 5 hours of sleep I need. So between 900 to 14,000 a day then. But, I also created 4 Fuinjutsu reinforced BLD clones from a scroll I found hidden in the Chunin library a while ago, and they have been maintaining a slightly slower pace but still anywhere between 500 to 10,000 a day, replied Naruto, who stopped at that point as both the Hokage and Kakashi were looking at him in absolute wide-eyed shock. "You are the new civilian LBR force that has shown up in the village over the last 2 weeks, asked the elderly Hokage after a moment of silence where he realized what exactly Naruto was telling him and was blown away, that the civilian LBR force that recently showed up in town and his civilian council had been loudly complaining about their undercutting the established prices and businesses, was in fact his favorite unpredictable ninja doing something thought impossible. "Well, I needed to start making money and have excuses and backgrounds so I could visit the civilian library and learn the things I wanted," replied Naruto. "I originally was trying to use the BLD clones as a way to maintain a constant flux of my chakra so that I would always be able to disrupt any genjutsu, as that was definitely my biggest weakness after having that painfully pointed out by Irika. But once they were created and performing that function, I didn't want them just sitting around constantly respawning clones to keep my chakra in constant flux, so I gave them all different roles to perform. BLD Clone 1 BC1 is responsible for my underground training facility, basic training and research and development, while BC2 runs the civilian side of things and our finances. BC3 and BC4 are running my library infiltration projects and will eventually grow into my information gathering network, and those 2 are the ones responsible for maintaining my chakra in flux." "Holy shit," came Kakashi's stunned exclamation, finally starting to see how much Naruto had been growing and wondering how good he could become with a little more direction or training, and deciding that he would be the one to help with that training. "I assume your permanent henge is responsible for the thousands of new civilians that nobody recognizes and who successfully infiltrated one of the 5 great ninja villages," questioned Hiruzen with a hard look at the young blonde ninja, wanting to show him the importance of something like this being made aware to him. "I have 3 teams of ANBU currently trying to spy on several of these unknown new civilians that have started jobs in more sensitive areas of the village's civilian government and main businesses. Maybe I should turn that assignment over to you." "Yeah. Squirrel, Crane, and Boar are useless at maintaining their secrecy or distance. I've got them and their teams all tagged with chakra sealing scripts and Naruto clone bugs," laughed Naruto openly, and missing the look shared between Hokage and his former ANBU commander and current Jounin sensei to said blonde headache. "Cat is the only one who sometimes surprises me anymore," he added offhandedly, which made his sensei straighten proudly, and said Cat ANBU currently hiding in the Hokage's office to smile proudly, though nobody witnessed it. "And how long are these clones operating at all of these locations?" asked the Hokage, still trying to get a full picture of how much Naruto had accomplished in just over a month and a half of real training. "Until they run out of chakra," he answered easily, "then they get reinforcements. So most civilian clones can go a few days without needing to respawn." I usually end up sending most clones to research and development and the library infiltration project at least until I get all the information I want. Yes, let's talk about that library infiltration project as you called it, continued the Hokage with a hard look at the blonde ninja of his village that could easily be killed for spying and accessing areas he was not allowed, namely the Chunin library. He found that BLD clone scroll that actually happened to belong to his family, as the leading Fuinjutsu clan in the elemental nations. I assume that permanent henge of yours is what allows you to enter unnoticed? Yeah, added Naruto, knowing he wouldn't lie to the Hokage, having too much love and respect for one of the only people who had always tried to be there for him. At first, I was just trying to catch up to everything I never learned at the academy, and I just kept learning more and getting better, and thought it was very helpful in my growth, so I just continued with it. I was actually hoping to talk to you about whether I would be allowed to create my own clan library, now that I know a little about my Uzumaki heritage. You do? Asked a somewhat shocked Hokage, as he looked over at the silver-haired ninja and received a quick no. How? Sensei Guy gave me his scrolls on the Hariken he learned from my mother, replied Naruto evenly and with a penetrating look at the elderly Hokage who always put off in answering any questions raised about his parents. He also confirmed the burden I share with her, and another Uzumaki that is very important to this village's history. Though I would never have known based on anything I learned in the academy about the first wife or the sister clan of the Senju. I see, replied Hiruzen with a bit of a defeated sigh, knowing how much the young man in front of him wanted to know about his parents all his life, and realizing that by not telling him, he had hurt the trust said young blonde had in him and didn't like it in the least. Naruto, I am sorry for not telling you about your parents. My only excuse is that I was trying to protect you and thought by keeping the truth from you I was doing just that. I in no way was trying to lie to you or keep those things from you for any reason other than your safety. Will you tell me about them now? Came the small voice of the 12-year-old ninja that really reminded the two older men in the room that he was still a very young man with all the questions and insecurities that came with it. Yes, answered the old Hokage honestly and with a small but genuine smile directed at the young ninja. I think that would be really nice. But I would also like to continue talking to you about all your clones, and even meet with these BLD clones so I can get a better idea of your organization and what exactly you have already accomplished and hope to accomplish in the future. I'd also like to check out this underground training facility, and I have some ideas and thoughts to discuss with you about your civilian infiltration. Okay, Gigi, answered Naruto easily, let's go check out my underground facility. You can meet all the BLD clones and see everything for yourself. And while we are there, maybe you can tell me a little bit more about my mom and my clan. The three ninjas spent the next several hours together, and Naruto learned several facts and stories about his mother, her former village, and her clan that filled him with wonder and a strong longing to restore and protect their memory and legacy. He was not told about the actual identity of his father, but was told that both the Hokage and Kakashi knew him well and respected him, and Naruto got a slight feeling that if he really thought about it for a bit, he could discover that information soon. Either way, the Hokage promised to tell him everything before the next scheduled Chunin exams in about 4 months' time, of which he hinted that the young blonde might be competing if his team was ready. Naruto instantly promised that he would ensure that his team was ready for those exams, as he was ready to keep growing and pushing himself to get better, and knew challenging oneself was one of the best ways to really improve. That improvement he was already showing, however, was readily apparent to the two senior ninjas as they were led through a hidden underground entrance not too far at all from the Hokage Tower that stretched under Konoha and through a series of branching and reconnecting tunnels that seemingly went on for miles in almost every direction. My clones have mapped out almost 85% of these tunnels. There is one area in the northwest corner of Konoha that I haven't tried to penetrate due to all the protection seals, but I know the tunnels continue through there, spoke Naruto at the time, and I think the majority of these tunnels were part of Orochimaru's labs, as I've encountered several cleaned out and gutted old labs of questionable means. I left them alone and just cleaned out other areas for my own training areas. That led to a quick detour through those old labs for Hiruzen to confirm they did in fact belong to his former student, and after getting that confirmation decided to have Naruto's clones tag and clean everything out. He would then have them write up a detailed report of all their findings, as he couldn't afford to bring in too many people to these tunnels, and it would act as a great test of Naruto's growing skills in other areas of espionage and information gathering needed to be a Chunin. They then made it to the main underground training facility BC-1 controlled, and even after hearing about the amount of Naruto clones created in a day, it wasn't anywhere as impactful as seeing nothing but Naruto in every direction for as far as they could see, working on every aspect of ninja life and all trying to improve with Naruto's boundless energy and determination to succeed in every single one of them. Hoka-sama, came a strong voice shortly after they arrived at the underground facility, where they all saw a kneeling Naruto that looked distinctly different from the original with a crew cut, but was still Naruto in every way. "It is our pleasure, sir, to welcome you to the facility," he continued before rising back up, saluting his Hokage, and introducing himself. "BLD Clone 1 at your service, sir." The BLD clones have all sort of adapted their personalities a bit to better take control of their respective duties, came the original Naruto's reply to the questioning looks from both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kakashi, after looking at the overly militaristic version of Naruto before them. "We call him the General." That introduction was followed with a quick tour of the many different areas of Naruto clones working on different skills, or perfecting those he already knew, and researching new things to incorporate into his fighting style. They saw the taijutsu teams, the ninjutsu teams, those working on hand seals, those dealing with all 5 elemental exercises, even a large group just getting started on sword training and handling. As they went further into the facility, the groups of Naruto clones were working on less and less physical things, and were soon checking out the clones working on genjutsu, then Fuinjutsu, which had its own little wing of the facility dedicated to learning, practicing, and even researching and testing areas. After the Fuinjutsu wing, as it was referred to by Naruto, they reached the civilian center, as it was called, where there was much less movement overall, but still a large room with several workstations set up around the outside edges like booths at the market, to replicate different functions and jobs he had seen throughout the village. There were stations set up for tailors, shoe cobblers, fabric weavers, embroidery, pottery, cashiers, bakers, cooks, waiters, and laborers of almost every kind. It was its own miniature version of the Konoha market, manned completely by Naruto clones learning their trades and jobs in a real-life training simulation. When they met BC2, they were reminded again of the very different personalities the BLD clones exhibited that spoke to some aspect of Naruto's own personality. "Welcome Hokage-sama and Hataki-san to the Civilian Learning Center, where we prepare clones for the jobs they will experience and also provide extra goods for our stores or to resell," came the flat voice of a smartly dressed Naruto BLD clone, looking every bit the responsible civilian. "Hello," started the Hokage, before realizing he didn't know this clone's name and just trailed off until it was filled in. "This is Sich-C," replied the original Naruto, short for civilian commander. "Very good, tell me Sich-C," responded the Hokage with a focused gaze on both the original Naruto and this BLD clone 2, better known as Sich-C. "How many of the clones are currently working civilian jobs inside Konoha?" "We currently have 438 civilian clones employed to various civilian businesses throughout Konoha," he answered after checking a thick book he had on the desk next to him. "Another 355 exclusively working at the facility here, just making additional products for later resale. 250 more are currently in the training program to learn the skills needed to apply for more positions we've been scouting. 312 clones work for our new company Konoha Cleaners. 187 clones work for our relatively new Konoha DLVRY company, and 14 clones now work for members of the Civilian Council in some fashion, 4 of which you are currently spying on with your ANBU. That's about 1,500 civilian clones," came the gobsmacked reply from Kakashi as he was adding up all the numbers during Sich-C's explanation. "I know your henge is an actual transformation, and civilian jobs are much less physically demanding than ninja ones, but how do you prevent some of those clones from dispelling when they bump into something?" came a pretty insightful question from the Hokage, wondering how Naruto would get around that particular problem. "We have pin clone on every civilian clone in case of dispelling. There is a replacement ready to take over immediately, and we just explain any dispersed smoke away as a smoke pellet we carry for emergencies going off by accident," Came the calm reply from C. Pin clones. Came the question from Sarutobi in confusion, though he understood that every civilian clone had a replacement at hand, and found himself really impressed with that level of thought and planning. This pin, replied Siege, showing a small bronze-looking pin with the spiral of the leaf and Uzumaki clan symbol stamped on it, which he had attached to the collar of his shirt, is actually another Naruto clone under henge. Holy shit, exclaimed Kakashi in disbelief, as he quickly pulled up his Hitayate to look at the pin clones under his Sharingan, and could only detect the smallest prick of chakra on a seemingly normal pin, not unlike what he saw when looking at ninja weapons and their chakra residue from being handled by ninja. Even knowing it's a clone, I can't tell at all. It just looks like a pin that was maybe handled by a ninja at some point, but not even enough to notice unless focusing directly on it. Yeah, it's kind of a weird experience, answered the original Naruto, who has had to assimilate the memory of the pin clones a few times. Your awareness of what is happening isn't great, but you definitely notice the clones dispelling, and it kind of just wakes you up at that moment, usually with the dispelled clones' memories freshly playing out in your mind as you adjust accordingly and replace them. Ingenious, came the fascinated reply from the Hokage. Is the chakra drain to make them the same as combat clones? Oh no, not at all, came C's reply. They only take maybe 2 to 5% of the chakra needed to make a standard ninja shadow clone. The cost keeps lessening as we continue to train our chakra control. Have you had to send any outside of Konoha? Asked the Hokage as his eyes had lit up during this discussion as an idea was growing in his mind. We currently have one clone and pin clone currently on a merchant caravan that left Konoha yesterday for Tanzaku quarters, came C's response. We didn't find out about the trip until this morning when the clone didn't check in, and are sending a small team of clones to follow and catch up to provide added protection to our clone's identity in case they encounter anything physical, but should be fine as we learned they have a ninja SCRT. Well, came the Hokage's voice. When you learn how it works at range, we are going to have a discussion on how to equip all my ninja with a clone pin so any emergencies could be instantly reported back to you, so action could be taken much quicker. Yes, said the original Naruto. How about a BLD clone to act as a personal secretary for you? Their only job would be to produce and keep track of the pin clones, and likewise all the teams in Chapter 4 team training and tests. Team training that day was pretty intense, as Kakashi decided to skip a mission and really started pushing all 3 of his genin to improve, and even offered to take everyone to lunch afterwards to talk about their individual training regimens he wanted them to work on. This was done primarily because his shadow clones were already helping Naruto, who he realized would be quickly outpacing his teammates, and needed to make sure they didn't feel left behind. Sakura just needed to be pushed and challenged until she started getting better, so as to contribute and help her team, and Sasuke needed to know he was being given special training to keep his ego in check after witnessing Naruto's quick ascendancy. Already, he feared what would happen if Sasuke really learned the true scope of Naruto's rapid growth, which would probably only be continuing with everything the young blonde was working on and with how many clones he could dedicate to learning new skills. So, in an effort to appease the broody teen who thought himself superior to almost everyone in Konoha already, he decided to blatantly flaunt the teaching he was providing the Uchiha while telling Naruto in public to just continue working on his chakra control and taijutsu. Sakura wasn't even upset as she saw the added attention to Sasuke as a positive for her crush, and was only able to continue her own training with Kakashi reinforcing Sasuke's need to have a strong woman at his side, even if he knew it to be false. If it helped the 2 of them get better quickly, the growing gap between them and Naruto would not seem as big, since Naruto was continuing to downplay his own growth like a true ninja in order to keep the group dynamic unchanged until after they could become Chunin. Luckily, Sasuke hadn't really challenged Naruto to the point where the blonde felt he had to truly show off most of his skills, and was content to keep upping his training weights to keep him at Sasuke's speed. He rarely showed anything truly amazing during their team training, but was definitely showing constant improvement, which was already pushing Sasuke every day to get better and stay ahead of the blonde in Sasuke's mind. He could see, however, that it was frustrating to Naruto to constantly downplay his skills so as not to upset Sasuke and the delicate balance their team had, and wondered when it would blow up. After their first team lunch, at the barbecue restaurant frequented by Team Asuma, Kakashi gave them all the rest of the day off from missions to reflect on the individual training regimens he gave to each of them, or to get started. He also knew that Naruto had several projects and things to work on to prepare for his upcoming meeting with the Hokage, and wanted him to have ample time to accomplish everything as he seemed a little distracted as they ate. He also reminded them that he was hoping to increase the intensity of their team training exercises, as he felt that they were ready to be pushed even harder as they had been performing well so far. It was as they were leaving the restaurant, however, that they encountered Team 10 arriving for a late lunch of their own and had to deal with their fellow rookies. Luckily, Naruto got along well with Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi, and both boys were either too lazy or too nice to cause him any problems, though they did both look at him very differently when they realized he wasn't wearing much orange, only the crossed bandoliers, and was much quieter than they remembered him ever being. Not that it would have mattered much, as their final teammate, Ino Yamanaka, practically shouted to the whole restaurant her love for Sasuke as she tried to hug and flirt shamelessly with the completely stoic and uninterested Uchiha that stole most of the group's attention. "Sasuke," she purred suggestively, which was pretty unusual for a 12-year-old after being thrown off the brooding black-haired shinobi. "Why don't we go out together without the rest of these losers?" "You're the loser when it comes to my Sasuke-kun," shouted back Sakura, who had been getting progressively more upset as Ino tried to make a move on her man, and tried to get next to the Uchiha and put her arm around him to stake her claim before she too was shrugged off. "He hardly even remembers you. So go away and leave us alone. We were having a team bonding moment." "No, we weren't," came Sasuke's flat voice as he inched away from both girls. "I was leaving." "Don't leave, Sasuke-kun," came Sakura's banshee shout. "I thought we could practice together." "Give it a rest, Sakura," came the exasperated voice of Naruto, finally losing what little patience he still had, as he watched his brooding teammate leave and his banshee follower trying unsuccessfully to get his attention for the 1000th time outside of actual team training. He's made it pretty clear that he isn't interested in doing anything with anyone outside of mandatory team training and missions. "Naruto," came the shocked and questioning voice of Ino as she discovered just who it was that told Sakura off, and couldn't believe both how different he looked and carried himself, but also how he wasn't either coming to Sakura's defense or failing over trying to get her to notice him instead, and had a hard time trying to reconcile the image she had of the loud-mouthed blonde with the person now in front of her. "What happened to you?" "I grew up," came the flat reply, not wanting to get into everything that had changed in his life recently with the biggest gossip in the village, and in no mood to waste what little time he did have. "You should both try it. And let Sasuke be." "What?" Ino asked, shocked as if struck, while Sakura was a little more heated in her reply. "Screw you, Naruto, Sasuke and I are in love," came her banshee screech. "Yeah. In your dreams maybe," came the biting reply from the blonde, before turning away from Sakura and seeing his sensei watching the interaction from the corner of his lone eye as he spoke with Asuma Sarutobi, Team 10 sensei, and knew he needed to get away from them all before really losing his cool. "Kakashi-sensei. Can I go?" "Yeah, see you tomorrow at the usual spot," answered the silver-haired Jounin, knowing he was going to have his work cut out for him if he wanted these three to become a true team, and not knowing if it would ever happen. Before the stunned members of Team 10 could say anything in response to what they witnessed, they saw Naruto shunshin away casually, causing each of them to sputter in shock as that was not the same Naruto they had known for the last several years. Shikamaru had always been curious of the loud blonde, but too lazy to actually do anything about it other than observe him, and was pretty surprised at the changes he saw. Choji had always thought Naruto funny and somewhat lonely, and had no problems with the kid, though he had few problems with anybody as long as they didn't call him fat. "What happened to Naruto?" asked a still shocked Ino, who had always just assumed he was a love-sick idiot that would chase Sakura forever, and never really gave him the time of day, not even expecting him to become a ninja or much of anything. "He's got a lot on his plate right now," answered Kakashi quickly, before Sakura was able to launch into another loud rant of her own, as she appeared pretty set off at the blonde and hoped it didn't set them back in their very slowly growing camaraderie. "Speaking of which, Asuma, can you set some time aside in the next few days to work with Naruto? You are the only sane wind user in the village. I'd owe you one if you could spare him an hour. I'm sure that's all the time he'll need." "Sure," answered Asuma slowly as he watched the perpetually lazy Kakashi, and knew something had happened to light a bit of a fire under the usually unflappable Jounin and wondered if it had to do with his seemingly fractured team or the one member who was already performing the Shunshin and learning his elemental affinity and wanted to check said blonde out himself. Have him come by training ground 10 any day after lunch. We usually do our team building exercises then. Playing shogi with this lazy but every afternoon is hardly a team building exercise, scolded Ino, after getting her equilibrium back from the abrupt departure of Sasuke and Naruto, and easily reverted to her usual behavior of hassling the other members of Team. Well, responded Asuma back quickly, none of you want to train physically. So there isn't much more we can do. I wouldn't mind some more. Physical training, came a stuttering reply from Choji. I mean, if Naruto can already perform the Shunshin. We are falling behind. Troublesome, came Shikamaru's expected response. Wonderful Choji, came the happy response of Asuma, who had been waiting for his team to be motivated enough to train, and realized that maybe comparing them to the other rookies might provide that incentive. What do you say, Kakashi? I'll consider us even if you agree to a little team battle. Help my kids see where they are in relation to yours. Are you sure? Asked Kakashi. You may change your mind after working with Naruto. Oh please. Naruto's the weakest member of your team, came Ino's dismissive response, and Sakura is a pushover. What did you say, Ino? Growled Sakura, who had seemingly been forgotten about, but was in fact still there watching the exchange between her sensei and Ino's. You heard me, forehead, growled back Ino, as the two locked heated gazes while Shikamaru just shook his head mumbling about troublesome blondes and even more troublesome girls. It'll be good for them, replied Asuma to Kakashi, ignoring the ridiculous catfight going on between the two prepubescent girls, and figuring his team needed something to motivate them to train and this might be just the thing. Then let's do it tomorrow afternoon. I'll bring my team to your training ground 10 after lunch, answered Kakashi, causing all the surrounding genin to instantly stop to stare at their respective sensei in mixtures of shock and apprehension that a spar between Team 7 and 10 was actually going to go down. Ha! Laughed Ino haughtily. Prepare to get beat down in front of my Sasuke-kun, forehead. Not a chance, Ino pig, screeched back Sakura. After that, the two girls continued bickering back and forth as the remaining members of Team 10 entered the restaurant for their meal, and Kakashi used a Shunshin to get away quickly. It took the two girls a moment to realize they had been left, and both growled at their sensei and teammates in Ino's case for leaving them out here. With a final glare at one another and a few more names called, the two former friends went their separate ways, both thinking of showing off to Sasuke at tomorrow's match and hoping to catch his attention by beating their rival. Naruto was currently unaware that his day tomorrow just got busier, as he left his team behind to head right back to the facility and check on the progress of everything he had going on. His ninjutsu clones were now all working on the two new wind techniques Kakashi's clones had taught him: Wind Release, Gale Palm and Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. Deciding to help the training along, Naruto created his own large group of shadow clones, numbering almost 2,000 now, that he quickly divided up in 3 groups to continue with these 2 new jutsu, while the last group went to join the Kenjutsu training group after one of the Kakashi clones set them up with a small beginning practice kata for the sword. Meanwhile, he and BC1 were working on improving the pin clones, increasing their overall durability and just generally trying as many things they could think of to help make them better suited for the role the Hokage wanted. After some time, they wondered about the possibility of creating the pin clones as BLD clones, or at least using the same format as they did to create the BLD clones but starting off as pins so as not to require too much of Naruto's BLD, Fuinjutsu script, and chakra. Since they couldn't use that method without the original, as he is the only one that bleeds, they continued trying other methods too. They eventually stumbled on the idea of Fuinjutsu reinforced armor for the pin clones, but were unsure how to go about that or add another layer of protection to the pin clone. The other problem they were considering was that the pin clones were completely on their own, and if they dispelled accidentally or got hit in the line of duty, then the person they were hitching a ride with was left without the communication system. That's when one of the clones offered the idea of using 2 clones for the pin, one to act as the pin fastening, and the other to be the shield protecting pin. With that plan in place, the clones in research and development started creating different mock-up ideas that would better protect the fasteners, with the pin shield allowing for the second fastener clone to be alerted of the shield pin clone being dispelled, and tried various designs and shield ideas. They ended up with a small circle pin with the Uzushio's spiral symbol as the visible part, with a backup clone acting as the underclothes fastener to keep them on. A small pulse of chakra into the pin, and a small number of commands that could be programmed in for the ninja to relay emergency information directly to the Hokage's new secretary, and they completed the project by the time the original Naruto was getting into bed for the night, and continued mass-producing them throughout the night. The next morning when he woke up, Naruto went to his underground training facility to work out as the green beasts were still out of the village, and got the update that pin production was going well and they would have at least 500 of them completed and ready for their next meeting with the Hokage later this afternoon. After an amended underground workout in the facility, and turning up his resistance weight seals another notch, he spammed 2,000 clones to continue his beginning sword and the Hariken Taijutsu training, and then left for the usual mid-morning team meeting in training ground where he again had to deal with his annoying teammates, and hoped it was eventually going to get better between them all. The monosyllabic grunt from Sasuke and the banshee scream of complaint from Sakura were both pretty consistent, and he too felt like they had regressed over the last few days back to how they saw him in the academy and wasn't too pleased. Luckily he didn't have to wait too long for Kakashi to arrive close to 11 a.m., and with him came the knowledge of the little team battle with Team 10 he set up for the afternoon. Because of this upcoming battle, he wanted to run them through a few team drills for analyzing team formations and playing to their strengths against a variety of different styles in preparation. Although he never explicitly said anything, his genin definitely got the idea that he wanted to win, and win convincingly. Naruto gave it his all in team training, realizing that any time Kakashi actually taught them something it was really important to pay his full attention, and let the hundreds of other things going on in his head be deferred to his clones as he listened to his sensei. By the time they broke for lunch, all three genin of Team 7 had a pretty good idea on the basic formations that Kakashi favored and how they would deal with other teams of differing strengths and styles. When they walked into Training Ground 10 to see Team 10 in various stages of preparedness, they all got excited about the upcoming team battle, though none of them more than Sakura, who had a real smug look as she met Ino's eyes, thinking of her Sasuke-kun single-handedly beating the other team to prove their superiority over her biggest rival. Chapter 5 Making Waves. The slow civilian-paced walk towards Wave from Konoha was tedious and so ridiculously slow for the young ninjas that they were quickly losing their patience and discipline within their formation. They had started all excited for their first mission outside of Konoha at 0800 at the gate, surprised when Kakashi arrived only a few minutes late, and led them through the usual checkout protocols. He then had them in a diamond pattern surrounding and protecting their client with Sasuke up front, Naruto and Sakura on either side of Tazuna, with Kakashi bringing up the rear with his head buried in his favorite orange book. It really only took about 2 hours at that slow pace for Naruto to start bouncing around with too much energy, and Sasuke scowling even more about slow civilians while Sakura happily chatted with the old gray-haired bridge builder. She asked constant questions about Wave, his family, his bridge, and anything else she could think of while her teammates continued to grumble about their slow pace. After a few hours in, Kakashi, seeing Naruto's buildup of energy, whispered to the young blonde that he could discreetly start spawning shadow clones to explore around them and widen their protective barrier around the client, hoping it would give the energetic young ninja something else to do than focus on their slow civilian pace. It worked really well for the next few hours, as Naruto used a quick bathroom break to spawn at least 1,000 clones and sent them off in various directions around, but mostly in front of them to scout out the path and provide that additional layer of protection around them all. It also gave Naruto something else to focus on instead of their slow pace, and he used the clones to happily explore all around them as he had never been this far from the village before. With Sakura's never-ending questions to Tazuna, and with added instructions from Kakashi along the way, they soon started passing time and distance. It was late that first afternoon, having been walking now for over 7 hours, when Naruto saw something that was completely out of place in Fire Country, a puddle of water calmly sitting on the dried path they had been on. It wouldn't have been as out of place if it had rained at all in the last several days, and therefore stuck out like a beacon and had him turn to Kakashi for instructions. But his leader only gave him a shake of his head and motioned him to continue past the puddle, as he obviously had it under control, or at least was waiting to see what it was before disrupting it. Seeing neither of his teammates reacting to the puddle, he could only assume Kakashi gave them the same instructions or they didn't notice it, and continued his pace while paying close attention to the spot on their path. That level of attention was pretty much the only thing that prevented him from jumping in fright when after their entire group passed next to the puddle, it seemingly exploded and two relatively similar-looking ninja leaped out of it. Before he or his teammates could react, the ninja pair with the unique chain they each held on to had seemingly wrapped up and destroyed Kakashi in a shower of BLD'd one down, spoke the taller of the two on the left. 3 to go, spoke the other shorter ninja as they both prepared to leap at them, but never got the chance. Sasuke had instantly leapt towards the pair, throwing a kunai at the chain they carried and pinning it to a nearby tree, forcing the pair to abandon their weapon and separate, leaving Sasuke charging the larger of the pair. The shorter of the pair instantly took off directly at Tazuna, and Naruto watched as Sakura flinched in fear, and knew it was up to him to protect his teammate and their client, instantly forming his favorite seal and causing several dozen shadow clones to appear all around him, Tazuna, and Sakura. Several of his first few clones were torn through by the unusual clawed metal gauntlet on the foreign ninja's arm, but within moments were able to tangle up with the attacking shinobi and quickly overwhelmed him and had him soon after knocked out and bound in a chakra suppression tag with only seconds passed. When he looked up at Sasuke, he saw him whipping off his kunai on a dead ninja's clothes, just as Kakashi emerged from out of the nearby bushes looking completely unruffled, but his gaze fixed on Tazuna. He praised both Sasuke and Naruto for successfully defending their client and teammates from an ambush against Chunin-level missing ninja. Then he told everyone to stay put as he interrogated their lone prisoner for more information and leapt back into the surrounding woods with the bound shorter shinobi over his shoulder as the 3 genins stared around wide-eyed at the quick action they just faced. "Tazuna, we need to talk," came Kakashi's more demanding tone of voice, that had the elderly bridge builder virtually sweating bullets as the powerful ninja stared at him until he broke down and spilled everything. "We learned about a powerful and corrupt businessman named Gato who controlled Wave with an iron fist, killing all opposition and practically enslaving the town and squeezing the resources from their small island. His bridge was their only hope of getting out from under his tyrannical control, and he had been trying to kill Tazuna ever since he started building his bridge. Their entire country was impoverished and terrified of the man and his army of thugs, and recently, rumors of hired missing ninjas had forced him to appeal to Konoha for help, but they would never be able to afford the more expensive A-rank mission it probably required." Kakashi was not happy at all, having been lied to by the client about the severity of the mission and putting his young genin team in danger from opponents well beyond their level, and now forcing Sasuke to take his first life as a ninja of the leaf. He was all set to abandon the elderly bridge builder to his fate, but was stopped from abandoning the mission by his genin team who all argued that they needed to help and couldn't abandon a mission as it would look bad on Konoha. Sasuke also argued that he needed to test himself against other ninja and was happy to continue, and Naruto argued that with Kakashi present, they should be capable of handling anything that came their way, and could always use their new communication pins to contact the Hokage and ask for reinforcements at any time. With the mission continuing as planned, Kakashi gave his genin team a small explanation on the Demon Brothers, missing Nin from Mist that were Chunin-level opponents they just defeated luckily as they were underestimated. He then told them to get back into formation and pay much more attention, as the severity and dangers they could encounter just went up several notches, and hoped he wasn't making too big of a mistake. He gave them all a quick lesson on cleaning up after a battle, and sealed away the body of Sasuke's first kill in a death scroll, making no mention of the other death scroll he already filled with his interrogated prisoner. When they continued on, they all were now paying a lot more attention to their surroundings, mostly ignoring Tazuna as he repeatedly thanked and praised them for helping him, and on high alert for another confrontation. Sakura was shaking a bit after freezing up in the face of enemy ninjas, and wondering why she agreed to continue this mission when all she wanted to do was run home, but couldn't bring herself to ever go against Sasuke. Sasuke was likewise thinking back on the fight, and pleased he handled himself well and defeated another ninja, showing off his progress and ability and determined that it was just another step in his quest for vengeance against his brother. Naruto was the only one really thinking about the fight and how lucky they got that they went after Kakashi first, as his slight hesitation at the beginning of the battle could have spelled his death against a more efficient and less hesitant fighter. He was pleased he didn't freeze up completely like Sakura, but would hardly call his actions great, and was simply glad he survived to fight another day, and wondered if that was how much of his ninja career was going to be. Kakashi was watching his genin closely after the confrontation, not surprised at Sasuke's brutality or lack of emotion, Sakura's hesitance and inability to keep up, and Naruto's now quiet contemplation as he went over the particulars of the fight and hopefully learned and progressed from it. It was nearing dusk as their group finally reached the bank of a large body of water, and Tazuna led them along the coast towards a somewhat hidden alcove that had a small boat and boatman waiting on them. He greeted Tazuna fearfully, and made sure the ninja knew to be quiet on the water as sound traveled quite well on the open water, and they needed to pass into wave unseen from the many patrolling Gato ships. When they reached the other side after a stressful 20 minutes, they said goodbye to the boatman and led Tazuna back to his house, which was thankfully only a little over an hour away. Shortly after taking up their positions around Tazuna again and heading towards his house, Naruto heard a noise in the bushes and threw a kunai at a startled white rabbit that had his two teammates teasing him for attacking a harmless creature. Before he could even refute their teasing, however, they heard a quickly approaching whistling sound that had Kakashi yelling for them all to duck. Naruto, closest to Tazuna, tackled the older bridge builder to the ground as they all felt and saw a large object slicing right over them, which then became embedded deeply into a nearby tree, and had a uniquely dressed missing ninja standing above what turned out to be a sword of immense size. "King tree huggers," came the low, almost growled voice of the large muscular man standing on the flat of the large blade embedded into the tree. "Give me the bridge builder and you are free to go. I have no quarrel with you." Momochi Zabuza greeted Kakashi almost seeming friendly, though he was quickly trying to position himself between the famous missing nin and his small genin, knowing they would have no chance against someone of this caliber, demon of the hidden mist. "Sharingan Kakashi," replied the large bare-chest man wearing only striped breaths and bandages around part of his torso and covering the lower half of his face as he eyed the eldest leaf ninja carefully. "Or do you prefer copycat Kakashi? You have quite the bounty on your head in mist. Maybe this little job will be worth it. Stay behind me, this opponent is on a completely different level from all of you," spoke Kakashi somewhat fearfully as he tried to impart on his young genin not to get involved in this fight, while Sasuke was still staring at him in shock at the name he was called and wondered why a non-Uchiha would be known as a Sharingan user. Kakashi was worried for his young genin, and knew this was a fight he would probably need to go all out in order to win, and hoped none of his students got hurt in the process. While the two powerhouses continued to size each other up and trade slight barbs against each other, the genin were in various states of shock as they started to feel a strong presence pushing down on them, as if they were about to be killed. Luckily, shortly after it began, Kakashi seemed to push out his own presence that washed the oppressive feeling away, and replaced it with a small sense of security that Naruto used to slowly start gathering his own chakra in case he or his clones were needed to help. Sasuke was trembling in excitement at seeing two strong opponents fight, and also very curious when our Cyclops leader pulled up his slanted headband and uncovered a unique red eye with an unusual black tomo pattern that he was intimately familiar with. He knew now wasn't the time to ask, but he promised he would find out how his clan's famous Sharingan eye was in his Jounin sensei's head when this fight was done. They all listened to the pre-battle banter of the two strong ninja, and were all shocked to learn of Zabuza's nickname and the meaning behind how he got it, and wondered briefly if maybe this was a fight their sensei might lose. The moment the two powerful ninja leapt towards each other and broke the growing silence, Naruto created several dozen clones that further surrounded the three genin and their civilian client inside a wall of bodies as another layer of protection. Sasuke, not one to ever hide, instantly pushed his way to the front of the circling group of clones to better watch the ensuing battle himself, and eager to prove himself worthwhile as his teammates hid. Naruto continued spawning small groups of clones away from anyone's notice, and had them quickly henge into small animals and disperse even further around them, some even transforming into inanimate objects along the nearby shoreline as the fighting was moving over the water. The three genin watched as Kakashi seemed to be matching Zabuza move for move, as neither side seemed to be gaining too much of an advantage, until the fight started moving closer to then over the water. After an insanely impressive pair of matching water dragons canceled each other out, they watched wide-eyed as Zabuza seemed to finally catch Kakashi inside a large bubble of water that imprisoned him as he frantically tried to escape. Zabuza, though, created several water clones and told them to take out the brats, and the genin could tell that whatever that water prison was, it needed to be maintained by the original as he didn't move after capturing their sensei, instead sending his clones to do it. Naruto had read up significantly on clones of each element in his quest to perfect and eventually find the few Injutsu BLD clones he made, and new water clones were typically only 10% as strong as the user, and hoped that was enough for them to handle. He looked over at Tazuna and Sakura, both of whom were huddled and terrified at the scene in front of them, and then at Sasuke, who looked ready to try and take on the half-dozen Zabuza clones single-handedly. He remembered their recent team battle with Team 10 and quickly called out to his teammate. He had a plan to take care of the clones and help their sensei, but would need the Uchiha's help to pull it off. Sasuke, started Naruto seriously, send as many fireballs as you can at the clones, I'll boost them with wind. Maybe we can get Zabuza to move and free Kakashi. Got it, replied Sasuke with a grin, and quickly started spitting out decent-sized fireballs at a relatively quick clip towards the approaching water clones. Futon, great breakthrough, called Naruto and sent a strong wind attack right behind Sasuke's fireballs that instantly empowered them to 3 times their size and speed, taking out all but one of Zabuza's water clones in the first volley. Another volley of wind-enhanced fireballs took care of the last charging water clone who had made it incredibly close based on the heat they felt before he too was reduced to a harmless puddle, and a third volley had the real Zabuza with wide disbelieving eyes have to abandon his hold on the water prison to dodge the incoming fireball that no genin team should be capable of. Luckily, before Zabuza's full attention. When towards the genin, Kakashi exploded out of the water prison, completely set off and out for BLD. Within a minute he had Zabuza on the ropes and ready to deliver a killing blow, as the sound of 1,000 tiny birds started humming as a seeming sword of pure electricity bloomed out of Kakashi's hand with the intent on ending the missing Nin when they were interrupted. A pair of Senbon came from a nearby tree well away from the genin team, and lodged themselves in Zabuza's neck, instantly dropping him to the ground like a sack of potatoes, and a young thin ninja in an unusual hunter mask emerged from the forest and approached the large missing Nin. Thank you for your assistance, the unidentifiable hunter ninja spoke slowly as they approached a weary Kakashi, who let his technique go when he recognized the Kiri hunter mask. I have been tracking Zabuza here for months, and could not have killed him without your aid. Kakashi glanced down at Zabuza, and quickly checked his pulse, finding none and stepping away from the dead body as the hunter continued his deliberate approach. When he reached Zabuza, he easily hefted the impossibly large man over his thin shoulder and disappeared in a shunshin before another word was said. The genin of Team 7 looked on in shock as the little hunter ninja took away the large missing Nin, before watching Kakashi return his Hitayate over his Sharingan eye and promptly collapse in exhaustion where he stood. Sensei, gasped Sakura, the first thing she had said in minutes, having completely locked up and froze since the beginning, and now terrified even more that their lone protector might be hurt and unable to keep them safe while so far away from Konoha. Let's all check on Kakashi, and stay together, spoke Naruto quickly, not wanting Sakura to run off without support, and also needing to keep Tazuna protected until they knew more about Kakashi and if their opposition was now over. Sasuke gave Naruto a long look but didn't say anything as the group made their way towards where Kakashi collapsed, being herded by several dozen clones still keeping an eye out for anything else as they reached their collapsed leader. After a quick check from Sakura, who at least knew the signs of certain medical conditions, they identified him as simply having chakra exhaustion. Naruto had a clone transform into a cot and loaded Kakashi on as 2 more stepped up to carry their Jounin sensei as they continued on towards Tazuna's house with the remaining clones surrounding and protecting them. It took them some time to make their way to Tazuna's house, traveling at civilian speeds and carrying Kakashi, but they arrived safely and without incident. They were happily greeted by an attractive older woman, who introduced herself as Tezuna's daughter Tsunami, and was beyond grateful and accommodating for the people protecting her father. She led them all inside and into a pair of spare rooms on the second floor, one much smaller that Sakura took, leaving the larger room for the boys, who set Kakashi down on the only bed. "We should probably set up a perimeter," spoke up Naruto, causing Sasuke to pause again and stare at the blonde with an unknown look on his face. "I can get my clones to do that part and keep watch. But we should probably all have an idea of trap locations." They grabbed Sakura on their way back outside, and Naruto created several dozen clones and had them start to trap and create a defensive perimeter around the large property, while pointing out everything to his teammates in case they ventured outside. He mostly ignored the somewhat gobsmacked looks from his two teammates, and simply laughed it off as traps being a specialty of his due to all his pranks, which they both instantly believed. Tsunami then called them all to dinner, and they went back inside, with Naruto in the rear where he paused and spawned a much larger batch of clones to add to the others, out of view from his teammates. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but didn't really want to answer their obvious questions that would be asked. How did he have so much chakra to make that many clones? How much was he learning with that many clones? What else did he know that Sasuke would be jealous of? This way he could have even more clones for their perimeter defenses, and even use the others to start scouting out the surrounding area, the bridge, the town, and anything else he could think of. The dinner was wonderful, though there wasn't too much for his usual appetite. He was happy his sensei was at least awake and eating. He realized that the family was probably spread pretty thin if Tezuna's earlier explanations of poverty were to be believed, and promised to help supplement food from that point forward and put out a call to his clones to bring in some game. "Sakura said you sent out a few dozen clones to secure the perimeter and start trapping the area," spoke Kakashi after the meal was winding down, and conversation started picking back up. "Yes, sensei," answered Naruto plainly. "They can also take care of night watch." "How long until you are back to full strength?" "Good," replied Kakashi with his customary one-eyed smile. "Probably a few days. A week at most." All three genins seemed to sag in relief at that news, as none of them fancied doing this entire mission without Kakashi's help, but then tensed after he went on to explain that they would most likely be seeing Zabuza again, as the hunter Nin was most likely an accomplice since he didn't immediately dispose of the body, and Senbon were very tricky instruments to kill someone, but definitely able to induce a death-like state. He reckoned we had a good week until Zabuza too was back at full strength, and then would most likely be facing him and his hunter Nin's partner and would need to continue training in the meantime. To that end, he gave Sakura a pair of books on basic healing, both field medic stuff and the more involved chakra-based healing techniques, and told her to study up as best she could as it could mean saving one of our lives in the future. Sasuke was told to work on water walking and get to the point he could fight on the surface for extended PRDS of time, as water was the most common and abundant element in Wave. He simply told Naruto to continue on his chakra control, earning a somewhat disparaging scoff from Sasuke at the seemingly easy and useless training he provided the dobe. Naruto on the other hand knew that it meant he was free to train however he wanted, as Kakashi knew how much time and training he already put in geared towards that exactly, and was their sort of running joke on everyone who underestimated the blonde genin. Therefore, Naruto started thinking about what he would work on and set up while here in Wave, and decided to simply continue as he was flooding the area with his clones to learn as much as he could about what was happening, and send large groups off to train predominantly his taijutsu and sword training. When dinner was over, Naruto helped Tsunami with the dishes, earning him a beaming smile and thanks from the nice woman. "So, can I ask how there seem to be so many people outside that look just like you?" she asked after looking out the window at one moment and seeing 4 replicas of the boy next to her discussing something in her yard and looking around. "I can make tangible clones. It's a chakra technique I am pretty good at," he answered with a smile to the kind woman, who had been nothing but pleasant and friendly. "Definitely helps with chores." Her tinkling laugh was quite nice, and Naruto marveled at how easy it was to talk with her as she held no preconceived notions of him being a demon container or prankster, and wondered if this was how most people interacted with others. When the dishes were done, Naruto even offered to have some clones pick up around the house and outside, further endearing him to the client and his family. At one point he took Kakashi outside to point out entry points and traps, and used the time to spawn another large batch of over 2,000 clones that he dispersed out into their surroundings to continue gathering information, much to Kakashi's approval. Naruto promised to be careful after Kakashi said he was going back inside to rest and leave their protection to the young blonde. Because of the amount of clones already dispersed in the area, Naruto already had a great clearing in mind for a place to continue training, as he was still too pumped up to sleep yet and had energy to burn. Arriving in the clearing, he started with a nice warm-up and then moved onto taijutsu forms and then sword-fighting katas in an attempt to better train his muscle memory, as clones couldn't really do that. As he swung a large heavy training sword around, he wondered just how strong one needed to be to use that large meat cleaver type sword that Zabuza used effortlessly, and resigned himself to ask Kakashi about it tomorrow. He was sweaty and tired by the time he finished his late night workout, but managed to do one more large spawning of clones before he returned to the house. It was quiet when he returned, but he knew both Kakashi and Sasuke were aware of when he got back and settled down to sleep, content to know that his insane amount of clones would be able to easily alert them all if anyone tried to come near them. Naruto awoke early the next morning to an influx of new memories that he had to sort through and understand before he actually got out of bed. His clones had apparently been really busy, and found the bridge, the town, Gato's headquarters, his mercenaries' barracks, and were continuing even further out across the island of Wave in search of even more. Despite the late hour they were exploring, he could confirm that the town was really struggling, with poverty, homelessness, and hopelessness abound, and had a hard time not charging in and trying to fix everything. Chapter 6 Making Waves 2 During dinner the night after arriving, where the ninjas were finally introduced to the whining and ungrateful Inari, Tsunami's son, Naruto asked about Uzushigakure and where in relation to Wave it was. Kakashi knew it was relatively nearby, but not too much, having never gone there before or after it was destroyed, but Tazuna surprisingly knew quite a bit. It was actually made up of several islands to the north-northeast on the far other side of the island, and long ago controlled and protected Wave as one of the islands that were under its control. When asked if he ever knew of any Uzumakis or ninja of Whirlpool, the elderly bridge builder could only shake his head, though did mention an elderly woman named Imiko who lived on the outskirts of the village who used to tell stories of Whirlpool Village. Kakashi knew he would probably get chewed out by the Hokage upon their return, but gave Naruto permission to send his clones to try and find that woman and learn a little more about his clan's history. As long as the real Naruto wasn't venturing into dangerous places, Kakashi was okay with his clones doing all the reconnaissance they wanted in and around Wave and even the surrounding islands, as long as they were hinged as civilians, or didn't have anything that tied them back to the leaf. Naruto's instant agreement and excited face should probably have been more worrisome to the Jounin leader of Team 7, but he figured that the clones would disappear if they encountered any trouble, and as long as Konoha wasn't blamed, what did it matter to satisfy his cute Genin's curiosity? After dinner then, Naruto went outside to the clearing he found and trained in the other night, and spawned a large batch of 2,000 more clones, all looking completely nondescript, that he sent out with orders to find the ruins or whatever remained of Whirlpool, while he sent a very small group towards the village to ask around and locate this Imiko. He then began his own physical workout that, while not as intense as when he trained with the green beasts, was nonetheless very demanding and had him dripping in sweat halfway through. By the time he wore himself out, it was quite late at night, but he was still somewhat hyped about his possible discovering of his clan's history, that he ate some jerky to restore his strength a bit before spawning another large batch of clones to add to the others and returned to the house for bed. When he woke up the next day, he again had many memories to go through from the day and night before, and was super excited that his clones located Imiko and would make contact today. He also learned that he found the location that he thought was Zabuza's base, but managed to keep clear of it, as he didn't want to test his stealth and infiltration skills on a Jounin-level opponent that almost defeated Kakashi. Instead, they maintained a perimeter watch on the well-hidden base in the hopes of learning more and keeping tabs on the enemy until Kakashi was told and a plan could be put in place. After another wonderful breakfast, this one much larger than previously, and helping Tsunami with preparations and cleanup, Kakashi took Sakura to the bridge for guard duty and let the boys have the day for training. Naruto actually offered to provide Sasuke a couple hundred clones if he wanted any one-hit opponents to practice with and take a break from the constant training in his water walking, which his teammate happily agreed to. He told Sasuke and his clones he left him to not waste them on large-scale ninjutsu hits, and should probably work on taijutsu as despite limited durability, having the numbers they did would give the Uchiha a nice workout and change of pace. Leaving a smirking Sasuke, who he could tell wanted to prove his superiority by easily defeating the Naruto clones, the original blonde simply laughed at how difficult his clones were going to make Sasuke work and get in a lot of practice in his new Hariken taijutsu style. That his clones would also be able to study and learn Sasuke's own clan taijutsu style in the process was simply a bonus that would only help the original improve on his taijutsu and overall experience. While his clones were keeping Sasuke busy, Naruto instantly followed the knowledge his clones provided to first check out that Uzushiogakure temple and then head to Imiko's house to try and ask her about his clan's history or anything she could remember of the Uzumaki clan. The dilapidated temple was not much to look at, and had been overtaken by the surrounding forests and elements to where it was almost impossible to tell what it originally was, but the Uzushiogakure spiral carved into the stone plinth above the interior mantle of the only door was clearly visible. Forming some clones to help elevate him up to the carving, Naruto ran his hands over the carved spiral and felt a weird feeling of his chakra seemingly being pulled into the spiral and decided to push some chakra into the carved symbol. Instantly Fuinjutsu's script started to appear around the spiral as it kept taking more and more chakra, and Naruto had a brief moment of panic when it didn't instantly stop. And he could no longer remove his hand or stop the pull of chakra. Luckily, he wasn't too low on chakra at the moment, and within moments the chakra pull slowed to a stop and he could pull his hand away from a now slowly opening spiral, surprised that the Fuinjutsu took so much chakra so quickly and glad he had chakra in spades. Once the spiral had opened completely, there was an elaborate storage scroll inside the spiral that was also marked with the familiar spiral, and he couldn't believe his luck at finding something from Uzushiogakure. Pulling the storage scroll out, the carved spiral instantly closed back up, and Naruto could only look on in shock at the amazing find and couldn't wait to explore what it contained. Feeding another large chunk of chakra to the Fuinjutsu's script on the storage scroll, he was glad his chakra was so abundant as he didn't think many of his contemporaries would have had enough for even one of the seals, let alone two. When the scroll opened, he was met with a large puff of smoke that cleared to reveal two smaller scrolls, one that contained written notes on Fuinjutsu and the other a technique labeled Uzumaki adamantine chakra chains. Knowing how valuable these were and how precious to him specifically, Naruto quickly resealed the two scrolls and looked around the temple for anything else before moving on to his next stop, the elder Imiko. Following his clone's instructions, he soon found himself outside a small, somewhat run-down house on the edge of the central village that he was hopeful would lead to some more information about his clan's history and the history of Whirlpool. After knocking on the door and waiting for some time, an elderly and seemingly blind woman with long gray hair and a stooped appearance answered the door with the lined and weathered face set in a scowl. "Hello, Imiko-san," greeted Naruto respectfully, not wanting to upset the seemingly already glaring older woman. "Tazuna-san, the bridge builder, said that you might be able to tell me some stories of Uzushiogakure and the Uzumaki clan." "Why would I do that?" she snapped rather harshly, giving Naruto a slow glance over where he couldn't actually tell if she was seeing him at all. "I recently learned that my mother was Kushina Uzumaki of Uzushiogakure," started Naruto quietly. "She settled in Konoha to study under her aunt Mito Uzumaki, the wife of our first Hokage." Naruto didn't know why he explained as much as he did so freely, but something about the older woman made him be completely honest and forthcoming, and her almost inaudible gasp and the increase in her attention on him as he spoke made him think he did right. All of a sudden, a strong pulse of chakra swept out from Imiko and blanketed the area around them for some seconds before the feeling went away, and a seemingly younger-looking older woman was in the elderly lady's place. She still had long gray hair and aged wrinkles, but now carried herself much straighter and with much greater vigor than before as she quickly ushered Naruto into her house, closed the door and sent another much smaller pulse of chakra through an elaborate set of seals that lit up every square inch of the cabin's interior walls for a moment before fading. "So, you are Kushina's son?" she asked as her now much more alert eyes took in his face. "A ninja of Konoha?" "Databeo," answered Naruto happily, knowing she at least knew some information on his clan. causing Emiko to let out another barely audible gasp and unknowingly solidifying his claim with the verbal tic that was often found among Uzumaki clan members. Your father must have been incredibly strong to have trumped the red hair of the Uzumaki clan, she responded with a nostalgic look on her face as she continued to study the young blonde. Though there is very little doubt in my mind after hearing you and feeling your chakra. My chakra? Asked Naruto curiously. Uzumakis have very dense and vigorous chakra, though yours is greater than most, and has something else in it too. She spoke evenly as she continued studying the young blonde's face, and noticed his slight flinch at the end of her statement and wondered what that was until she remembered why Kushina was sent to Konoha in the first place, and wondered if her son now was the container of the QB as his mother was before him. It's one of the reasons Uzumaki were so sought after. Their dense and vigorous chakra was some of the only ones that could handle the bijou. Oh, whispered Naruto as he realized what Emiko was talking about, and was rather self-conscious about his status as a Jinchuriki. It's nothing to be ashamed of, my boy, she replied to his seeming depression at the mention of his incredible burden. What you do is very important, an incredible burden, and enormous responsibility. But remember, it is you who control your actions, and you who decide how to deal with the burden you've been given. Naruto ended up spending over an hour with Emiko, learning all about her stories as a young girl in Yuzushigakure. As a cousin to the Uzumaki clan, she inherited some of their longevity and sensing talents but was never allowed to study their family fuinjutsu, and never became a ninja herself. She worked as a young school teacher, pre-academy age, and helped train sensors for the village she was born and raised in. When it fell, she along with hundreds of others, all fled Yuzushigakure for parts unknown, settling all over the elemental nations and hiding their link to Whirlpool to avoid their many enemies. She wasn't a huge fan of Konoha, as their closest ally who wasn't there to help when they were invaded by Earth, Lightning, and Water countries simultaneously in fear of their growing power and control of fuinjutsu, but had gotten over her grudge in the years since as she realized that it wasn't specifically Konoha's fault. She told Naruto several stories of Uzumaki clan members she knew, and described the adamantine sealing chains after Naruto mentioned them in order to try and learn a bit more about them if he was going to try and learn the technique himself. She also showed him on a map exactly where the old village was located, and told him she had never ventured back out of fear of discovery and was content with the life she lived now. Naruto was understandably pretty emotional and worked up after the storytelling, wondering why she wouldn't want to reconnect with her past, but realized as a non-combatant, she probably didn't see much point in returning as there wasn't much she could do about it. He thanked her gratefully for her time and stories, pleased to have at least met and talked with her about Yuzushigakure, and promised to keep her secret past from everyone. In return, she thanked him for seeking her out, and was glad to get to know and talk with him, encouraged that the Uzumaki clan wasn't completely gone from the world, and gave him a small scroll describing her sensing abilities and how she developed and taught them to others, hoping he would have some use for it in the future. By the time he returned to his little training clearing near Tazuna's house, it was well past lunchtime, and he cooked a pair of rabbits over a fire pit as he was worn out emotionally and needed some food to keep training. He then spawned another large batch of 2,000 clones and had them all start working on the new leaf spinning exercise Kakashi gave them, using the next few hours until the workday was done to get in as much training as he could. By the time dinner was approaching and he knew Tazuna, Sakura, and Kakashi would be returning back to the house, he left those clones still working on the spinning leaf, to return just in time to see a battered and exhausted Sasuke emerging from the clearing he was using to train. His smirk was hard to conceal as Sasuke saw him and gave him a glare at the difficult time he had fighting the seemingly countless Naruto clones, who were all much better than he had thought. Naruto was pleased with their progress in the Hariken style, and the experience he gained fighting his teammate, who was always the best of his class in taijutsu and who had only gotten better since becoming genin. That 250 of his clones could hold their own against him in a taijutsu-only battle was a pretty impressive feat, one he was glad to exploit in order to train in his new taijutsu style and continue to get better, and prove to Sasuke that he wasn't the dead weight he often thought the dark-haired boy felt. Dinner was another amazing meal, provided by Tsunami and a Naruto clone who was happily learning everything he could from the amazing chef, and they were all filled in on another day building the bridge. After dinner, Naruto asked to speak with Kakashi, who decided to have the whole team meet together to learn and talk about whatever issue was brought up. They went out onto the porch, and Kakashi turned towards his young blonde genin and asked him what news he had. "My clones have located Zabuza's base," spoke Naruto plainly, not boasting as he may have months ago, "and Gato's compound. We can take the fight directly to them," spoke Sasuke with excitement, as he thought about getting another chance to fight and prove himself. "Not yet," responded Kakashi with a look to his 3 students. "I am not yet recovered completely. And even injured Zabuza is much too tough for the 3 of you. I have clones watching both bases," continued Naruto into the silence after Kakashi's statement. "They can continue to monitor and learn more about them, to see if we can find a way to end this conflict on our own terms, and not just defend against the unknown. I think watching and learning more about both groups is a great start," answered Kakashi with a nod to Naruto. "How goes the training I gave you all?" "I'm still working on chakra control," responded Naruto easily, as neither of his teammates immediately spoke up. "Water walking is coming along," grunted out Sasuke. "I've been studying all the medical texts you gave me," continued Sakura with a glance to her team, somewhat insecure about her contribution versus that of her teammates and didn't really want to add anything unless she was sure not to make herself look bad to Sasuke. "Good," answered Kakashi after giving all 3 genin a lingering look. "I want each of you to make some progress before we take any offensive action, and I'll need to scout out the bases myself before we do anything. Now, I'm going to rest. Don't stay out training too late," he finished with a long look at Naruto, who just smiled sheepishly. While Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura all headed inside to rest or study or whatever, Naruto hightailed it to his customary clearing and got out all 3 of his recently acquired scrolls. He took turns opening them all, and holding them in his hands as he spawned over 500 clones each with a cloned copy of their individual scroll to learn and study from. After doing this for the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu scroll, the Uzumaki Adamantine Sealing Chain scroll, and Imiko's Sensing Skills scroll, he still had enough chakra to spawn another 500 clones that he spent the next few hours working with on updating and incorporating different taijutsu moves they learned over the course of training with Sasuke. There were many areas of improvement for some of the existing Hariken moves he knew, and Sasuke also indirectly pointed out some of the deficiencies in his forms and certain move combinations while tearing through his clones. He went back over everything he could from the original Hariken scroll guy had put together for him, and made a few corrections that worked better with his style of fighting. He incorporated more devastating offensive moves that sacrificed some defense, as he usually fought among teams of clones who he could easily sacrifice in order to get in a better quality attack, and leaving his opponent more vulnerable to follow-up attacks from other clones. He was basically evolving a single-person fighting style into a style that worked better in group fighting, as he had clones to spare for defense and disrupting an opponent and could do things that most single people couldn't unless insanely fast. He was also adding and adapting some of the moves he saw from Sasuke that he thought would fit his own style as well, expanding on his basic style and hoping to make it uniquely his own. It was a few hours later, when Naruto was about ready to turn in, when a particularly violent memory flashback from one of his clones hit him like a punch to the gut. A pair of his clones had witnessed a waitress at one of the few open bars in the town that was often frequented by Gato's thugs, being attacked in an alley, and instantly charged in to attack the pair of men performing such a horrible act. The knife of one of the attackers that they had used to frighten and intimidate the poor girl got a lucky hit on one of the clones in the struggle, causing him to vanish in a puff of smoke. Luckily, there were other clones nearby that quickly came and overwhelmed the 2 monsters and freed the terrified girl. Naruto knew he couldn't leave the 2 now unconscious RPSTS in the alley, and didn't know exactly how to cover up their disappearance, so he sent out the order for his clones to assume their identity. He then had them hide the 2 now tied-up scumbags and bring them to an abandoned building where he had clones work on interrogating and learning a bit more about them both, to better assume their identities. It wasn't an ideal situation, but there was no way he was letting the 2 escape justice, and this might also help get him some clones on the inside of Gato's organization. The original Naruto decided to send out another batch of clones before returning to Tazuna's house to sleep, thinking about whether or not he wanted to try and create a BLD clone that could stay in the area to help the people of Wave even after they were gone. He would think on that while also reviewing the progress made by his clones into the 3 new scrolls he acquired, happy with everything he was achieving and learning that better connected him to his clan and mother. He returned to his room at Tazuna's, trying not to disturb Kakashi and Sasuke too much, though he knew they both noticed his arrival, and laid down to sleep still thinking about everything he and his clones were working on. When he woke up the next morning, again Naruto spent some time going through the memories he acquired from the thousands of clones he still had out and around Wave, including those interrogating Gato's thug attackers. He also had several hundred memories of his clones trying and failing to get across and through the violent whirlpools that surrounded the location of the former Yuzushigakure, and realized how the area got its name. Luckily, not all the clones perished in the attempt, and several dozen made it across the treacherous sea to reach the mainland near where Imiko said the original village once stood. Other memories included several hundred attempts at learning Imiko's sensing skill so far unsuccessfully, reading and practicing the beginnings of the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu journal, not too unlike the one he had from Mito Uzumaki, and countless attempts to recreate the Uzumaki adamantine sealing chains. He felt like he was closest to getting the chains, since he didn't appear to have the prerequisite skill set to become a sensor in Imiko's style, and Uzumaki Fuinjutsu was on a whole other level of difficulty from the basics which he was still working on. The chains had an element of Fuinjutsu to them as well, but were a much more internal and intrinsic application to each user as per the notes he had, and felt it would be the most likely to understand and accomplish if he dedicated more time and clones to it. Getting up and getting started on his day included helping Tsunami set the table and prepare breakfast for everyone, which included ignoring the whiny Inari who constantly tried to tell them to give up as Gato was unbeatable. Naruto had heard it enough times that he was past trying to convince the kid that ninja operated on a level that far exceeded any civilian, but was tired of wasting his breath and dealing with the spoiled kid that had so much more than Naruto himself ever did, or that most of the people of Wave had currently. Instead he talked with everyone else, and made plans to continue his training, and today was going to have his clones direct a Kakashi Shadow clone to both Gato's compound and Zabuza's base to scout them out himself. As it was Sasuke's day to guard the bridge with Kakashi, they left shortly after breakfast with Tazuna, after the silver-haired Chunin created a shadow clone that Naruto would take to scout out the 2 bases. The young blonde also used that time to fill Kakashi's clone in on his little adventure the night before regarding his clones that stopped a woman being attacked, and subsequently infiltrated Gato's thugs. Kakashi wasn't too pleased that Naruto went ahead with the plan without consulting him first, but recognized that there weren't too many other options and offered to go visit the prisoners after their scouting to take care of them for the younger ninja. Gato's headquarters were fairly straightforward, and Kakashi was able to within minutes find out everything he needed to infiltrate the area, and probably could have done just that as a clone and walked away without a scratch. It was that pathetically guarded. Zabuza's base, however, was a different story, and Kakashi's clone spent an hour testing several possible points of entry and decided that they would continue to play the waiting game to see if an opportunity presented itself for them to make a move. Then Kakashi's clone went to the abandoned house Naruto kept the 2 attackers tied up in, and delivered shinobi justice after a brief interrogation, making sure Naruto's infiltrating clones had all the relevant information to succeed before eliminating the pair and cleaning up any presence they left behind. Kakashi's clone then returned to the original Naruto's clearing, where he watched unnoticed for several minutes as his young blonde student had several groups of clones all training at once on a pretty diverse number of skills. He was mostly interested, though, in the large group that was seemingly refining and practicing taijutsu, as he recognized both the Hariken style of Kushina, as well as elements of Sasuke's Uchiha Interceptor style incorporated together. It took a minute for him to see what Naruto was doing, incorporating more variety into the Hariken style, and finding unique ways to utilize the massive amounts of clones he employed to set up attacks and supplement his lack of speed with more clones working in tandem and coordinating their tactics. He was honestly really impressed with what he was watching, and wondered if maybe having him go to Guy for some remedial taijutsu help was the best decision he ever made in Naruto's development. Knowing the Uchiha Interceptor style, even better than the lone Uchiha on their team, Kakashi soon interrupted the practice to show Naruto a few other variations and moves of the style he thought would fit well with what he was trying to accomplish before telling him to continue the good work and dispelling Naruto gladly took his sensei's suggestions, and was soon adding even more to his newly developing style with a large grin on his face at how well it was coming together. For the rest of the morning, through lunch, and into the late afternoon, Naruto constantly kept spawning more clones and having them work with him on taijutsu, and when he wore himself out physically, he would join the group continuing to work on the adamantine sealing chains. Just before dinner time, after feeling like he was getting close, but having trouble getting the technique to work, he had a breakthrough born out of his frustration and exhaustion. He threw his hands out and yelled at not seeming to get past the last step, and was completely unprepared when a thick golden-colored chain appearing to be completely made of chakra seemingly erupted out of his chest. The glowing golden chain only traveled about 6 feet from his chest, and within seconds had broken down into little modes of light and disappeared, but he had done it, and quickly tried to replicate the feat. It took him a few more minutes until he was able to replicate that first success, and watched as a chain about the thickness of his wrist seemingly grew out of the center of his chest for about 6 feet before it started losing cohesiveness and began slowly disappearing into light. For the next 10 minutes he replicated the chain several times, each time getting it to reach out and last a little longer than the previous attempt, and couldn't stop the happy smile that came to his face. With his beginning success, he charged all the remaining clones to continue practicing bringing out the chains and trying to figure out how to make them last longer and grow. He then returned to Tazuna's house just as the bridge builder, Kakashi, and Sasuke were arriving after the long work day and joined them all at the table. During dinner, Kakashi brought up the question on how they wanted to proceed, as after scouting Gato's headquarters, was fairly confident that his genin could single-handedly bring down his operation and eliminate the businessman, as it wasn't much different than a relatively skilled group of bandits. Tazuna instantly put in a request for them to take out Gato and save the people of Wave, but Kakashi also raised the point of the missing nin he had employed and how they would need to be accounted for. Naruto put forth the suggestion that they try to pay off Zabuza and his crew with money recovered from Gato, thinking the businessman had plenty for that and still leave the people of Wave better off than they were currently with the rest. Sakura actually agreed with his suggestion, until Sasuke complained that they should be taking out Zabuza as well, and shifted her approval to her crush's idea even if it terrified her. Kakashi was really starting to wonder if he shouldn't put in a recommendation to have Sakura removed from the ranks of ninja, as she just didn't have the proper mindset for it and completely just did whatever she thought Sasuke wanted. He could then send Sasuke to T&I for therapy and reconditioning, as he was a psychopathic loose cannon and flight risk that only thought about his own revenge and never worked well within the team. He would gladly take Naruto as his apprentice. The blonde had shown he was willing to put in the hard work and learn to get better without any of the ridiculous hang-ups he had to deal with in regards to the other two, and would make him into a first-rate shinobi of the leaf. He genuinely liked Naruto's suggestion too, as eliminating Gato would solve their current mission to protect Tazuna. Using the businessman's own money to pay off Zabuza and any other missing nin in Gato's employ would eliminate any threat facing him or his genin, and any extra money could pay the higher rank mission and leave plenty for Wave to get back on its own feet. The more he contemplated it, the better that plan seemed, and decided that they would start the planning of it tomorrow, as he still had some K&KS to work out, and wanted to be a little more rested and ready to step in if he needed to help or save his young genin. Chapter 7: The Final Wave. That same night, while Kakashi was busy planning and working out everything for their assault on Gato's headquarters, Naruto was back in his clearing training his butt off and trying to grow his control over the adamantine sealing chains technique. All around him were clones in various stages of progress, some trying to strengthen and lengthen the single chain they were now capable of performing, while others were working on trying to split the chain into many, and others were seeing if they could sprout the chains from other parts of the body. He had been going at it hard for several hours, and was really working himself to the bone, as he felt this technique was something precious to him and very personal. Not only was it an Uzumaki clan technique, but was one his mother was well known for according to Gigi and Kakashi, and therefore beyond important for him to emissar and use in order to be connected even more to her and his clan. He had been getting a pretty steady stream of memories throughout the day of his clones exploring the ruins of Uzushigakure, and often falling prey to leftover traps and seals as they explored every square inch of his clan's home and legacy. He was determined to get this technique down, and help preserve and carry on the legacy of the Uzumaki clan, and wanted these chains so badly to prove he belonged. The ruins of Yuzushigakure were appealing in a desolate and sad kind of way, as it was easy to see from the remains how the city looked and functioned, and yet the obvious signs of destruction constantly brought back the emptiness of it being gone. There were a few spots among the ruins that his clones felt there might be something else there, but were waiting until all their exploring was done before checking those places in case it triggered more defenses. They did, however, find something that Naruto thought was really cool and couldn't wait to get his real hands on, and that was an old Yuzushigakure Hitai pretty banged up, but definitely a memento he wanted. It was nearing the time he usually turned in for the night, but something was keeping him outside in the clearing, almost a feeling that he needed to be there for something really important. So, he stayed and continued to train and push himself past the point of exhaustion, continually trying to improve on the chains with his steadily diminishing clones. Over the next hour, more and more of his clones popped as they too exhausted their chakra, trying to pour their all into the sealing chains, until the original finally succumbed to his own tiredness and fatigue, and fell asleep right on the forest floor. Naruto woke up in the early dawn to the feel and sound of another person in his clearing approaching his position on the forest floor just next to a large tree. He looked up as the figure approached and had a moment of total confusion, thinking he may still be dreaming at the appealing-looking girl around his age that was wearing a very pretty pink kimono and carrying a small basket tucked under her arm. She shyly lowered her head as Naruto continued to stare at her with an open-mouth look of wonder, which finally made him realize he was probably making her uncomfortable, and quickly scrambled to his feet and shyly smiled back, while nervously running his hand behind his head. "Are you an angel?" Naruto asked almost in a whisper, still not entirely convinced he wasn't dreaming, as he had never seen someone so appealing or prettily dressed before, and it made higher thought difficult. "Hee," came her wonderful tinkling laugh at his completely blunt and honest question. "No, ninja-san. I am Haku. I was just collecting herbs for a sick friend." "Haku," whispered Naruto with a dopey sort of grin, as he continued unashamedly staring at the slightly taller girl with very pretty dark brown hair, not knowing what to say. Need help?" "No, thank you," she responded kindly, giving the blonde a smile that made the dopey grin on his face grow even more. "I must get back soon." "Do you live around here?" asked Naruto, finally finding his voice after learning the appealing girl might be soon leaving. "I am visiting a friend," she replied calmly, not in the least seemingly bothered by the attention. "Can I ask you a question?" "I'm Naruto," he responded in the trailed-off silence, "and of course. You can ask me anything." "Why did you become a ninja?" came her soft voice, seemingly curious about the boy in front of her. "To protect my precious people," answered Naruto honestly, after a short moment of thought. "Then, that is why you are so strong," she continued quietly, but Naruto easily heard her and blushed to the roots of his hair at the genuine compliment from such a pretty girl. "Precious people are worth protecting with everything you have?" "Yeah," grinned Naruto sheepishly, again running his hand in the back of his hair in nervousness, not used to receiving compliments. "Goodbye, Naruto," waved the pretty Haku. "I hope to see you again." "Me too," replied Naruto instantly as he watched the most appealing girl he could ever remember seeing walk out of the clearing. By Haku. It took a few minutes after Haku left for Naruto's brain to reboot and remember where he was, and that he fell asleep outside all night and really needed to check in with Kakashi and review the jumble of memories from the night. Rushing back to Tazuna's house, he was lucky it was just past dawn, and everyone was probably still asleep or just getting up and getting their day started. He waved at Tsunami as he passed through the house and headed upstairs to the room he shared with Sasuke and Kakashi, eager to check in and make sure he wasn't in too much trouble. Luckily, Kakashi wasn't worried in the least, and simply reminded him that he could always use his clones to send messages to his team to let them know where he was, even if it was just to continue training or that he would be late. Naruto thought it somewhat ridiculous for Kakashi of all people to lecture someone on being late to anything, and thought of using one of his sensei's usual excuses but didn't want to press his luck. He promised to do better, before asking what the plan for today was, excited that maybe they were going to enact his plan to get rid of Gato and pay off Zabuza. Kakashi then told Naruto and Sasuke, who was just getting up, that they were going to scout out Gato's later this afternoon after Tazuna's workday, and hopefully end the largest threat to their mission tonight. He then left to get Sakura up and make sure she was also aware of their day's plan while the boys finished getting ready for breakfast. During breakfast, Kakashi told his team they would not be practicing too hard today, as they would need to be on top of their game this evening when they went forward with their plan. Since they were planning to go after Gato later that day, Kakashi had the whole team on bridge guarding duty after making sure that Naruto's clones had the house and surrounding areas covered until they were ready to go. Naruto was relatively quiet most of the morning as he went through the countless memories of his thousands of clones that had expired over the night, most having just exhausted themselves continuing sealing chain training. There were also several memories of his clones that were still exploring the ruins of Uzushiogakure, having actually found a small repository of scrolls deep underground beneath a crumpled old structure. They were only able to reach the underground labyrinth after several transformations into small animals that were able to navigate the small gaps in the destroyed structure until they reached a small half-collapsed cavern deep underground. Inside they found an underground room which had been over half destroyed by the debris collapsing over it, but were able to rescue 14 separate scrolls from the seemingly old library. They hadn't found much of anything else that wasn't ravaged from weather or time, and were planning to move on and explore the surrounding areas as long as they had the chakra to continue on. Of the almost 24 clones that were still going, a group of 6 split off from the rest, with the recovered scrolls, to begin the trip back to the original to bring their amazing find. After having lost so many hundreds of clones just getting past the whirlpools that gave this region their name, the Naruto clones were pretty confident that they could navigate their way back and forth relatively safely now. They knew how important anything they could recover from Uzushiogakure would be considered priceless to the original, and therefore were extra vigilant to keep the scrolls safe and watch each other's backs the whole way. Naruto also learned from his clones infiltrating Gato's thugs that the businessman was visiting Zabuza's base today and had requested his 2 favorite mercenaries, Sien and Distend, to accompany him. While he was going to be gone, the Naruto clones were hoping to make a better internal assessment of defenses and where the business kept all his important financial documents and money to help with tonight's possible infiltration. They had not raised many eyebrows at all, as the many mercenaries pretty much stayed in smaller groups with those they knew previously, and Naruto's 2 were luckily not well liked by the others. The day at the bridge was pretty normal and boring for the 3 genin of Team 7, who were all looking forward to tonight's possible mission for different reasons, but Naruto at least was able to spawn another couple batches of clones. He had been losing a lot more clones than usual as he pushed many of them to continue training on the sealing chains, and the trip to Uzushiogakure didn't help much either. He still had more than 1,000 clones running all over the island keeping watch on Tazuna's house, the bridge, Gato headquarters, and Zabuza's base, so most of those he summoned were sent to continue training his chakra control, taijutsu, and sealing chains. When Tazuna's workday was done, the genin were visibly excited to get into the mission they were hoping was going to take place, eager for action in Sasuke and Naruto's cases and eager for the largest threat to be taken care of for Sakura. Kakashi was almost back to full strength, and not looking forward to another fight with Zabuza and his accomplice, not knowing if his young genin team was really ready for a fight at that level yet, even if he was extraordinarily proud of the progress made by Naruto. After getting Tazuna home, Kakashi ordered Naruto to make sure his clones had the house covered, as he ordered them all to get ready for an assassination mission, not thinking his genin were really ready for it. Within minutes, they were all gathered and ready to head out, going to use the approaching evening dusk to cover them getting into position and doing a final scout out of the area to make sure they had everything covered. For the next hour, they all got in place, met up with Naruto's clones, who had been watching Gato, and got all the information they could on defenses and numbers of mercenaries inside the large compound. Kakashi asked his genin if they would rather take on Gato or the mercenary barracks, as they would need to eliminate the entire group to ensure word didn't get out about their involvement, and so nobody stepped in after they left to take over Gato's company. Naruto, who through his mercenary clones had heard too many horror stories of the atrocities most of these men committed and had no problem committing again, offered to take them, as they would at least be fighting against him. Gato was a complete non-combatant, and would be harder to convince himself to just outright kill him, as he was practically defenseless against real shinobi. He knew what some of the things he was going to be asked to do as a ninja of the leaf, and knew it wasn't all about saving princesses, but he still wasn't really comfortable or ready to kill someone in cold blood. Attacking the mercenaries would be different. They would be armed and most likely fighting back, and he could at least justify killing them in battle somewhat. With a nod from Kakashi, who had been looking at his genin, judging their readiness, the three genin all gave a deep breath, knowing what was coming. Kakashi laid out the plan, of them all sneaking in, with a shadow clone of his own going after Gato, as it was more important he stayed near enough to protect his genin for what was sure to be a difficult mental task for them. Naruto's mercenary clones had given them all the information they needed, and were also in on the plan to go after the other mercenaries, and were waiting for the arrival of Team 7 to begin. When Team 7 bypassed the outer gates and meager defenses of Gato's compound by eliminating the very few guards, they made quick work sneaking in uncontested to reach the mercenary barracks without any incidents. Once they arrived, Sasuke barely waited for Naruto and Sakura to get in position before storming in the main entrance, in what was supposed to be a three-pronged coordinated attack. Instead, Sasuke going a bit early caused most of the mercenaries to instantly turn and focus on him, allowing both Naruto and Sakura to enter the rear entrance without many people paying much attention as they had all turned towards their teammate. Sasuke thankfully didn't open with a fireball as was his normal inclination, as inside of the barracks, it would have caused major confusion, and instead charged in with shuriken throwing in every direction. Naruto and Sakura started picking off those in the back of the room easily, as many had yet to turn and even see their entry, still focused mostly on Sasuke. Shuriken were flying as it was an easier way for younger ninja to get acclimated to killing without having to be very up close and personal, or get BLD on themselves or into the middle of chaos where they were less protected. Kakashi recommended this, as it had the least chance of having either of his rookie genin freeze up when they were too close to their first kills, and was working well as within the first 2 minutes at least 20 of the 50 mercenaries were lying on the floor bleeding out or dead. After that initial charge where they caught several of the mercenaries off guard, the large barracks had devolved into utter chaos as several of the remaining mercenaries now knew they were surrounded and backed into a corner and fighting for their very lives. On the positive for the genin, Naruto's two clones sowed even more chaos and discord as they pulled out swords in the middle of the still large group of mercenaries, and began hacking away at the nearest thugs. Their suching of sides was just the distraction they needed, as another round of shuriken eliminated another 10, leaving just about 24 more still fighting for their lives. Sasuke had pulled out a small tanto and had engaged those few directly in front of him, while Naruto had done the same, having run out of shuriken, and not wanting to get too destructive and risk hurting a teammate. Sakura was keeping back near the door, occasionally throwing out shuriken, and luckily taking out a few of the mercenaries as Naruto and Sasuke did the same from up close and personal. Kakashi was pleased with their planning and execution of the mission, knowing this was always a hard step for rookie genin, and pleased his kids didn't completely freeze up on him. It was a close call for Naruto. After a particularly quick block, he retaliated as his katas told him, and wasn't really prepared for removing the head of the nearby mercenary and getting partially soaked in the spray of the man's BLD, causing him to only momentarily freeze. A warning from Sakura, who was primarily staying back, reminded him that now wasn't the time for a breakdown, and he quickly stamped down on any discomfort he had and continued with the task at hand. He knew that he couldn't let his teammates down, as they needed him to pull his weight, and so continued with his sword swings, trying not to look too closely at those he knew he killed. Within another 2 minutes, they were dispatching the last of the mercenaries, and Kakashi was going through the fallen and making sure they were all dead before moving on to the next one. Chapter 8: The return to Konoha. The next day when he woke up in the room at Tazuna's house that he shared with Kakashi and Sasuke, Naruto stayed in bed for some time going over the memories of his clones from the long night before. Glad for the talk he had with Kakashi that helped settle his worrying mind over the lives he had taken the day before, and filled with a different type of purpose he never had before. He wanted to help and be with Haku, something about her beauty and kindness that drew him in, and he continued to think of the plan his clone implanted in his mind after leaving Zabuza's base and dispelling. Knowing that he could and would never go missing Nin as he loved Konoha, Kakashi, Gigi, his teammates, his classmates, Irika, and the Ichirakus too much to ever abandon them, he instead thought about other possible ways to help and get more time with Haku. His clone's plan to create a BLD clone to send with the missing Nin pair was seemingly a good one, but he was unsure how truly versatile the BLD clone could be. Could it behave just like him in every sense? Could it train and grow stronger, age, survive long-term away from him, have genuine feelings, and was it fair to Haku to only get a cloned version of him? As he thought about all these things and wrestled with what he wanted to do, he was called by Kakashi to come and join everyone for breakfast, as he had let the blonde sleep in long enough after the late night. Breakfast that morning was a lively affair, as Kakashi had already filled in Tazuna, Tsunami, and a stunned Inari that they had successfully killed Gato last night, and bought off the missing Nin that was contracted to kill the bridge builder. With the threat to him gone, they would stay on through the completion of the bridge, and would be helping them out even further by redistributing some of the wealth they confiscated from the short businessman that had been crippling the economy of Wave for too long. Tazuna was practically in tears as he was told everything, and realized truly how much this small team of ninja had done not only for him and his family, but for all the people of Wave, and was beyond grateful. Tsunami too was beyond relieved that the threat to her father and village was over and done with, just like that, and couldn't be happier or prouder of the group of ninjas that arrived from Konoha. Inari was simply confused, and couldn't believe how anybody could stand up to and even defeat Gato, let alone a group of kids not much older than him, and made him decide that it was time to stop whining and start standing up for himself and others. Sakura was also very relieved to have finished with the mission, and also still terrified to close her eyes, as she spent most of the long and uncomfortable night tossing and turning over her role in the death of several of Gato's mercenaries. She just wasn't completely ready to deal with the realities of being a ninja, and not for the first time, wondered what exactly she was doing and if she really wanted to do this the rest of her probably short life. Even being on a team with her crush, Sasuke, couldn't completely convince her that it was worth it all the time, as being teammates hadn't really seemed to bring any of them all that much closer together. Although, she would agree that her opinion of Naruto really had changed and had even grown fond of the loud and brash blonde, though he rarely acted like that when they were spending time together on missions. She had seen him grow into a strong ninja, surprisingly as good as Sasuke in most ways, though she would never say he was actually better than the greatest man in the world in her eyes. She just wasn't sure what to think about her own ninja career, but could at least feel relieved that the immediate threat was past and she would have some time to reflect on what she wanted. Sasuke was somewhat upset that they weren't going to be fighting strong ninjas, even though he was really pleased to get the chance at some real fighting experience in killing many of Gato's thugs. He was hoping to be challenged and prove his superiority over others, and show himself that he was well on his way to avenging his clan and going after his traitorish brother. He was also thinking about the other day and fighting the large amount of Naruto clones, and how helpful that was to be able to completely cut loose with no worries of injuring his opponent, and wondered if he would be able to convince the blonde to do it again. Naruto finally decided during breakfast that he was at least going to try and create a BLD clone that he would send off with Zabuza and Haku, after trying to meet with them later this morning for that promised spar with Haku. He was hoping to run his idea by Kakashi, but was concerned the Jounin would order him not to do it, and he thought it might be better to ask for forgiveness than permission in this case. He did realize, though, that if he sent a clone with the missing Nin, he would have to completely separate that clone from anything that attached it to Konoha or himself, and would therefore need a new identity. His pranks over the years had at least taught him quite a bit about ways to color your hair on a more lasting scale, and he decided that would be the first step. If he was traveling with Zabuza, he could always ask if he could dress like him. The bandages on the lower half of the face would easily cover his well-known whisker marks and better conceal his identity, though he would probably feel weird not wearing a shirt. Otherwise, he was pretty happy with his plan, as it would give him a way to spend more time with Haku, and possibly even learn more and spread out his clone's influences on the wider shinobi world. When Kakashi told them all they had the day to themselves, and that he would be watching the bridge and joining Tazuna during work that day, the genin were all quite excited to have the day to themselves, as they all had things on their minds. Sakura quickly retreated to her room with the promise of reading over the medical scrolls Kakashi gave her, and Sasuke claimed he was heading out to train, leaving Naruto to do his own thing as well. He told his team he too would be out training, but would leave his watch clones guarding the house just in case, and even promised to send Sasuke another group of clones for him to fight as he prepared to go visit Haku and Zabuza for that promised spar. Naruto quickly made his way to Zabuza's and Haku's cave, where he was soon showing off his clone-making capabilities, and causing the two missing Nin's jaws to drop at the large amount of clones and the staggering amount of chakra it took. Naruto then sent a good 300 clones to Sasuke's training ground, and had the rest remain for the spar with Haku, who was suddenly looking much less sure of herself as she saw the area they were in filled to the brim with blonde-haired and blue-eyed Naruto clones. The spar started with taijutsu, and while Haku definitely had the speed and skill advantage, the simply staggering amounts of clones made up for and protected the blonde from any damaging hits, and was wearing down Haku much faster than the blonde. Within a few minutes, Haku realized she wouldn't be able to stand toe-to-toe with Naruto clones forever simply using taijutsu, and quickly decided to switch to her ice sunban to help clear out some of the nearest clones and then used her one-handed seals to call forth her ice mirrors. She was then able to jump from mirror to mirror even faster than her usual speed, which was quickly overwhelming Naruto, and the maybe 24 clones that got trapped inside the dome of mirrors with him. Those outside tried testing attacks on the mirrors unsuccessfully, but didn't want to resort to any of the more destructive techniques in case they injured either Haku or the original Naruto inside. Inside the dome mirrors, Naruto quickly found himself without any of his clones, as Haku's ability to throw a seemingly unlimited supply of sunban at speeds he and his clones couldn't keep up with was beyond anything he had faced yet. He had several sunban in his arms and legs before more than a minute inside the dome, and even sending several waves of shuriken multiplied by the shadow clone variant didn't penetrate the mirrors or stop Haku's assault. On the next wave of sunban, Naruto used a futon, great breakthrough to scatter the sunban away from him and into the mirrors, though they did not stop Haku, who only sent out another wave. A futon, Cyclone finally managed to prevent the ice sunban from penetrating Naruto's defenses through more than one wave, and he was able to keep a hold of the technique now for a little over a minute usually. He used the slight break from the wind cyclone protecting him to spawn a dozen kamikaze clones, who all leapt at the mirrors just as the cyclone was dying down. He followed that up with several shurikens that he multiplied and charged a futon, great breakthrough behind them to increase their speed and power and feed the flames of the exploding clones. Finally managing to break 3 of the mirrors, the dome was quickly flooded with the outside waiting clones, and Haku was forced to end her technique and yield to Naruto as she was almost out of chakra. Naruto was really proud of his accomplishment, but also very encouraging to Haku, who he regaled with the details of the fight again, often complimenting and congratulating her. Zabuza was pretty impressed with both of them, having seen Haku's ice mirrors before and knew how difficult they were to destroy or damage. The blonde kid thought well on his feet and had a good mix of techniques that would serve him well in any fight. Afterwards, Naruto talked to the missing Nin pair about his idea to create a BLD clone that could travel with him if they were agreeable, and he went home around lunchtime to prepare as they were going to move on in the next day or so. Lunch at Tazuna's house without Kakashi or Tazuna was a pretty quiet affair, and Naruto mostly talked with Tsunami a bit, and also encountered both of his teammates who seemed to be happier. Sasuke was pleased from his morning workout and training, finding that fighting the many Naruto clones was one of the better training methods he had done, and Sakura seemed to have settled down a bit, having spent some time talking with a Kakashi clone about her experiences the day before. That afternoon, alone in his training ground, Naruto created his 6th BLD clone, filling him with the most chakra he ever had, as he would become a front-line fighter as well, as opposed to the others who mainly worked in safe support roles. He was absolutely knackered by the time he finished, and as he headed back to Tazuna's for dinner, he had the clone cutting and dyeing his hair to complete the change into someone not recognizable to those who knew him. He had other clones putting together a small travel bag with unmarked spare outfits, his good tent and sleeping bag, spare weapons and training gear, and more storage scrolls than were probably necessary but would most likely come in very handy. After dinner, he told Kakashi that he was going to say goodbye to Haku and Zabuza, as they were planning to leave the next day, and got a wide smile and ruffling of his hair from the perverted Cyclops for having such good taste at his age. He met up with the now short red-haired BLD clone who he was planning to name Azura, and the pair did a few quick tests to make sure the BLD clone could handle getting stabbed in the leg, hit with a chakra technique, and handle some taijutsu abuse before they made their way to Zabuza's base for the final time. Introducing his BLD clone to the two missing nin was met with some skepticism and shock, as they asked about Azura's capabilities and limitations, but were satisfied in the end that he would at least prove to be a competent and helpful team member. That Azura could produce almost 1,000 shadow clones every few hours, and other than not having a soul was pretty much just another version of the real Naruto, blew them both away. He also explained that he would still be connected to Azura, and would be able to learn what he learned and hopefully vice versa. His only concern was whether the BLD clone would grow older and develop more physically, but figured they could always combat that with his transformation technique and maintain his disguise as a complete unknown. He showed them Azura's travel pack and the access of storage scrolls, reminding them that his BLD clone was a beginning Fuinjutsu user as well, so their storage problems should be in the past and his knowledge and skill in that area would only be getting better. Zabuza was plenty pleased with everything, and gave Azura his blessing to join them before leading him into their base and getting his help storing all their supplies away for ease of travel. That left Haku and Naruto a few minutes to say their goodbyes, which was pretty awkward for the two shy teens when it came to relationships. "Stay safe, Haku," spoke Naruto softly, "I'll really miss you." "Bye, Naruto," whispered Haku back as they slowly gravitated towards one another even closer, "and thank you for everything." Haku then leaned forward and placed a small kiss on Naruto's surprised lips, which he was beyond happy about, and quickly returned the favor by placing one on her lips as she backed away with a large blush after her bold move. They then both stood there smiling dopey grins at one another for several moments, neither knowing what to do or wanting the moment to end. Soon they were joined back outside the cave by Zabuza and Azura, and Naruto gave them all heartfelt nods and wished them all good luck, and promised to stay safe and look out for one another. Then they were gone, the three heading northeast towards the coast as they were leaving Wave for some of the other nearby small islands where they had a few other bases of operation. Naruto watched them go with a sad yet determined eye, knowing he would see them all again, and hoping his clone survived and thrived with the amazing pair and would get the chance to see even more of the world. The slow walk back to Tazuna's house was spent in reflection over the last few days, and thoughts about what direction he wanted to take his continued training were constantly running through his head until he was back with his team and settling down for the night. Over the next few days, the people of Wave began celebrations in town and at the still uncompleted bridge, as they learned of Gato's death and the end of his hold over the small island country. Tazuna was treated as the star of the moment, as most in the village now looked to the only person who had really been opposing Gato as their de facto leader in the absence of anyone else. That he was responsible for bringing about Gato's defeat, was providing the bridge lifeline to the mainland, and showed up with small monetary gifts for everyone in Wave, made him a shoe-in to become its political and social leader. The removal of Gato and his hired thugs also allowed the original bridge workers to return to the job site and help speed up construction on the almost completed bridge, and would hasten the completion of this mission, which all the Konoha people were very happy for. It had been a real eye-opening mission for the genin, who were all excited and eager to return to the comforts or familiarity of home, but pleased that it worked out as well as it did after the shaky start. Naruto had even received some news about Azura, who arrived with Haku and Zabuza at their next base, and were currently trying to get his training up to their standards of speed and strength to increase their mobility. For almost 10 days, the genin watched as the bridge was finally completed, while the entire time the people of Wave celebrated and came out to help one another recover from the long ordeal under Gato's control. They spent a lot of their free time training separately, and a few times even training together under Kakashi, but mostly worked on their own things. Sasuke was very pleased, as every time he went out to train, Naruto would send along several hundred clones for him to tear through and fight until his heart was content, and returned back to Tazuna's every night pleased that he was making progress. Naruto was actually starting to enjoy that extra training, as he had picked up several fire techniques from his Uchiha teammate, and even though he would never be able to perform them to Sasuke's level with his wind boosts, he could really cause some serious damage. The biggest benefit though was in his taijutsu training, as the hundreds of clones that he kept sending to Sasuke usually always had a heavy taijutsu fighting component, and his blended Hariken style was coming along really well. Sasuke could tell that the fights with the clones were continually getting harder and harder, but he saw that as a challenge to continually improve himself and was pushing the boundaries of what he thought he was capable of almost every day now and really seeing the benefits. Naruto had even started helping Sakura a little too, though the training she wanted to do was mostly medical, which required the real Naruto as the only one who could bleed and take physical damage without too much long-term suffering, and she could then work on healing. She was actually coming along pretty well, and the medical role suited her as she could show off her strong intellect and incredible chakra control, which helped boost her overall confidence. Overall, Kakashi was quite pleased that the downtime on their mission, without their usual distractions or separate lives to live, his kids were really starting to come together as a team and grow. They still had a long way to go, and each of them had holes or things they really needed to keep working on, but overall he was pleased with the progress they were making. He knew he needed to continue training his team in team fighting and strategies, but was pleased for now that all three of them seemed to be trying to improve individually and at least was starting to respect one another's talents, as that was a big step for them. He was a little nervous about Naruto, who had been much quieter since Haku and Zabuza left, but chalked it up to him missing the pretty kunoichi that he had somehow bonded with in the short amount of time he knew her. Naruto was in fact missing Haku some, but most of his quiet was simply from the amount of information his now tens of thousands of clones were sending him all the time. Clones in Konoha had not slowed down much since he left, using the time with their boss away to study more and refine their chakra control, continue with their growing businesses on the civilian side, and slowly put together dossiers on all the members of the civilian council as the Hokage had asked of him. He still had thousands of clones running around Wave and training in various things. Azura was also creating clones regularly to train with Zabuza and Haku, and the staggering amount of information that was almost constantly coming into the original took time to process. Luckily, he had discovered a way to compartmentalize new information from popping in at inopportune times while fighting or training, but in his spare time had to make an effort to clear that backlog of data he was constantly getting. So far from what he could tell, the Hokage was very pleased with his new secretary Naru, and the clone pins were working well and doing the job they had been intended for. Already, they had saved the lives of 2 Chunin teams that had run into trouble near the border with Rice Country, where reinforcements could be sent in time to help extract them from further trouble. With all the influx of information coming in, Naruto was learning more than he ever thought possible, and was constantly having to make decisions for the rest of his clones when something came up that they felt unable to handle or how to handle it. Likewise, he was becoming much more accustomed to taking in facts and giving out orders than he had at any point in his life to date, and it was slowly changing how he saw being a ninja. With his clones, he really could become an amazing spy MSTR and information network all by himself, and could really help impact the role Konoha had in many areas because of it. He was even working on a way to tap into the clone pins when the people wearing them were training, practicing new techniques, or fighting others, hoping to expand on his arsenal of techniques and discover little things that others did that proved more successful or helpful in his shinobi development. He was still working on finding and isolating individual clone pins to listen in on what was happening around them, but felt confident that he would be able to pull it off soon. Once he did, he was planning to get another BLD clone to dedicate their full attention to listening in and learning from these many sources to help with the processing of more information, as he felt he was close to the maximum he could handle. He talked with Kakashi a bit about the shadow clone technique, and if he had ever experimented with it in any way, as he felt he was taking the technique past its intended use and was hoping for any hints to help understand things better. Kakashi simply gave him his one-eyed smile and ruffled his hair, saying that nobody he knew had taken that technique as far as Naruto, and that he was probably already the foremost expert on anything shadow clone related. He recommended asking the Hokage, and maybe getting a chance to see if the second Hokage had left any more details or notes on the technique, but was most likely going to have to discover and experiment on his own. A few days later of pretty much constant training on Naruto's and Sasuke's part also brought about something neither of them expected, but was a great boon to one of them. Naruto's daily sending of clones to Sasuke had started to really push the dark-haired Uchiha to continue improving to stay ahead of the many clones, who despite needing only one good hit to dispel, were becoming much harder to defeat. On that day, Sasuke had gotten overwhelmed by the increased skill of taijutsu, and when he resorted to ninjutsu, quickly found why wind trumps fire in the elemental scale, as all his most powerful attacks were instantly turned back on him even hotter. It was during one such exchange that Sasuke had to resort to almost completely defensive measures and knew he was stuck with no way to avoid a redoubled fire attack pushed back in his face that time seemed to slow down for him. It slowed enough for him to just escape the backlash, and for the next several moments was experiencing the fight in seeming slow motion, allowing him to turn the tables on the many Naruto clones that had tried to capitalize on their seemingly successful assault. It was as he was tearing through clones with almost ease, seeming to know exactly where each one was and was going to do, that a clone right in his face had wide eyes and whispered the word he had been hoping to hear for years, Sharingan. Sasuke immediately stopped the fight, wondering if his dream of awakening his clan's famous dojutsu had finally come true, and asked the Naruto clones what they were seeing in his eyes. After they described the red color and unusual black mark in each eye, he rushed off to a nearby water source and looked intently at his reflection, a large smile soon adorning his face. He had done it. He awoke his Sharingan eyes, and in that moment all the training he had been doing, and all the dreams he had, suddenly became worth it and achievable in his mind. Naruto of course teased him about the eyes, saying that he was pretty enough now that his fan club would stop at nothing to get at him, but even the loud blonde or mentioning his fan club couldn't upset him at that moment. He continued to stare at his newly awakened eyes in wonder and awe before he realized why they finally evolved. He was challenged beyond his capabilities by his dead last teammate. From that point on, he made it his goal to get Naruto to continue to provide clones for him to fight, and finally acknowledged that his dead last teammate was in fact pretty okay. By the day the bridge was completed, and Tazuna and Wave were throwing a large celebratory party commemorating the event, Naruto was ready to return home and work on a slight restructuring of his clone's chain of command. He was glad for Tazuna and the people of Wave, and graciously accepted their praise when given, but was also eager to get back to Konoha and have some ramen and return to more normality. During the bridge's dedication, he and his team were again thanked publicly, and somewhat shocked and pleased when the new bridge was named the Great Konoha Wave Bridge. At the dedication ceremony, Tazuna was also unanimously named the new mayor of Wave, and gave Kakashi a long letter for the Hokage to open up trade with their home village with very beneficial rates for those that saved his island. Kakashi thanked Tazuna, who signed their mission scroll happily, as the people of Wave cheered while the Konoha ninja walked the bridge and left back to their village, their first C rank complete. Once clear from the bridge, the ninja took to the trees and set a comfortably fast pace back towards their home, all eager to return except for Kakashi, who wasn't looking forward to having to explain everything that happened. Chapter End. Chapter 9. Wait. You did what? Seeing the gates of Konoha after being gone for over 3 weeks had all 3 genins smiling somewhat in relief, and had their jounin leader grumbling about what he knew was going to be an unpleasant interrogation from their village leader. That they were all now home was the important thing to remember, and the genin at least were happy with the outcome of their first C-rank mission and the first time either of them really left the village of their Bart. Kakashi had them stop at the gate and check in, and then told them they would need to deliver a report of their mission directly to the Hokage, as so many important things happened that he would need to know about before they could be sent home to rest. Luckily, they were ushered directly in to see the third Hokage, not having to wait at all when they reached the central tower, Naruto waving to a smiling Naru as the secretary opened the door for them to enter Sarutobi Hiruzen's office. Sasuke and Sakura were both visibly nervous after being led into the somewhat intimidating office of their village leader, not having many or any experiences being there previously, while Naruto smiled wide at seeing his surrogate grandfather, but remained respectful as they were in a group setting. Kakashi was ramrod straight as he came to a stop next to and just a bit in front of his genin team, and the raising of the Kage's eyebrows was the only indication that something was up with the usually very relaxed and borderline disrespectful jounin. Team 7 reporting a successfully completed C-rank mission, spoke Kakashi plainly to the elderly leader of Konoha. And were there any complications that needed to be reported directly to me? Asked a curious Sarutobi, as he watched the unusual behavior of one of his best jounin, and wondered why they came to debrief him directly on the mission. Several, drawled Kakashi, knowing there was no easy way to sugarcoat everything that happened, and figured he should just say it all quickly. We encountered 4 missing nin, 2 of whom we eliminated on the way to Wave. The other 2 we engaged and forced to flee. Kakashi had to quickly trail off what he was going to continue saying, as the gathered shinobi all felt the increase in killing intent that quickly filled the office, forcing them all to try and get impossibly straighter as the elderly Kage glared at them all, but mostly the silver-haired Jounin. It was an intense, but thankfully short stare down as Kakashi instantly deferred to his leader and the Hokage could clearly see his intent was affecting the younger genin. While he pulled back the killing intent, this stare did not lessen at all, causing all 4 ninja present to squirm a bit under it. Explain slowly, began the elderly Hokage, who you encountered, when, and how those outcomes came about, what decisions you made, and why you didn't use the newly created contact pins to alert us of the change in mission status. Yes, sir, replied Kakashi, deciding to just state the facts and hope he was still alive when his Hokage was done with him. We encountered the Demon Brothers, former Chunin of the Mist, laying an ambush for our client on the way to Wave. We engaged and killed one in action, and the other after an interrogation of their purpose for attacking us. On continuing to Wave, we encountered and fought Zabuza Momochi, former member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. Wait, spoke the Hokage in a low register of voice, you did what? I engaged Zabuza Momochi, spoke Kakashi slowly and deliberately, and was assisted by my genin team in defeating him. But he had a hidden accomplice dressed as a Kiri Hunter nin who came and rescued him out from under us. I expect your written report will have more of the details to that fight, and any help your genin provided in fighting an A-rank missing nin, came the low and somehow more powerful voice of the Hokage, who seemed to barely be keeping the lid on his emotions at what he was hearing. It will, sir, spoke Kakashi nervously, before the Hokage nodded for him to continue. We continued to the bridge builder's house, set up a perimeter and watch rotation, and protected him as he returned to work. I gave Naruto permission to use his clones to scout out the surrounding area, and over the next several days continued to train my team as we feared the Hunter nin was working with Zabuza as he didn't kill him on sight, but used Sunbon to put him in a death-like state. At what point, interrupted Sarutobi, did you decide to not call in on the new communication devices we provided to alert us of the upgrade to your mission details? I forgot, came Kakashi's nervous reply, knowing he had no excuse, other than he thought he would be able to handle anything thrown at them. Hummed the Hokage with narrowed eyes at his silver-haired Jounin. Continue. Yes, well, started Kakashi, remembering where he left off. Naruto's clones were able to locate Zabuza's base and the headquarters of Gato, the shipping magnate who had been crippling and extorting the people of Wave for over a year, and who hired the missing nin to eliminate our client. Gato of Gato Shipping, interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd wealthiest man in the shinobi nations. Yes, sir, answered Kakashi succinctly. He had over 50 hired mercenaries he was using to police and control the island, who were no more than thuggish bandits running wild. The economy was shot, the people were suffering, and I decided to eliminate the larger threat to our mission and pay off the missing nins to abandon their hit on our client. Please tell me you and 3 rookie genin did not assassinate Gato, one of the wealthiest and most connected people in our world. And his band of mercenaries, came the grumbled response from the Hokage. Okay, drawled Kakashi, knowing he was already in trouble and just decided to start revealing the good news in hopes of saving his skin. We recovered all the financial records of Gato Shipping, several crates of illegal drags, blackmail material on 3 daimyos and 2 kages, multiple land deeds, shares in several businesses, and over 200 million ryo. Wait, interrupted the Hokage again. You did what? And killed Gato and his thugs, murmured Kakashi into the silence after the Hokage's outburst. There were several long minutes of complete silence as Sarutobi Hiruzen digested everything that Kakashi just dropped on him, while the 4 shinobi all stood impossibly still. Thankfully, his killing intent never resurfaced, but the silence and the stares he was giving Kakashi mainly, but the other 3 as well, was nothing to scoff at. Naruto was the only one who knew the old Kage well enough to know that he loved to make people sweat in his presence when they did something he didn't like or know about beforehand, in the hope they would confess to even more in the growing uncomfortable silence. Anything else I need to know that happened? came the eventual low voice of the Hokage, whose glare hadn't let up at all. "I met a girl," spoke Naruto with a timid smile while nervously rubbing the back of his head with his hand. Sakura learned the healing palm jutsu, and Sasuke awoke his Sharingan. The sound of a head falling and banging into a desk was not the reaction any of the genin or jounin were expecting, but the answer, and Dielvoi was just so Naruto that even Sakura didn't yell at him for it. They were all still nervously looking at the venerable Hokage with his head resting now on his desk, and wondered what that meant for the amount of trouble they were all still in. Luckily, the silence didn't stretch too long, and the Hokage lifted his head to give the three genin small smiles. "Congratulations, you three," spoke Hiruzen sincerely. "Those are very nice accomplishments, and I thank you for going well above and beyond the mission to come back to us safely. You will all be paid for an A-rank mission, and it will also appear on your records. Again, congratulations." "Thank you, Hokage-sama," came Sakura's surprised reply, while Sasuke just nodded. "Thanks, Gigi," replied Naruto with a wide smile, happy for his accomplishment and that he wasn't going to get into too much trouble. "And don't be too HRD on Kakashi, he was awesome." "Thank you, Naruto," replied the Hokage with a fond look at the blonde that had his two teammates look at him in shock that he could talk to the Hokage like that and not get in trouble, and wondered just what kind of relationship the two had and why. "Now, why don't you three head home while I talk with your sensei? You will have a mandatory 2 weeks off to recover from your A-rank mission." Kakashi watched his students leave the Hokage's office with pride that they had come so far, and seemed to be actually getting along now before turning back to the staring Hokage and gulping. He knew that he was going to be in some trouble, but still held out hope that all the gifts he was returning with would help offset some of the worst of it. He figured he should start pulling that information and money out and presented the Hokage with several full storage scrolls of various things, the blackmail they now had on the Lightning Daimyo and Kage being the first he wanted to show off in order to help lessen his punishment. Over the next hour, Kakashi and the Hokage went through all the documentation he recovered, the slaves and drags sold to Lightning Country among the most eye-opening. The loans and business arrangements with Kiri were also very problematic, as were the few bloodline slaves captured and sold to none other than Orochimaru. The various business interests throughout water, lightning, hot springs, tea, noodle, frost, and even in Fire Country were eye-opening in the amount and wealth accumulated from those companies, and went a long way to justifying Kakashi's actions. The staggering sum of money and land deeds were also a large point in the silver-haired Jounin's favor, and as the meeting went on, the Hokage lost a lot of his anger at Kakashi's actions as he realized how much this action may have actually helped them. That he put his young genin at risk, especially Naruto, was still a bit of a sticking point though, and he was told in no uncertain terms that he better learn real quick how to ask for help when he got in over his head. He then filled Kakashi in on the status of Naruto's clone pins, and how they had already saved 2 Chunin teams near the border with Rice Country, and the growing activity on that border that signified something was coming. Naruto was completely unaware of the continued discussion between his Gigi and sensei, and when he was given leave from the Hokage's office, ran directly to Ichiraku's ramen stand and thankfully ordered his special batch of miso ramen. While he waited for his food, and then through eating more than any single customer ever had, he regaled Ayam and Tucci all about his most recent mission, leaving out many of the sensitive bits and talking more about the people he met. The daughter and her father were both really happy to have Naruto back in the village safe, and excited for him that he was finally living out his life as a ninja that he always wanted and dreamed about. Naruto stayed at his favorite ramen stand for over 2 hours, and actually ended up ordering a few extra bowls after finishing off his entire special batch and still wanting more of his favorite food that he had missed so much. By the time he left, the sky was just starting to darken as evening approached, and Naruto headed to the facility to spawn a large amount of clones and get in a little workout before he went back to his apartment. He primarily kept to taijutsu for the start, and really enjoyed the time going against his clones, who knew quite a bit about everything he wanted to do, which only made the spar more difficult and rewarding. The real challenge was also in his inability to use his clones as his helpers, and instead was experiencing fighting himself from the other side, where waves of coordinated clones attacked strategically and forced him to remain almost entirely on the defensive. It was a good exercise to work on fighting without the aid of clones, as it really hammered home any mistakes he had in his forms, as he couldn't hide them behind the numbers of clones he usually did. The practice eventually evolved into sword training as well, and here he fared much better as he hadn't really incorporated sword fighting into his massive clone collaborative style like he had with taijutsu. After sword fighting, he moved on to ninjutsu, where again he was entirely on the defensive as he simply couldn't keep up with that many clones that could all throw out the same techniques, and even stronger ones when they worked together. It showed him how offensive all his elemental techniques were, and he made a mental note to start working on a few more defensive options to at least have in his arsenal. Aside from the futon, cyclone technique he used against Haku, he didn't have much that stopped incoming attacks if he couldn't just blow them off course with overpowered wind techniques, and knew he needed to have something else. When he was beyond sweaty and exhausted, it was much too late to go back to Ichiraku's, so he returned to his apartment building and had to take a moment to stop and really look at it, as it had gone through some serious renovations. His construction work with Tezuna's crew on the bridge apparently was a great learning experience for his construction clones, as they were able to completely renovate and upgrade his old apartment building until he almost didn't recognize it. The first floor entrance was still largely unchanged, just reinforced and repainted so his only tenant wasn't too aware of all the other changes that were made, but once past that part, the remaining 5 floors were all newly done and organized for various purposes. The second floor had been converted into a large office space, with a clone-manned reception area, and offices that were each in charge of one of his many new civilian businesses to give them each their own space to operate from. The third floor had been converted into a large open workshop space that had several of the civilian products being made that he used in his various civilian businesses, as it was much better to separate them from the more destructive ninja things he was doing in the underground facility. The fourth floor was primarily a warehouse for storage of extra supplies and products for the various businesses, as his clones were creating large amounts of inventory up front in case they ever needed to be pulled away for something else and didn't have time to keep up with demand. The fifth and topmost floor had been completely converted into one enormously large apartment complete with a large kitchen, living area, and bedroom that had Naruto very pleased. His favorite part of his newly expanded apartment though was the private study that also acted as the first line of defense for his very own large clan library. His clones had slowly been filling it with copies of every technique and book they knew, and would eventually house all those techniques recovered from Uzushiogakure and anything else he would add to it over his career. His new clan library was the beginning of the legacy he hoped to build in Konoha, with all the treasures from Uzushiogakure and anything he knew that he would want his family to learn and keep safe for the future. After handing off the original scrolls he found in Uzushiogakure and waved to his library clones to make copies and store, and putting his now prized Uzushiogakure Hitayate in a place of honor on his desk, he went to the kitchen for a late-night snack. After his snack, he spawned another large batch of clones to send to the facility and fill in the gaps he created from his earlier spars and practice, and went to sleep. Early the following morning, after going over countless clone memories, Naruto was awake and making his way to Training Ground 9 to see if Might Guy and Rock Lee were back from their mission and doing their usual morning training regiment. He arrived a few minutes early, as with those two, you never knew if they were going to just get started without you, and found the look-alike pair in green spandex doing their warm-up stretches in preparation for a workout that would kill most people. Naruto greeted them both happily, having missed their unusual brand of weird since he was gone, and was looking to really continue pushing himself, which was a guarantee with these two. Yash, Naruto, greeted Guy loudly, the first to see him approach. Welcome back. How was your first C-rank mission? It was pretty awesome, replied the younger blonde happily. We got to meet and fight one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Well, Kakashi-sensei did. I heard from my rival last night, responded the ever-positive Jounin with a large smile on his face. He was most complimentary of your growing skills. Thanks, Guy-sensei, came the grinning reply. I really missed working out with you and Lee while I was gone. Yash, Naruto, yelled Lee excitedly, your youth is so refreshing. Let's double our workout in celebration of your return. Wonderful idea, Lee, responded Guy. Are you ready, Naruto? You bet, came the excited answer, as 3 blurs raced out of the clearing to begin their workout, with now 20 laps racing around Konoha before they got to the actual training. Lee and Naruto were both breathing heavily when they returned to the training ground to continue their morning workout, and moved on to taijutsu practice where Naruto unveiled his newly adapted form. Lee was beyond happy to fight the horde of Naruto clones, and was really having to give it his all to keep up with the rapidly increasing skill of the blonde and the numbers he threw at him. His form had changed into something much more offensive, with all defenses being covered by clones, and had incorporated several new moves that took him a while to work out counters for, smiling all the while. After their initial bout, which lasted much longer than Naruto ever had against the taijutsu specialist, Guy called them to a halt as he asked Naruto about his evolving form. He recognized the heavy and much more advanced usage of the Hariken style, supplanted with countless clones covering his defensive deficiencies wonderfully, and infused with a fair mixture of the Uchiha Interceptor style thrown in that he would recognize anywhere. When Naruto explained how he fought with clones so much, he had decided to evolve the Hariken style to account for it, and started using clones to cover the holes he created by pushing towards the more offensive style as he had clones to spare. His use of the Uchiha Interceptor style, though, he mentioned came about from the countless spars he had started having with his teammate Sasuke, who used that form exclusively, and he had decided to adopt and adapt some of those moves into his new growing and expanding style. He also mentioned that Kakashi had supplied some of the Interceptor-style moves, as he was familiar with the Uchiha style as well and had helped him some while they were in wave. Guy was remarkably impressed, both with Naruto's growth in the Hariken style and his ability to tweak it to better work for his own personal fighting style, and promised they would continue to work on and refine it as it would serve him really well. Lee, too, remarked on how much better the new style was, and how much harder it was to overcome Naruto's clones when they were all working together like that, and promised that he too would work twice as hard to continue to push himself against one of his rivals. Naruto promised that he could send Lee a batch of clones to fight with if he ever just needed a good workout, and didn't want to worry about actually hurting someone, as that is how he convinced Sasuke to train with him, and it had really helped him too. Guy was very pleased with the idea, and agreed that it would be a great learning and training tool for the both of them, and said they should try and incorporate it into their morning workouts more often. From there, Naruto said goodbye to his two green-clad friends, and left for breakfast before heading to his own team's training ground to see if either of his teammates or sensei were going to show up. He was a little surprised to see both of his teammates in their usual spots waiting on Kakashi, and greeted them both with a smile and nod as he wondered how things were going to be with them going forward, especially now that they were back in Konoha. They didn't have to wait long, when Kakashi arrived in a swirl of leaves asking his genin why they were here on their day off. The Hokage just told us we had a mandatory 2 weeks off. You never said that meant we didn't have team practice, came the frustrated voice of Sakura, who had probably been waiting the longest based on the palpable relief she got at his arrival. Good point, replied Kakashi with a half shrug. Well, since you're all here, we should at least do something productive. And work on filling out mission reports. Mission reports, came the question from Naruto, wondering if this was Kakashi's way of pawning off his work on them, as it wouldn't be the first time. Yes, unfortunately, drawled Kakashi lazily, for B-rank missions and above, all team members need to fill out a separate mission report. I figured I should show you how those are supposed to look, but I haven't done mine yet either. What? Came the confused question from Sakura, as they all looked at Kakashi with disbelief at his completely casual acceptance of his laziness, and couldn't really believe that this was one of the best jounin in the village sometimes. Yeah, drawled Kakashi with a lazy wave. You technically have up to 3 days to complete the mission reports. But if anything of note happens, they encourage us to get them done sooner. Okay, replied Sakura, the team's usual spokesperson. So how do we do them? Go to the library and look it up, answered Kakashi easily, and despite the bottom half of his face being covered, all 3 genin got the idea that he was smirking underneath that face mask, and only gave him 3 deadpan stares in return. You are all smart enough to figure it out. And in appreciation, I am giving you the next 3 days off from any team meetings or training. We'll meet back here on Thursday at the usual 8 a.m. Ha, laughed Naruto sarcastically. So? More like 11-ish. H.N., grunted Kakashi in a fairly good impersonation of Sasuke, before disappearing in another swirl of leaves, leaving 3 genin behind who could only look at one another and commiserate on the weirdness of their sensei. "Well," started Naruto resignedly, "I am going to head to the library and knock this out now. Do either of you want to come?" "It would be nice to get this done," started Sakura, with a look to Sasuke, probably wondering if he was going to go along too, "and then we'll have a mini vacation for 3 days. "Ichin," grunted Sasuke, seemingly in acceptance this time as he stood up from his position of leaning against the tree stump and waited for someone to lead the way. "Come on," replied Naruto to his 2 teammates, "I know a shortcut." He then led his teammates out of the training ground and into the merchant area, cutting down 2 separate back alleys and arriving in front of the library in just a few minutes, getting looks of appreciation from his 2 teammates who quickly followed him inside. They asked the Chunin librarian, who Naruto's clones had become very familiar with over the last 2 months, where the old mission reports were filled for reference, and were told they would be brought out of storage for them in a few minutes. They arrived in a large box, several disorganized old scrolls in no particular order, and were told to return them to the front desk when they were finished, and left to their own devices. They each read through one for a few short minutes, spent 2 minutes comparing and talking about the basic structure they needed to use, before Naruto pulled out 3 blank scrolls from one of many storage scrolls he kept on his person. The 3 sat for 10 minutes writing out everything they could remember from their point of view on their first mission outside of the village before Sasuke stood up finished, with Sakura just a few seconds behind him. Naruto mentioned he still had a few more minutes to finish up, and waved goodbye to his teammates, who at least returned the box of old mission reports so he could finish in peace. Naruto had a lot more information than most, especially when you counted all the clones he had dispatched that went all throughout Wave and even into the neighboring small islands and Uzushiogakure ruins. He was also present for the payoff of Zabuza and the meeting of Imiko, and simply had more to write and get down to complete the picture of his first C-A rank mission. When he was finished, he decided to go see if Team 10 and Asuma were at their normal training grounds, as he had a few questions and requests for the only other wind user in the village he knew. Naruto had to give Team 10 an abridged version of the events that occurred during his first C-rank mission, and tried to skim over most of it, but apparently Asuma had heard some of the details from Kakashi, as he asked some specific questions. The biggest was what he thought of Zabuza Momochi and his famous sword Kubikure Bocho, to which Naruto could only speculate on how one learns to wield a sword that large with such ease. He ended up asking Asuma about applying wind blades to a sword, as though he knew he used trench knives. The technique was similar. "Wait," interrupted Ino after Naruto glossed over his team's confrontation with one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. "You did what?" "We briefly fought against him," replied Naruto with his hands raised defensively in front of him, as Ino looked ready to attack him for details on her crush and former best friend, and only really helped Kakashi escape a water prison, so he could continue the fight. "You encountered a missing nin on your first C-rank mission?" pointed out Shikamaru, to which Choji and Ino both turned to Naruto as well, waiting for his answer. "A couple actually," shrugged Naruto, not really wanting to brag even if a couple months ago, that would have been one of the first things on his mind. 2 former Chunin from Mist, called the Demon Brothers. And Zabuza's accomplice, a Hayatan user and orphan from the bloodline purges in Mist. "Wait," spoke Choji with a chip paused right in front of his mouth. "You did what?" "It's not nearly as glamorous as you think," chuckled Naruto, before turning back to Asuma. "So, that wind blade technique." What followed was an hour-long personal lesson from the Hokage's son, as clones of Naruto wore out the 3 genin of Team 10 by attacking them in coordinated waves that constantly kept them on the defensive. When he got the hang of the technique, he thanked Asuma and asked if he wanted him to stop attacking his genin with his clones, but just got a smug smile and shake of his head. He wanted to test their stamina and push them a little, as their last team battle had initially gotten them all training harder, but they had recently fallen back into some of their lazier habits and needed the incentive and workout. The real Naruto called goodbye to his former classmates, and laughed at their strangled yells to stop sending more clones, and went off in search of a good meal at Ichiraku Ramen in high spirits. The rest of his day was spent down in the facility, constantly spawning more clones, and trying to push them into working more on his sealing chains. The chains were slowly coming along, as they were very chakra-intensive for his clones, and also physically sometimes popped the clones coming out of the body or as they tried to manipulate them around. By the end of the day, they had finally reached one of the biggest milestones for Naruto, in managing 2 chains and proving that he could advance the technique and continued to push his training. He only paused late in the evening for a trip to Ichiraku to refill his stomach before continuing on his personal training somewhat late into the night. When he went to sleep that night, he was beyond exhausted and also incredibly pleased with his progress and looking forward to another few days of nothing but training. Chapter End Chapter 10 Training and helping Konoha. Throughout the next 2 days, Naruto continued pushing himself to improve in all areas, but spent the most time working on the sealing chains and sword fighting when he wasn't with the green beasts in the morning. On his last day off before returning to team exercises and practice, he encountered something he wasn't expecting on the way home after his Ichiraku lunch. He saw 3 younger kids that he knew were supposed to be in the academy, having met Konohamaru several times over the last few years, and his 2 common followers, Udon and Moegi. "Hey boss," spoke the younger Sarutobi to the older boy he had slowly started to admire ever since meeting him inside his grandfather's office several months previously, when he was treated like a normal person and not just the honorable grandson of the Hokage. "Konohamaru," asked Naruto, "why aren't you at the academy?" Came the slightly hesitant and nervous-looking younger boy, as he glanced around him. "We had the day off." "I doubt that," replied Naruto with a stern look at the 3 young academy students, causing all of them to fidget guiltily. "Oh come on boss, the academy is just so boring," complained Konohamaru, the first to break under Naruto's glare. Naruto just shook his head at the younger wannabe ninjas, knowing he was the same way after being in the academy for so long and not thinking what he was learning was anything important compared to learning jutsu. So he told the 3 that they needed to return to class as everything in the academy served as important towards their ninja career, and just because they didn't think a lot of it mattered, it really did. Konohamaru though was a stubborn one, and refused to listen or believe Naruto, so he quickly created a pair of shadow clones and each of the 3 blondes grabbed one of the 3 academy students and shunshined them directly to the front of Irika's classroom where they all collapsed to their knees trying to catch their breath after the disorienting movement. "Irika-sensei," greeted Naruto as the 2 clones vanished. "I found these 3 outside of class, and tried to remind them of the importance of not missing academy lessons so they didn't fall behind their peers. They took exception, so I brought them here myself." "Thank you Naruto," replied an exasperated Irika as he looked at the 3 students with a firm glare of his own. "I was just about to go out looking for them. We have a geography lesson starting." "Geography," complained Konohamaru, "that's useless." "Oh is it?" answered back Naruto before Irika could start yelling at one of his most misbehaving students. "So when your mission is to a place called Wave, how do you get there? What areas do you cross? What should you pack for your outfit and camping gear? Are you going to need cold weather or wet weather gear? Are you passing through any hostile territories? What borders do you get close to? Are you willing to risk your life or your teammates because you weren't prepared?" The entire class was looking at this young blonde ninja in shock at his rapid fire of questions, while Irika had a slowly growing smile on his face at Naruto's ability to break something down so simply and perfectly for others to understand its importance. Konohamaru was looking at Naruto in disbelief that geography would be that important or applicable to missions they all romanticized about, having not thought about any of the questions Naruto just asked. He slowly realized that he didn't know any of those answers, and when he looked at his friends who he already knew would be his future teammates, he knew they didn't have an answer either and didn't want to risk their lives by not knowing something that would be that vital to their survival and the mission success. "Thank you Naruto," responded Irika gratefully, as his entire class was now looking at their upcoming geography lesson with a new perspective and couldn't be prouder of how far his young blonde friend had come. "Meet tonight for dinner." "You bet Irika-sensei," answered Naruto with a grin, before he used a shunshin to return to his training, leaving a pleased Chunin instructor with an eager class ready to learn about geography and its application related to their ninja careers. The dinner at Ichiraku's shared by Naruto and Irika was quite nice, as the 2 orphans shared a wonderful meal with one of the few people they really considered family, and was a truly enjoyable experience for both of them. Naruto filled Irika in on the particulars of his recent mission to Wave, that had the Chunin instructor terrified at times for the danger Team 7 found themselves in, but was proud of them all. They spoke about his training and what he was working on now, and Iruka even gave him some ideas for further chakra control exercises that Naruto could work on to refine his control even more. Naruto also mentioned that he was working on a technique that he learned his mother used, and had to explain to Iruka how he found out from Gai-sensei who his mother was and where she was originally from. He mentioned Yuzushigakure and Iruka, and he discussed the geography of the region and its location compared to Fire Country and Wave, bringing them back to what started their discussion and gave them both a laugh. It was somewhat late when they parted ways after a nice dinner, and Naruto returned to his facility to continue training, as it was the last of his vacation days, and wanted to make the most of it. Over the following 2 weeks, his schedule remained pretty much the same, as he would get up early to do a morning workout with the Green Beasts, get a late breakfast and go meet up with his team for team and individual training with them and Kakashi. Then lunch, followed by a D-rank mission or 2 before being left to his own devices to continue his personal training. This was usually filled with sending a mass of clones home with Sasuke to work with him, while the real Naruto went to his facility and continued with his personal projects, finding them all coming along very well. A late dinner usually rounded out the day, followed by more training which usually always included a large match against several hundred clones, having really seen improvement in both Lee and Sasuke after the successive days of fighting off his clones. He would then prepare for bed, and rinse and repeat, causing many of the days to blend together into each other. His progress though was not to be understated, as his sword training, taijutsu, and chakra chains really grew by leaps and bounds over this time as he focused the most on those areas. He had a meeting one afternoon with the Hokage about the status of his clone pins, and how happy the old man was with his new secretary Naru, and the ability to receive instant communication from teams out in the field. Their meeting also touched on Naruto's progress infiltrating the various civilian council members, and how his businesses were growing so well that several of them had been mentioned during the last meeting between the many civilian council members, who found their own businesses suffering and being undercut. Luckily, they hadn't yet planned anything to try and hurt any of his businesses, but the council was going to start looking into these upstart businesses, and see if they couldn't apply a bit of pressure to ensure they fell under their control. Naruto's various clones had slowly been building cases against every single member of the civilian council now, having dirt on many of them, including 2 that he had proof of illegal dealings, but was hoping to find even more. He provided the Hokage with copies of all his notes and files on all of the members, and was given the green light to continue his pursuit of the many well-placed civilians, who had been members of the council for quite some time. They believed that several of them had by now overstepped in some fashion, and were hoping to have all the evidence they would need to get many of them in prison for all the damage they had done over the years. The third Hokage was quite pleased as he glanced quickly through the files Naruto provided, quite amazed at the depth of research and details that were included, and he realized the importance of this task he set that would definitely shake up some of the civilian power brokers. Giving his young surrogate grandson a large smile and nod of his head in appreciation, Naruto smiled in return, glad to have been able to help his Gigi. They even got to spend an evening eating dinner together at Ichiraku's, talking about lighter topics, and Naruto even hearing some stories about his mother and Yuzushigakure, which he ate up completely. After that meeting with the Hokage, Naruto stepped up his infiltration and spying on the civilian council members, finding more dirt and even crimes committed by several of them that went into their briefs. By the time a month had passed since their mission to Wave, the 3 members of Team 7 were all eager for another C-rank mission, as they could only do so many chores disguised as D-rank missions before losing their cool. Unfortunately, Kakashi decided to drop some other news on his genin team that had them beyond excited and a little nervous, and would prevent them from going out on another mission so soon. Konoha is hosting the next Chunin exams, spoke Kakashi after all 3 of his students ganged up on him to request a C-rank mission, and he had to find out which they wanted more. If we go on a C-rank mission now, we will miss these exams and have to wait at least another 6 months before you can take them again. Chunin exams, asked Sasuke with a fire in his eyes at the thought of possibly being given a higher rank and getting another step closer to his ultimate goal. Sounds fun. Definitely, responded Naruto in excitement. Do you think we are ready, Kakashi-sensei? asked a timid Sakura, the only member of the group not to immediately jump at the chance, as she had only recently started taking her training more seriously and didn't know if she was really ready for the next step. Normally, I'd probably say no, began Kakashi, serious for once, causing all three genin to listen to him closely and not interrupt despite the two boys wanting to argue that they were in fact ready. But, as the exams are in Konoha, we will want a show of force, so we will probably send quite a few teams into this exam. And the chance of the next one in 6 months being somewhere it's safe to send genin is pretty low, as I think Iwagakure or Kumogakure would be the next locations. So, if we don't take this exam, it will probably be another year until we can take another, asked Naruto, having realized what Kakashi was saying and knew the bad BLD they had with both Earth and Lightning countries. Yes, responded Kakashi with a nod. Then let's crush this exam and show everyone how Team 7 rules, exclaimed Naruto excitedly, getting a nod from Sasuke, and eventually a timid nod from a still nervous-looking Sakura. Don't worry, Sakura, we'll help you prepare and keep you safe. Okay, then I will leave you with these permission forms, responded Kakashi with his customary eye smile at his cute little genin who seemed to be finally coming together as a team and looking out for one another. Bring them signed to the academy 1 week from today. All the details and instructions you need are on them. Yes, we are going to crush these exams, Databeo, exclaimed an excited Naruto after taking one of the forms. I will give you all the week off from missions, but if you want to still get together for team training, I will be at the usual place at the usual time, replied Kakashi, giving all three of his students a fond look, before disappearing in a shunshin. Well, started Naruto, getting both of his teammates' attention before they walked off, I'm going to continue coming to team training. I think it's been really helpful for us. And I think we should all step it up a notch if we are going to be representing Konoha in these exams. HN, grunted Sasuke, in what appeared to be approval, as even he couldn't deny that they were all in fact getting better, even if Sakura's progress was slower than his or Naruto's. Okay, nodded Sakura too after a moment of thought, but I'm not entirely sure I'm ready for these exams. Don't worry, Sakura, responded Naruto with his usual confidence. I can help you train a bit if you want some clones. Sasuke has sure been using them to refine his own techniques. Okay, she replied with a look to both Sasuke to see if he would supply help or argue Naruto's claim, and afterwards gave her blonde teammate a smile. Thanks, Naruto. With that, they made plans to return to their own training, with Naruto sending a large batch of clones home with Sasuke to work with, and leaving a couple dozen in their team training ground for Sakura to utilize as he went back to the facility. His chakra chains were finally starting to become combat-ready, and he wanted to push himself and ensure they were a useful addition to his fighting style, as the Chunin exams were the perfect place to reintroduce them to the world. He knew he had his work cut out for him though, if he wanted to incorporate them into his taijutsu style seamlessly, as they had the tendency to obliterate his nearby clones when they hit, and caused other clones to dispel from the chakra drain at inopportune times. Over the next few days, Naruto started noticing more foreign people and ninjas arriving in Konoha, and made sure his thousands of civilian clones running around the village were keeping an eye out on them when they encountered someone. He continued to push his investigation of the civilian council members, finding a few of them to be very chummy with several of the foreign visitors, and making sure to monitor those visitors as well, and record as much of their interactions as possible for his files on each member. His daily training hasn't changed much, as he was still doing his mornings with Lee and Guy, meeting with Kakashi and his team, and spending all the rest of his time underground working out his chakra chains. He kept up the daily large batches of clones to fight with Lee, Sasuke, and now Sakura, and noticed a decided increase in all of their spars as they continued to improve and push one another to get better. The other thing that was a bit of a surprise was the large increase in his sword skills, as the original had stopped working on it so he could focus more on the chakra chains, but continued to improve in leaps and bounds. He eventually discovered the source as being the training Ajura was doing with Haku and Zabuza, who had taken him under their wing and really started to work with him on his ability to wield a sword. It was only 2 days before the Chunin exams were about to start, when Naruto's civilian spy clones discovered a large breach of security, when following the restaurant owner, Zumi Rabishin, as he met with fellow civilian council member Saidu Misuraibo. The pair had a backroom meeting with someone who could only be a representative from a village called Sound, as they talked about bringing in 20 new staff members each for their restaurants and DLVRY service to arrive over the next few weeks in smaller groups. They would need to be added to their employee registers and filed with the gate guards to allow them access as new transplants for Konoha, and they talked about how to space them out so as not draw any undue attention to them. Naruto's clones witnessed the handing over of a large amount of money with the instruction to make sure the two elders of the civilian council stayed hidden on the day of the Chunin exam finals, and allowed these new employees free rein to do as they pleased. At almost the same time as that meeting was taking place, another civilian council member he had been following for some time, the head of the merchant guild, Utane Hibishi, was plotting with one of his usual contacts from Wind Country. They were planning to sell off his inventory at incredibly reduced rates to the Wind Country merchant before an accident would take place on the day of the Chunin exams, destroying several of his stores so he could make a large insurance claim against Konoha, tripling his profits and trying to bleed out Konoha's coffers. After copying all the relevant data into their files, Naruto popped a clone asking Naru, the Hokage's secretary, if the old man had time for an important meeting regarding the criminal activity of 3 separate civilian council members. He didn't have to wait long until he was standing in front of his GG with a hard look on his face, wondering how someone who was supposed to be from here and have a role in their government would turn on the people of Konoha so blatantly. Naruto spent an hour filling in Hiruzen and 3 other men he called into his office after the first few minutes of Naruto's tale, his Jounin commander Shikaka Nara, and 2 higher-up members of Konoha's T&I department, Ibiki Marino and Inoichi Yamanaka. By the end of the hour, they all came to the conclusion that Wind and Sound were planning something for Konoha on the day of the Chunin exam finals in a little over a month, and needed to figure out what it was quietly without tipping anyone off. Naruto offered to provide clones to replace the 3 Konoha civilian council members, as he had them being watched so much that he was confident he could replicate their daily lives relatively easily. Ibiki was the only one against that strategy, as he didn't think the young blonde genin was up to the task, but he was convinced by the Hokage to give Naruto the chance, while he would be allowed to interrogate the criminals himself and keep them hidden until they knew everything they wanted. With this plan in place, Naruto's clones, with the help of small squads put together by Shikaku Nara, would catch all of these infiltrators they suspected were ninjas in disguise before they could successfully infiltrate the village. For the clothing merchant, Naruto would include some clone pins with the clothing shipment going to Wind Country to try and find out the details of whatever was being planned from their end, and in return would get to move those clothing shops under the umbrella of his own civilian clothing business when all was said and done. Inoichi was able to confirm through his clan technique that Naruto was telling the truth, and witnessed both meetings as if he was with Naruto's clones the whole time, lending a lot of credibility to the blonde's story. That night, while most of the village was sleeping, Ibiki led a team with Inoichi, Naruto, and one other member of their department who Naruto had met once or twice, Anko Miturashi, to apprehend and SWH out the 3 civilian council members with clones. Luckily, they were all older men whose wives had all since passed, so Naruto's clones wouldn't be asked to do anything too weird, and all 3 suches went off without a hitch if you avoided Anko's suggestive comments. Ibiki promised that he would get any useful information he learned to Naruto, so his clones would be informed of any future plans they needed to know about in playing their parts, and the group split up long before the sunrise. Naruto tried to put the subterfuge and the plots they uncovered the night before out of his mind on the last full day before the Chunin exams began, and even decided to take it easy for most of the day. He wanted to be ready for anything, so he begged off Guy and Lee's final workout, and told his team members he was taking the day off to fully recharge his chakra and energy. He spent a few great meals at Ichiraku's, and even ran into Konohamaru again, who actually did have the afternoon off, though he almost caused an international incident in the process. Konohamaru had inadvertently offended Sakura as he and Naruto were talking and ran into the pink-haired genin, and in the ensuing chase ran into a Kabiki painted boy from Suno with a puppet on his back. Luckily, even after the boy and his sibling teammates tried to intimidate Team 7 and Konohamaru, they were able to cool down the situation with nobody getting hurt, though Naruto and Sasuke both caught the eye of the youngest member of the foreign team, Gar, who promised to come looking for them during the exams. He was short, with sandy brown hair and the kanji for love tattooed on his forehead, had bags under his eyes from lack of sleep, and gave off a really creepy psychopath vibe that even frightened his own siblings and didn't bode well for the members of team despite that unusual run-in with the foreign team from an allied nation. Naruto couldn't shake everything he had learned about sound and wind, both trying to sabotage and plan something for Konoha during the exam finals, and told his team to try and stay away from the unbalanced shinobi. Naruto had felt an unusual feeling of his own from deep in his gut when looking at and being around the younger Suna genin, but didn't have anything to compare it to, and just chalked it up to not liking the boy's chakra for whatever reason. He did, however, return to his apartment earlier in the night than usual, and made sure that he had everything he could need packed in storage scrolls and ready for whatever they threw at them tomorrow during the Chunin exams. Chapter 11 Chunin exams. Naruto was up bright and early the morning of the Chunin exams, and there was a palpable sense of excitement in the air as he prepared for his morning. Even if he wasn't going to run through his usual training regime, he still was going to go for a warm-up run and do some stretching to make sure he was as loose as can be and ready for anything. They didn't have to meet at the academy until 2 in the afternoon, so he still had plenty of time to kill until he needed to go. Since he didn't want to do anything too stressful physically in case he was tasked with something right from the start, he went down to the facility and joined some of his clones working on Fuinjutsu study. His clones were making pretty steady progress through all the various Fuinjutsu scrolls they had obtained from the Uzumaki Shrine and the notes provided from Mito and Kushina that were given to him by the Hokage. It was a pretty fascinating field and one that was very in demand of emissaries, and the Uzumaki were definitely considered emissaries of the field. At around lunchtime, he left his clones working in the facility and went to Ichiraku's for a wonderful meal in celebration of the approaching Chunin exams, and ate his usual special batch of ramen while casually chatting with both Ayam and Tuchi. He reached the academy 10 minutes before 2 p.m. and found both Sasuke and Sakura waiting out front for him somewhat impatiently. He nodded to them both and apologized for keeping them waiting as the team made their way into the building, finding a large crowd gathering around room 202 and preventing their entry. Naruto recognized Lee near the front of the group, seemingly trying to force his way into the room despite it being blocked by an older pair of shinobi who were trying to prevent anyone from entering. He knew Lee wasn't stupid, but was seemingly playing up his stupidity, maybe to get others to underestimate him and his team as he unnoticed Tenten and Niji nearby. The other problem, though, was the classroom itself, as they were supposed to meet at room 302 another floor up, but there was something going on that was confusing others that took the blonde a moment to notice. "That genjutsu is pathetic," scowled Sasuke loud enough for all the gathered genin to turn towards him, some in shock and others with scowls on their faces at him, ruining their plan to eliminate more of the weaker teams. "Let us through to the stairs." "Nice going, team," spoke Naruto quietly. "You just helped all those weak teams get past the obvious ploy." "Achin," grunted Sasuke, seemingly not caring as he pushed his way through the blocked hallway to the staircase at the end, until they were interrupted by Lee appearing in a flash in front of Sasuke as his teammates rushed to catch up and glared at the green-clad boy. "You are Sasuke Uchiha?" came Lee's question that had Sasuke step back and look at the newcomer, this year's Rookie of the Year. "I want to fight you." "Lee," came the exasperated voice of Tenten, who was seemingly ignored by Lee as he continued to stare at Sasuke. "We were supposed to be trying to downplay our skills." "If you know who I am," started Sasuke with his customary smirk in place, dismissing Lee because of his appearance as many do, "then it is foolish of you to challenge me." "No," interrupted Naruto with a glare at both boys, "what is foolish is to fight right before we enter these exams. We only have a few minutes to get to the proper classroom, and I've trained enough with you both to know this won't be that quick." "You've trained with this?" started Sasuke with an unusual look at Naruto and then the green-clad boy with the thick eyebrows in disbelief before being interrupted again by his blonde teammate. "Careful, Sasuke," interrupted Naruto, glancing between the two. "Lee is not someone you take lightly. And I'm sure you will both get the chance to prove yourselves if you don't get us all disqualified before the exams even start." "Thank you, Naruto," sighed Tenten in appreciation, as she grabbed the back of Lee's neck and started steering him towards the stairs, as Lee spluttered at being manhandled, and their final teammate gave Naruto a fierce glare of hatred from his milky white pupilless eyes. "Come on, Niji." Niji scowled at Tenten's words, but never let his glare move from Naruto, as the two had only interacted a few times and there was definitely no love lost between the two. Niji eventually scoffed at Naruto, ignored Sasuke and Sakura, and turned to follow his teammates up the stairs without a word, causing Sasuke especially to scowl at being dismissed. Sasuke then turned his glare on Naruto as well, but the blonde simply smiled at him and told him to watch out for Lee. His speed and strength in taijutsu was well above the both of them. "Come on, we don't want to be too much like Kakashi-sensei," said Naruto as he then led his disbelieving teammates to climb up the stairs to the 3rd floor, where Kakashi was standing there waiting on them with an ice smile in place, probably having heard everything that just happened. "My cute little genin," greeted Kakashi warmly, with Might Guy standing nearby, having just greeted his students who were passing through the doors. "I am glad you all came, as you can only compete as a full team." "What?" asked Sakura. "Why didn't you mention that part?" "I didn't want your teammates to pressure you into competing," replied Kakashi easily. "It had to be your decision." The 3 genin each had different expressions on their faces as they stared at their Jounin sensei, wondering why he left that part out, but not too surprised that he didn't give them all the information they needed as was his usual. Naruto also gave a nod to a smiling guy sensei, who gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up, probably for what he said earlier about Lee and interrupting the fight he wanted with Sasuke. Kakashi told them how proud he was of them, and encouraged them to do their best and look out for one another, and he would be seeing them when they were done. The 3 genin of Team 7 then entered the doors to the large room, where they found an impossibly large amount of genin all staring at them, some in just curiosity, but a great many of them with glares. Naruto and Sasuke, who were both used to being glared at or stared at for most of their lives, completely ignored the staring, while Sakura kind of shrunk behind her teammates to avoid the attention. There were a great many Konoha headbands among the bunch, but also a lot of other hitayatesh from various villages. Most notably among them was the symbol for sand. "Sasuke!" came the excited shout of Ino, as she seemingly appeared hanging on the back of Sasuke from nowhere, causing her rival to scratch in anger. "Get off my Sasuke-kun, Ino pig," came the loud yell, as Sakura physically shoved the blonde girl off their mutual crush, as they were approached by several well-known teams and bringing a lot of attention on their group from others. Well, looks like the whole gang's here," came the loud, arrogant voice of Kiba Inuzuka, as he approached the growing group of recent academy graduates along with his teammates Shino Aburame and Hinata Hyuga, as Ino's teammates Choji Akimichi and Shikamaru Nara had followed her at a much slower pace. Several of the most recent graduates from Konoha's Ninja Academy greeted one another happily, having not had too many chances to catch up with one another since becoming genin, but only a few noticed the looks they were getting from the rest of the crowded room of Chunin hopefuls. Sasuke, who was never very social, was trying to put distance between him and the others, and noticed along with his teammate Naruto the amount of attention they were receiving. The only other two to visibly react to the many stares they were receiving were Shino and Shikamaru, who were the usual observers of the group. "You should quiet down," came the older voice of a gray-haired Konoha genin who looked much older than the rookies, and had an unusual habit of continually pushing up the round reflective glasses he wore. As he approached them all, "You are drawing a lot of attention to yourselves." "And why shouldn't they be paying us attention?" came the arrogant boast from Kiba, as he turned to look at the newcomer, dismissing him easily in his arrogance. "We are the best." "You are all rookie genin," came the smooth reply from the gray-haired older boy, as if that answered everything. "Most would consider you easy pickings." "Achin," grunted Sasuke with a look of superiority on his face, excited to start proving himself the best, a look shared only by Kiba among the rest of the group, as the others either had doubts or the intelligence to know they might not be the best of everyone present. "I'll show you how easy it will be," came the challenge from Kiba, as he stepped up threateningly towards the gray-haired ninja, as several other members of the group now realized just how much attention they were drawing from the almost 200 other genin in the large room. "Hey!" held up the newcomer's hands in a defensive and SBM's way, as he diffused Kiba's advance. "I'm on your side. Just thought I would come over and help you rookies out a bit. This being your first Chunin exams and all. I'm Kabuto Yakushi." "Oh," trailed off Kiba, not knowing how to respond and still be seen as the alpha he always saw himself. "So, You've taken these exams before. Came the bossy voice of Ino as she injected herself into the conversation, wanting to at least learn something from all of this. This will be my 7th time, came Kabuto's response, causing Sasuke to scoff in disdain, and Kiba to bark out a laugh at Kabuto's obvious weakness if he couldn't pass these exams 6 times already. You must have learned a lot about these exams, came the timid question from Hinata Hyuga, as she pushed her fingers together in a nervous gesture. Naruto had noticed the several times he interacted with the shy girl. I have, replied Kabuto with a knowing smirk, that Naruto didn't seem to like at all, as he started wondering what this older boy's angle was in regards to coming over here and offering help. I even made these information cards on all those participating. Go ahead and ask. Who do you want to know about? Rock Lee and Naruto Uzumaki, came the voice of Sasuke, giving his blonde teammate a smirk of his own, and causing several of the other rookies to look at the mentioned blonde and confused that he wasn't the loudest among them all. Gaara of the Desert, spoke Naruto as the whole group really looked at him, noticing how much he had changed, and wondering just how much information this older genin could really have gathered on every participant here. You know their names? That makes this easy, replied Kabuto, who again adjusted his glasses, causing the light to flash a moment before he pulled out 3 cards and sent a little chakra into them. Rock Lee, genin under Might Guy, teammates with Niji Hyuga and Tenten, member of Lee clan of Konoha. He is a taijutsu specialist, with no ability to manipulate chakra outside of his body. Missions include 25 D ranks and 12 C ranks. Wow, came the response from Sakura, as she tried to reconcile that information with the goofy-looking guy in green spandex and terrible eyebrows, and that had Naruto concentrate even more on Kabuto for having that much information on another Konoha genin. Naruto Uzumaki, continued Kabuto with a quick glance to the blonde boy in question, and seemingly unaffected by the glare he was being sent in return, genin under Kakashi Hatake. Teammates with Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, member of the Uzumaki clan, prolific user of the shadow clone Kenjutsu, Taijutsu and Ninjutsu, are both very high, Genjutsu non-existent, known Fuinjutsu user of unknown level, primary wind element, insanely high chakra. Missions include 117 D ranks, 25 with his team, 1 team A rank, and 1 solo A rank. What? Shouted Kiba in shock as he heard Naruto's skills and mission record, the dead last of their class, and couldn't believe it along with most of the rest of the gathered rookie genin, while Naruto's eyes tightened that this Kabuto character had so much information on him that he shouldn't have, and promising to keep a closer eye out on this shady guy. Gaara of the Desert, continued Kabuto quickly, as he could tell he had set off the young blonde, and wanted to continue playing his helpful part in order to ingratiate himself with this group of clan kids, genin under Baki, son of the 4th Kazekage, teammates with his siblings Temari and Kankuro. Missions include 1 D rank, 8 C ranks, and 1 B rank, and has apparently returned from every mission without a single scratch. That is very impressive, came the lazy drawl of Shikamaru, though he was still sending occasional glances to Naruto, and trying to reconcile what they just heard and what he himself had noticed in the few times they encountered one another over the last few months. PFF, scoffed Kiba, dismissing the information as not important and trying to re-establish himself as the top dog of the group, though many of them were sending concealed looks at the quiet blonde among them, wondering if all that information was true. There are ninja here from all over the nearby countries, continued Kabuto into the growing silence, wanting to bring the conversation back to where he wanted it. Besides Konoha and Suna, there are teams from Rain, Grass, Waterfall, and even the new village of Sound. Though they only sent 1 team and are pretty much unknown. They were interrupted by the quick movement of 3 people with musical notes on their headbands arriving very quickly, the one with a metal contraption on his arm seeming to attack Kabuto, who leapt away just avoiding the swing before keeling over and throwing up all over the floor. Only a few of the rookie genin were even able to react to the movement, Sasuke and Naruto, the closest and most obvious, as they both were preparing to counter if the attack continued and wondering why that missed swing still seemed to do damage. But the whole thing was interrupted again by a loud cloud of smoke erupting at the front of the room, and the arrival of 24 Chunin and the loud yelling of a Konoha ninja in a bandana who stood front and center. There will be no fighting unless authorized by the instructors, came the loud voice that reached every area of the room and instantly brought all movement to a stop, and everyone's attention split either forward or towards the disturbance the newcomer was glaring at. "Don't make me kick you out of the exams before we even start." The new arrival was someone Naruto instantly recognized as Ibiki Marino, having just worked with him regarding his infiltration and apprehension of 3 of Konoha's civilian council members, and knew he wasn't someone to mess with or cross. All around him, nervous genin were looking to the front as the tall, bandana-wearing ninja captured everyone's attention and started laying down the rules for the first stage of the exams. He told everyone to slowly come forward and get their assigned number, and to go quickly and quietly to their corresponding seat in the large room behind him for the first stage to begin, the written test. "Oh, come on," grumbled Naruto, the moment he heard the first stage was going to be a written test, getting several of his fellow rookie genin around him to snicker and be reminded of the type of student he was at the academy. Due to those around him, though laughing at his misfortune, they all missed it as he seemingly scratched the back of his head to draw any extra eyes on him away from his other hand that dropped a small smoke pellet onto the ground. He had only taken a few more steps forward when some unfortunate genin stepped on said pellet, causing a billowing cloud of smoke to erupt and catch everyone's attention long enough for him to quickly create a handful of clones that perfectly resembled the pencils sitting on every desk, and swapping them at random with a few of those nearby. The smoke quickly cleared, and the genin behind him were given glares and warnings not to be so careless and quickly find their assigned seats as the test was getting ready to begin. Once it did start, Ibiki went over the rules, stating there were 10 questions and that everyone started with 10 points, and lost 2 points if they were caught cheating until being caught 5 times and being removed. It was also described as a team test, and every member of a team needed to pass to move forward, and incorrect answers cost 1 point each as well. Naruto was very glad that he added some clones disguised as pencils, as maybe between them all he would be able to answer all the questions, though he was by no means the same idiot he was months ago and maybe just fine. When he flipped over the test put in front of him, he had to do a double take, as many of the questions seemed ridiculously hard, and even if he maybe could have answered half of them, he didn't think there were many other genin that could even do that much. He was surprised though to see maybe a dozen or so of the almost 200 people instantly starting to answer their test questions, and was happy one of them happened to be using his clone pencil and concentrated on it. He was able to understand that pencil's movements and what it sought to help him answer the questions on his own paper, and was quickly filling all the questions out, not worried in the slightest about being caught. It wasn't too long until he was finished filling out the 9 questions to his satisfaction, and took the time to really look around, and quickly discovered that the goal of this exercise was to cheat, as he witnessed several good and bad attempts from those around him. He also started noticing the Chunin proctors that walked around penalizing those they caught, and eventually pulling some genin and their furious teammates out of their chairs after they were disqualified. Neither Sasuke nor Sakura looked in any way troubled, so he broadened his search to the other rookie teams, Team Guy, the Sand siblings, Kabuto, and a few others who caught his eye getting a front row seat on their information gathering tactics as he waited for the end of this section of the test. "All right, time's up," called out Ibiki after about 50 minutes, and Naruto realized that there were still just over half the original 200 genins still in the room, including all his friends and those he had been expectantly watching. "Now for the 10th question." "For this question," continued Ibiki, easily holding the attention of every genin present, "there are a few special rules. First, you must choose whether you are going to take it." "What do you mean choose?" asked Temari from the Sand team. "What happens if we choose not to?" "If you choose not to take it, your points will be reduced to 0 and you fail," answered Ibiki with a growing smile that looked anything but friendly. "Of course we'll take it then," came the shout from an unknown genin in the back of the room. "If you choose to take the 10th question and answer incorrectly," responded Ibiki, pausing for dramatic effect, "then you will be banned from ever taking the Chunin exams again." "You can't do that," came several shouts as the noise level increased significantly in the large room. "People here have taken this exam many times," complained another, that sounded suspiciously like Kiba. "My test. My rules," came the almost growling voice of Ibiki that instantly quieted the test takers. "If you want other chances to retake the test, quit now and try during the next village's Chunin exam." "But this is my exam." "If you want to quit." Raise your hands and you will be removed before the 10th question. The room was practically buzzing in anticipation after Ibiki's threat, and several genin were nervously looking around at their teammates and others to see what was going to happen. Then, the person who had used Naruto's cloned pencil and answered every question perfectly became the first to raise his hand and was quickly skirted out of the room with his 2 complaining teammates starting a rush of others to do the same. Another almost 20 teams ended up leaving, bringing the remaining total to just under 70 people remaining when Naruto noticed a nearby Hinata practically shaking and about to raise her hand, and knew he needed to intervene. That's bullshit, he stood up and shouted, bringing much of the remaining people to look at him in shock. It doesn't matter if I fail and never become a Chunin. I'll still become Hokage one day. Nothing will stop me, Databeo. While his remarks were completely in character to what most knew or remembered about him from the academy, Naruto's purpose was successful when he saw Hinata stiffen and straighten in her chair, and several other previously nervous-looking genin were now all strengthening their own resolve as well. The Chunin proctors and Ibiki in particular all gave him a harsh glare intending to scare him, but in fact was completely ignored, having dealt with similar looks most of his life, and knew now how much he didn't care about others' opinions of him. He smirked right back at all of them, daring them to intimidate him anymore, and watched as the remaining 66 genin all seemed to settle down considerably after his declaration. No more are going to quit? Asked Ibiki once more with a glare at the remaining ninja, but knew with the blonde's words that he was not going to be able to turn any more away and sighed. Very well. You all pass. What? Erupted from all over the room. What do you mean we pass? What about the 10th question? Came the shout from Sakura, a thought many of them wanted to voice. You could say that your choice to continue was the 10th question, responded Ibiki with a smirk. Then what was the point of the 9 questions? Asked a visibly irritated Temari of the Sand. To test your information gathering skills, to put pressure on your entire team, and test your resolve in the face of overwhelming odds and entering unknown situations, responded Ibiki, all traits we look for in a Chunin leader, because sometimes information is more important than our lives. He finished and took off the bandana that covered his horrifically scarred head, making many in the room blanch at what must have been an insanely difficult thing to live through, and Naruto's respect for the head of their torture and interrogation department to rise considerably. As the other genin were still processing passing the first part of the exams, or stealing glances at the horrific scars that littered Ibiki's bald head, fast movement at the side of the room broke through a window as a large purple banner was pinned to the back wall with a pair of kunai. Before anyone could really react, another familiar face for Naruto was standing seemingly half-naked in front of the room, and the purple banner that read the single and CC Anko Mitarashi, causing Ibiki to groan in exasperation, as several male genin were obviously drooling. Anko wore her customary open trench coat with a fishnet see-through shirt and a strip of fabric that could barely be called a skirt, hiding very little of her impressive body. Chapter and Chapter 12 Chunin Exams 2 Anko had all those genin who passed the first stage follow her to Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death, an immense fenced-off training ground that covered 20 kilometers across in every direction. She described the second stage as a survival exercise that would have a 5-day time limit for each team to reach the central tower, roughly 10 kilometers from every gate entrance. Each team would be given an Earth or Heaven scroll and were tasked with presenting both scrolls at the central tower before the time expired to pass on to the third and final stage of the exam. Many complained about the lack of time to prepare and were simply laughed at by the purple-haired Tokubetsu Jonin, who had absolutely no sympathy for anyone who didn't come to these exams fully prepared for any eventuality. She passed out release forms as well, for everyone competing to fill out to absolve Konoha of any guilt, as there would be several deaths since anything goes once inside the Forest of Death. There was also a weird encounter where Anko threw a kunai at a boasting Kiba, cutting his cheek and getting behind him easily, talking about how the arrogant were usually the first to go, before being handed back the kunai by the disgustingly large tongue of a creepy-looking grass kunoichi. After turning in their release forms, Team 7 was given an Earth Scroll, which Naruto offered to hide among his many storage scrolls, and they made their way to their assigned gate to wait for the exam to begin. Since there were 22 teams and 44 gates into Training Ground 44, There was an empty gate between each team to help spread everyone out, and therefore they had to wait a good 20 minutes for the Chunin proctors to ensure that each team was at their starting point at the opening whistle. Once the whistle sounded and the gates sprung open, Team 7 rushed into the forest of death to be met with an eerie silence that muffled any outside noise as they entered a thick forest well known for containing some of the deadliest creatures known. "How do we want to do this?" asked Naruto as they all entered and found a nearby clearing to get a plan in place before rushing off. "We should go after that Suna team that is off to our left," spoke Sasuke with an excited gleam in his black eyes. "They didn't look like anything special." "Sounds good," responded Naruto after Sakura nodded along with her crush, before he paused a moment and spawned a good 100 clones to spread out and start searching the area around them and act as a first line of defense. "My clones will keep a perimeter." Then the group started heading northwest towards where they expected the team on the left to be, while also angling a bit towards the center of the area in case they tried to make a run directly for the tower. After a few minutes, Naruto asked to stop for a quick bathroom break, and when he went behind a tree and out of sight from his teammates, spawned another couple hundred clones. He added them to the mix in hopes of getting a better idea of what and who was around them in case they needed to go after another team to find the Heaven Scroll, and wanted to make sure he had plenty of clones acting as their perimeter. It took an hour until they picked up the trail of the team from Suna they were after, as the forest was just that large and the Suna team were heading in the opposite direction from them and moving cautiously. Sasuke didn't want to waste any time planning an assault, and when he realized how close they were, went charging in like an idiot, leaving his two teammates to scramble in order to catch up to him. Naruto entered moments after Sasuke arrived, and already the area was scorched by the aftereffects of one of his many fire jutsus, and Sasuke was trying to single-handedly fight a pair of larger boys in taijutsu while their female teammate was sending occasional kunai to help protect them. Naruto quickly told Sakura to lay some cover for Sasuke from range, as he snuck around and took out the Suna female by getting the drop on her literally from the branches above her position. With her tied up to the tree, he then engaged the closer of the struggling pair of Suna boys that Sasuke was pretty effectively wearing down with a relentless physical assault. In seconds, they had the two boys knocked out and quickly found their Earth Scroll, before Naruto convinced Sasuke to let him tie all three Suna team members together in a tree and leave a clone to stand watch as killing them wasn't necessary. With two Earth Scrolls now, Naruto suggested Sasuke take care of this one, as he could tell his sometimes volatile teammate was still a little chafed at Naruto interfering in his fight and didn't want to keep all their eggs in one basket, so to speak. As they moved on from their short and successful fight, they started making their way towards the central tower while also continuing a little west in hopes of running into another team that may have the scroll they needed. They hadn't gone too far when Naruto came to a sudden stop on a tree branch, causing both of his teammates to give him unusual looks. "We've got a problem," he spoke quickly after a moment's pause as he reviewed the recent memories he just received from several popped clones. "That creepy grass kunoichi with the tongue just killed 3 of my clones and is quickly making her way towards us." "So," argued Sasuke, who Naruto could tell was still gearing for a fight, "we make some defenses and turn the tables on her. There's a clearing right over there that would be a good ambush spot." "I'm not sure we want to fight her," spoke Naruto seriously as he eyed his two teammates and had to review another set of memories from destroyed clones. "She is taking out my clones way too fast and easily." "So what?" argued Sasuke again. "Your clones aren't that tough to destroy." "They would be for a genin," Naruto pushed back, but could tell from the narrowing of his eyes and the excited gleam in them that Sasuke had already decided he would be making a stand and wanted to prove himself against strong fighters and wouldn't be listening to Naruto on this one. So Naruto nodded and followed his teammates into the nearby clearing, staying back enough that he could spawn another couple hundred clones to hopefully confuse or tire out their pursuer before she reached them. He then helped his teammates create a small bunker and set up a few traps in the area in hopes they would prove helpful, but had to wince as several more memories of dying clones came to him throughout. He regretted his decision to stay and fight another minute later as an insanely powerful wind technique single-handedly killed over 24 of his clones simultaneously and turned to his teammates in fear. "She's tearing through my clones like they are nothing." He quickly spoke to Sasuke and Sakura, trying to display the urgency he felt. "We don't stand a chance. We should run." "Don't be ridiculous, Dobe," smeared Sasuke with a glare at his blonde teammate, much too confident in his own abilities to realize that if this kunoichi could hurt Naruto, it could hurt him too. We stay and fight. She's too strong, we need to run. Move, responded Naruto at the end in panic as the strongest wind attack he had ever seen was heading right for their clearing and meager defenses, scattering his teammates in various directions as it tore through their previous spot and destroyed their bunker like it was tissue paper. Naruto had jumped to the left and was quickly separated from his two teammates, but had no time to get back to them as an impossibly large snake the size of a building came crashing through the clearing right at him. He just managed to switch places with a clone at the last moment as the snake's enormous mouth swallowed the clone whole and further destroyed their little clearing and the few traps they had placed like they were nothing. His own futon, Air Blade, simply bounced off the tough snake skin without even making a mark, and Naruto knew he was going to be in an impossibly difficult fight. He caught a quick glimpse of the grass kunoichi going after his teammates on the far other side of the clearing, but couldn't do anything as the incredibly large snake quickly changed directions and headed right for him again. This time he sucked out with an exploding clone that at least made the snake pause as it exploded inside its mouth, and the original threw a shuriken that he used the shadow clone variety on to turn the one into hundreds. Most of them bounced off the tough skin, though a few lucky shots embedded themselves in the eyes of the creature, causing it to screech in obvious pain and let another round of multiplied projectiles find purchase inside the snake's mouth. But the snake was by no means done and swung its large tail through the clearing, destroying several dozen clones and crashing into the original Naruto and sending him flying through a nearby tree. Before he had even fully come to rest on the ground after being thrown through a tree, the snake was again lunging at him with his mouth open, and this time Naruto didn't have the time to shout. Luckily, he avoided any of the row of sharp teeth as he was swallowed whole, but his brief moment of panic as he was moving down towards the snake's throat was quickly pushed away as he overpowered several wind blades from the inside, tearing through the snake's skin and causing it to disappear in a large puff of smoke. He fell to the ground breathing and covered in disgusting fluids and BLD, and only the sound of a nearby battle and knowing his teammates still needed his help forced him to instantly jump right back into it. He followed the signs of the devastated forest back into visual range of his terrified teammates who seemed frozen to a large tree as the creepy grass kunoichi slowly approached them from a nearby tree branch. Quickly spawning several hundred clones, he quickly had them send off a wind-enhanced fire attack at the kunoichi to force her back away from his teammates and charge their location with clones all around him, some following him and most charging the unknown enemy. "Run," he shouted as he landed next to his teammates and saw their battered clothes, but knew Sakura was already injured too badly to do much and instead had several clones grab her and take off, as he and Sasuke followed. They only had a brief few seconds of scrambled running when they could feel a large wind attack at their back that tore through a large majority of Naruto's remaining clones, and then another heartbeat until the same grass kunoichi appeared in front of them, seemingly emerging from a tree trunk. Naruto had a team of explosive clones leap at the grass kunoichi as he steered his teammates down closer to the ground just as they detonated the top half of the tree, but didn't get far until the same kunoichi appeared in front of them again. A futon, Air Blade, was quickly sent at the kunoichi, who impossibly bent unnaturally out of the way of the sharp attack, letting it pass her harmlessly. Kukuku, came the slow creepy laugh from the grass kunoichi as she stared at the three of them in fascination. "Pretty impressive for a genin, Naruto-kun." "How do you know my name?" asked Naruto, using the slight pause to catch his breath and start building up his chakra. "Who are you?" "I know more about you than your teammates do." "Demon child," came the hissed response as the creepy kunoichi used her impossibly long tongue to grotesquely lick her lips, and Naruto paled at her words. "And why wouldn't I? I was once the strongest ninja of Konoha." "Funny," joked Naruto, using humor to deflect the conversation away from his own secret. "You don't look like the yandame." The killing intent of the grass kunoichi grew quickly to insane levels that far outpaced anything the three genin had ever experienced, and caused them all to lock up a bit in fear. Luckily, Sasuke was able to stop it after a moment with a kunai stab to his leg, and Naruto was able to shake it off due to an unusual burning feeling in his gut he couldn't identify, nor did he have the time to. Once he did shake the paralysis off, He continued feeding his chakra, and when the kunoichi looked briefly at Sasuke trying to get Sakura's attention, he unleashed it in a ridiculously large spawning of shadow clones that he quickly used to move him and his team away from their enemy. More shadow clones, growled the grass kunoichi in a very masculine way, as she narrowed her eyes at the large amount of blonde ninjas all around her location. I know how to get rid of all of you. Oh yeah, taunted the nearest one with a smirk. How about if we all go? The explosion that destroyed the large tree was immense, as several hundred shadow clones detonated in sync, causing a mushroom cloud to form high above their part of the forest, and had to be visible for miles in every direction. To the fleeing Team 7, the heat was extraordinary, but by no means did they stop moving away from their previous location. They had only gone a little bit before another tree near them was torn to shreds by a strong wind technique that forced them in another direction, directly into the path of the now grotesque-looking grass kunoichi. Her skin was burnt and hanging off her in a way that couldn't be natural, as she looked like a burnt husk of a waxy figurine, but the amount of chakra she was bleeding off in her anger was not easily dismissed. They were all frozen as she blocked their path and opened her mouth impossibly wide and shed the skin she was wearing like a cloak, emerging from it tall, pale, and decidedly male and snake-like. What were now malevolent yellow eyes glared hard at the three genin, with a level of hatred and anger that could not be ignored. Kakukub, came the creepy chuckling voice. Impressive indeed. Who the F are you? Came the snapped question from Naruto, wondering how this person was still alive after literally being blown up and shedding their female skin to become who was clearly a much older male with an insane amount of chakra and killing intent. I am the snake sanin, came the purring voice of the creepy pale ninja. Orochimaru. F-, groaned Naruto quietly, but was easily heard, causing said Orochimaru to smile, an even creepier smile than when he was posing as the grass kunoichi. Aren't you a little old for the Chunin exams? The exams are merely an opportunity for me that I couldn't pass up, replied the smiling Orochimaru, with a look towards Sasuke that wasn't missed by any of them. So the pedophilia rumors are true? Asked Naruto, hoping to upset and throw the insanely powerful older ninja off his game, or stall in hopes some miracle would come and save them, but wasn't really prepared for the spike in killing intent, or the insanely fast attack that he had no warning about or chance to avoid. Orochimaru moved so quickly, even Sasuke had a hard time seeing it with his Sharingan, as one second he was creepily smiling at them, and the next his hand was extended as a devastating hit to Naruto's stomach had sent him flying away through several trees. There was no way Naruto survived that, and Sasuke was frozen for a brief moment as the monster now in their midst easily and negligently backhanded Sakura in another direction, before he even recognized what was happening. He threw a punch at the older ninja that he easily bended around at an impossible angle before he was set upon by a few taijutsu strikes that for some reason he was actually able to see happening, though his body couldn't react as quickly as his eyes. 3 powerful hits had him knocked to the ground with ease, and as he looked up at the pale creep, he could see his disappointment as he glared down at his beaten form, even though his attack was greater than any he had faced before. It still wasn't nearly as hard as he had struck Naruto, and he realized that this monster was holding back and toying with him, but for what purpose he had no idea as he watched him casually approach him. Before he could even get back up to fight, the pale ninja's neck seemed to extend impossibly as he felt a sharp pain between his shoulder and neck as the creep bit down on him, causing pain unlike he had ever felt before, for a few seconds before darkness overtook him and he knew no more. Sakura came to with a pounding headache and pain in her jaw unlike anything she had ever felt before, and it took a few minutes to work past that and remember where she was and what she was doing. The moment her memories came back to her, however, brought with it absolute fear at having just faced Orochimaru and not knowing if either of her teammates even survived or where they were. It took a few more minutes until she was able to stand and get her caked and muddy hair out of her face enough to see where she landed, and another moment to settle her spinning head and regain her balance. Thankfully, she was able to spot maybe a half-dozen clones of Naruto keeping an eye on her and the clearing they were in, but they looked frantic and not nearly as organized as they usually were, and hoped everything was okay with her blonde-haired teammate. One of them pointed to the other end of the clearing where 2 clones were standing over another downed form, this one with black hair and looking like he too took an immense beating. She made her way over to Sasuke as quickly as her wobbly legs would take her and asked the clones what was wrong with her crush. Orochimaru bit him on the shoulder. "It definitely doesn't look good." "Some kind of fuinjutsu we've never seen before," answered the nearest clone as she looked down at Sasuke and could see the heavy amount of BLD, both wet and dried BLD, around some inky black marking on his shoulder and his feverish-looking complexion and unnaturally heavy breathing. "We need to get somewhere we can all hold up and rest." She spoke to the two clones. "Do you know where Naruto is?" "Boss is that way," spoke the other clone with a tight voice that she instantly realized was full of worry, but was grateful nonetheless, as if his clones were still around he should at least still be alive. "A team of clones is bringing him here, but we are getting low on numbers." "How many clones are left?" she asked, wondering how low they considered low. 16, came the tight reply. "That sick F took a bunch of us out after he dropped the three of you. We were all that managed to escape his notice." "And half of you are here?" asked Sakura for clarification as she counted 8 total since waking up and got a nod. "Can you help me find a place we can hide and recover?" "We found one," he answered, "but it's a little ways away. We wanted to put some distance between us and this area. Others are going to start looking for what went on here, and we need to be gone." "Lead the way," stated Sakura, still trying to figure out what they should be doing and how hurt her teammates were, and asked the clones to bring Sasuke and Naruto with them as they needed to try and recover, and hopefully get the boys back awake if they wanted to ever get out of this forest alive. Chapter End. Chapter 13 Chunin Exams 3. The steady drip of water was all Naruto could hear for several moments after he came to, though he appeared to be in some kind of underground tunnel or sewer once he finally got his bearings. There was at least a half-foot of standing water, and he was thankful he didn't drown, nor did the water smell too much like the sewers of Konoha, which made him wonder where exactly he was. The only things around him were a pair of pipes that ran through the tunnel, one large one that was occasionally leaking a corrosive thick red substance, and a smaller one that had a soft blue glow that felt very comforting and familiar. In one direction, there was just rough light to make out. That the tunnel continued for some ways, and with nothing else to do but find out where he was and how to get out, he followed the tunnel towards the light. He seemed to be walking for some time as the tunnels turned, and sometimes even forked, but he always seemed to be getting closer to the growing light at the end of the tunnel, and hoped he wasn't walking into the light that signified he died. The silence was only broken by the sound of water sloshing around, and occasional distant bangs of something being struck hard against metal, and wondered again what he was walking towards. With the increased noise of more water, and getting continuously closer to the banging noise, Naruto finally reached an area where the dark tunnel ended in an impossibly large cavernous room that was only illuminated by the glowing dark red light from the larger pipes, which seemed to have grown in size and number as he approached this large space. The room was so large and covered mostly in shadows, but there was an unmistakable metal bar cage the size of the Hokage Tower that cut off one whole side of the cavernous room with nothing but a small piece of paper with the kanji forged seal on it. "My jailer finally decides to visit," came the growling voice, so filled with menace that it actually caused Naruto to falter in his steps, as he never felt such hatred and malevolence, even though he had lived the life of the village pariah. "Who's there?" he asked in a bit of a trembling voice, not knowing what the hell was going on, or even where the hell he was, but easily feeling the hatred in the voice directed at him. A large banging noise and movement behind those impossibly large metal bars had Naruto staring wide-eyed at the equally impossibly large fox as it tried to swipe one of its house-sized paws at the blonde, who even despite the bars between them, fell back in shock. The creature was beyond enormous, with dark orangish red fur of a similar color to the lighting in these underground sewers, with long floppy ears, and malevolent burning red eyes that glared in hatred at the young blonde ninja. Naruto could only stare in shock as his brain tried to understand what he was looking at, and almost couldn't believe that he was facing the bijou that was supposedly sealed inside of him. "Ha!" came the sadistic and dark laugh of the impossibly large creature as it glared at the fallen blonde. "That's right, ninjin. Stay on the ground where you belong." "KKQB," came the stuttered question from Naruto, as he said the only thing he possibly could in the face of such a malevolent creature, wondering how the hell he was talking to and seeing the QB in person, and wondered if he truly did just die, and this was the creature getting released from his seal. Growling, came the low animalistic growl of the QB, as he seemed to settle down lower towards the ground, but kept his angry red eyes fixed squarely on the young ninja before him. "Oh shit. I'm dead," groaned Naruto, thinking he had died and was witnessing the QB being set free from his seal, and there was nothing he could do about it. "I wish," growled the QB, still glaring heatedly at the blonde, who was now looking at him with even larger wide eyes, trying to process everything he was seeing and better understand. "Where are we?" came Naruto's question as he had an idea, but couldn't believe that the seal could work like that, where he could visit the imprisoned QB like this. "You already know where we are," came the continued growling voice. "You are just too stupid to accept it." "I'm not stupid, you overgrown bunny," came the replied shout from Naruto, that had the large fox take another attempt at swinging his house-size paw at the young ninja, but only making a banging sound against the bars of his imprisoned cage. "Don't you dare talk to me like that," screamed the large chakra monster, that rattled the enormous cavernous room, shaking up the water on the ground everywhere as a surge of the malevolent glowing red substance filled the nearby pipes and exploded down them and out of the room, causing Naruto's whole body to shudder in a bit of phantom pain. "Then don't call me stupid," screamed Naruto right back, ignoring the growing anger of the fox, or the phantom pain he was feeling in his body as it seemingly burned a bit from the inside. Huffed the fox, who stared at the young blonde in front of him with a touch of respect, that he would still stand up to him, the greatest of the bijou, and decided to give the kid a little break, as he was just too tired to argue constantly after being trapped inside this seal for years with no company or anything to do. "Then stop asking questions you already know the answer to. Maybe I wanted to confirm my thoughts were right," came the biting response of Naruto, still a bit worked up despite the fox seeming to have settled down a bit, and feeling aggressive for some reason until the glowing of the red pipes lessened over the next minute and with it his irrational anger. During that time, Naruto really looked around the cavernous room, the fox's prison, the multitude of thick pipes that ran off in every direction, most of them carrying the red substance, but just as many only smaller ones carrying the familiar blue. He had a pretty good guess as to what that was, but didn't want to ask the fox and be called stupid again, so instead he started looking at the kanji seal on the bars. The fox continued to observe the young blonde ninja as he looked around, and even perked up a bit when he started looking more closely at the seal, wondering what he had in mind and what he was thinking about. "This seal looks too simple to contain you," came his almost mumbled question, still going over things in his mind, and not completely directing that question to the room's only other occupant. "It is," came the growled response, though it lacked a lot of the total hatred from before. "It's just your mind's representation of the seal. If you knew more about Fuinjutsu, it would start looking more and more complicated and like the real version on your stomach when it's expanded. I am trying to learn more about Fuinjutsu, but it's not been a priority lately," responded Naruto matter-of-factly, seeing no reason to continue antagonizing the large fox demon, "and something tells me this one is a lot more complex than most." "So you aren't completely ignorant," came the huffed response from QB, as it continued watching Naruto study the seal. "Hey, I'm trying," came Naruto's somewhat exasperated reply, causing the fox to do something the blonde would not have thought possible. It started to chuckle. "That is true," came the fox after a few moments, and the chuckles died down. "A few months of actual hard work has done you well." "Thanks," came the disbelieving reply before he remembered what happened just before he came here. "But it wasn't enough to survive against Orochimaru?" "Give it time," spoke the QB flatly as he seemed to be getting bored with Naruto's continued focus on the seal, and had laid down his head on his paws, only half watching now and seemingly trying to go back to sleep. "Can you help me?" came the question from Naruto several moments later, after studying the seal and realizing he didn't know enough to mess with it, but wanting to get back to his real body and teammates to check and see if any of them survived the encounter with Konoha's most notorious missing nin. "And why should I?" came the somewhat expected response from QB. "Aren't you tied to me now?" continued Naruto. "Don't you want a strong Jinkyurichi?" Hummed the fox, who raised his head to look directly at the unflinching blonde, and wondering what it was about him that was so different from his previous two hosts other than his gender. "And what's in it for me?" "What do you want?" came the nervous question from Naruto, knowing how important the next few seconds could be to his continued growth and the relationship he would share with his imprisoned bijou. Ultimately, my freedom, came the huffed response from the fox. But I'd settle for a change in scenery. And maybe some access. What kind of access? Asked Naruto slowly, and how would I even go about changing the scenery? We are in your mindscape, responded QB. You control the scenery. It says a lot about the type of life you've lived to imagine a sewer as your mind's closest representation. And access to your senses would be enough for me. Ignoring the dig at my mind's expense, replied Naruto with a deadpan look at the grinning fox. How would you access my senses, and what would that mean for me? I would be able to see, hear, smell, and sense chakra through you, replied the fox to his captivated audience, happy to see the blonde was actually listening to him and not dismissing him out of hand. Likewise, you would have a little more of my yukai, or bijou chakra, running through you than you do now. Maybe a 2% increase, and your senses would all be heightened considerably, but otherwise nothing would really change except that we could communicate more easily. And how do I know you are being truthful with me now? Asked Naruto somewhat suspiciously, as it sounded almost too good to be true. I give you my word, spoke the QB slowly and deliberately. I am effing bored of just sitting here staring at this prison cell. I guess I can understand that, responded Naruto, while still staring intently at the fox, trying to make sure he couldn't sense any deception. Okay. So how do we get you access to my senses? You tear a small corner of the seal paper off. No more than a fingernail-size piece, answered the QB with a matching intense gaze at Naruto, excited for the chance to have some interaction with the world around him, and glad the kid was even considering it, as his mother and aunt never did. Naruto thought about it for a minute, until the QB sweetened the pot by stating that the small increase of his yukai would also allow Naruto to continue to grow at even faster levels, as his recovery rate would skyrocket even more. Plus, with enhanced senses and a reliable chakra sensing skill, he would be a much better ninja, and have the skills to be a first-rate tracker to add to his other abilities. Then Naruto tore the small corner off the seal paper, and had to flinch as his body was flooded with an increased amount of the fox's chakra, causing the red pipes in the tunnels to expand a bit and glow even brighter than before. The change wasn't as noticeable inside his mindscape, but after a few tries to get out, Naruto found himself waking up inside a small earth-shaped room with Sasuke next to him. His teammate looked to be in pretty bad shape, as his outfit was marred with tears and stains of BLD and dirt, and was sweating something fierce while seemingly involved in a nightmare. His thrashing around was so bad. The pain in his own abdomen was still pretty intense from where Orochimaru connected his powerful hit, but he could also feel the concentration of what he now knew to be QB's chakra or yukai fixing the damage. His eyesight was also visibly better than he could ever remember, and after the first breath, made sure not to use his enhanced sense of smell inside the small cave-like room with all the BLD and sweat smells that were overwhelmingly everywhere. He could also hear and feel movement just outside of the little cave, that he was instantly able to determine was Sakura, and almost sagged in relief that they were both still alive. It was quite overwhelming at first, all the new sights, sounds, smells, and feel of chakra, that he simply laid on the hard earth for a while until he could make better sense of it all and his stomach was feeling back to normal. It was as he was just starting to sit up though when he felt the 3 approaching chakra signatures. As it was such a new experience, it took him another few moments until he got a better handle on it and understood what it meant. Then it was a matter of stopping his spinning head after trying to jump up and charge outside to help Sakura, which took another several moments until he felt even remotely like himself again. Before he left their little cave, he created a pair of clones, making it tight-fitting, but wanted them in case they needed to move Sasuke somewhere during the upcoming battle he could already start to hear the beginning of. He was in too much of a rush to really notice that both of his new clones had purple glowing eyes, and if he compared would have found they had slightly thicker whiskers than he was used to as well. But he never noticed either of those small details in his rush to get outside and help his female teammate, coming to find an overly trapped area with a short-haired Sakura struggling to stay upright. The 3 chakra signatures he felt matched perfectly to the 3 sound ninjas that stood at the other end of the clearing, taunting and sending potshots at Sakura from a distance, seemingly realizing that they didn't want to deal with traps just yet and had almost completely worn her down. "Come on, you FNG tree hugger," came the angry voice of one of the boys on the team, as he seemingly shot almost never-ending wind attacks out of holes in his palms at Sakura's position, forcing her to defend and avoid the sprung traps that were also thrown towards her. "Tell us where Sasuke Uchiha is, so we can kill him for Orochimaru?" "You work for that Pefli," came the snarky question from Naruto, getting a relieved sag of Sakura's shoulders as one of her teammates finally joined her to help stave off these sound a-holes. "Must be fun." "F you," shouted the only female member of the team, a relatively attractive dark-haired girl who was seemingly holding bells and glaring hard at the blonde. "Is that an offer?" snarked Naruto back, getting said girl to growl in anger and her two teammates to pause a moment to laugh at her misfortune, which was all the time Naruto needed to spawn easily 100+ shadow clones that were soon bombarding the trio from sound with relentless attacks that kept them purely on the defensive. Within a minute, the girl was taken down and secured in ropes, and the two remaining boys were throwing out even stronger attacks as they were in danger of being overrun by Naruto clones and getting desperate. Another minute had the two boys being tied up just as Naruto felt another team arriving, though this one he recognized once he saw the green spandex of their loudest member and his friend. Lee landed right near Sakura and offered her help, and asked for another date, while his teammates landed in higher-up branches that dotted the clearing that had been made from all the various wind attacks. "Hi Lee," greeted Naruto, always finding the boy with the bowl cut and bushy eyebrows a genuinely nice person even if he was a pain in the butt to fight against or sometimes even talk to. Naruto greeted Lee exuberantly, "You are so lucky to have such a appealing flower as your teammate." "I could say the same to you, Lee," replied Naruto with a glance and a wink to a suddenly blushing Tenten as her and Niji watched from a little distance away, ignoring Sakura's spluttering as Lee tried talking to her. "Is this some kind of Konoha party?" came the unmistakable lazy drawl of Shikamaru, as he and his two teammates arrived from a different direction and looked carefully over the ruined clearing and the now three tied up and knocked out sound ninja. Unfortunately, before anyone could answer, there was an explosion of chakra from the small cave under the tree Sasuke was still in, causing even Naruto's two clones he left behind to disperse, giving the blonde a weird memory of Sasuke with black lines all over his skin. He was able to see that for himself a moment later as Sasuke burst out of the cave, covered in inky black line work that pulsed with a malevolent-feeling chakra that raised the hairs on everyone present's arms. Sakura, ignoring the bad feelings, immediately rushed Sasuke, glad he was still alive but was casually pushed aside after he saw the bruising and cuts she had all over her body and his face took on an even more menacing tone. "Who hurt you, Sakura?" he practically growled, causing Naruto and the other Konoha teams to realize that this wasn't the same Sasuke they were all used to hearing, as the dark-haired boy glared along the clearing until they rested on the now tied up and unconscious sound ninja. Was it this trash? Before any of the others could react, Naruto was directly in front of Sasuke and blocking his singular focus on his perceived enemy, but Sasuke was having none of it and tried to simply push Naruto aside. But Naruto didn't budge, forcing Sasuke to growl at him like an animal as he stared at his blonde teammate that was currently in his way from delivering justice. Naruto simply held his hand to Sasuke's chest and told him to calm down, as he wasn't acting himself, and the inky black lines littering his skin was the most likely cause. "What did Orochimaru do to you after he took me out?" asked Naruto quietly, but all the present ninja could still hear it clearly, and all of them tensed in seriousness, as all of Konoha knew that name and it wasn't one spoken of pleasantly. "He bit him on the shoulder," interjected Sakura, causing Shikamaru to curse and Ino to start crying, while the members of Team Guy looked on in various degrees of shock. "He gave me power," roared Sasuke, as he attempted to blast through Naruto and get to the sound ninja he saw as the most likely people he could practice his new power on. "Now let me at them." "At what cost, team?" came the question from Naruto, as he refused to be pushed aside and held his ground, glaring back at Sasuke as his teammates' anger only increased with every passing second. "Who cares?" replied Sasuke, giving up on simply getting past Naruto, and threw a strong punch that could have really hurt the blonde had he not sensed it coming and countered brutally, knocking the arm aside and dropping a very heavy elbow onto the exact spot on his shoulder that the snake sanin bit. "Ah!" screamed Sasuke in obvious pain at the still tender spot, before he lost all control and started swinging and kicking wildly in an attempt to lay out Naruto, who was now his apparent enemy. "Sasuke, stop," yelled Sakura to no avail, as Sasuke continued sending out kicks and punches that would have crippled the blonde a couple months ago, but were all being deflected and dodged as Naruto tried to wear his teammate out and get him to see reason. A frustrated Sasuke just kept getting more violent in his attacks, and everyone could see the toll it was taking on Naruto to just defend against them all without fighting back, not wanting to hurt his teammate. Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru started yelling along with Sakura to get him to stop, but his growing frustration just fueled his growing anger as he got faster and faster until Naruto couldn't dodge or avoid all the hits. Instead, he let himself take a hit on his leg to deliver a paralysis seal on his dark-haired teammate's chest, instantly dropping him to the ground as Naruto winced at the pain and all those around them were staring in shock at the fast and brutal fight between teammates. "Naruto, are you okay?" came the question from Lee, the closest of the others, as he was only seconds away from interfering in the teammate battle while his eyes continued to glare at Sasuke for his unyouthfulness. "Yeah, Lee, I'll be okay," answered Naruto with a small grin at his friend, hiding the wince from the hit on his leg that was luckily being healed as he spoke, and reminded him about his own new circumstances with Kyuubi that he still needed to figure out and deal with. "Lee," spoke Neji with a glare at the other two Konoha rookie teams, "we've wasted enough time. Let's go." Naruto asked Lee again, and received a nod from the blonde telling him to go with his team, and that he would take care of Sasuke before he leapt into the trees after a departing Neji and a waving Tenten as they took off towards the central tower. "Why the hell was Orochimaru here?" asked Shikamaru curiously, as he looked at a very tense-looking Naruto, a paralyzed Sasuke, and a frantic Sakura for answers. "He said something about giving Sasuke a gift," started Sakura, "before he knocked me out. I only found Sasuke with a bite mark on his shoulder after I came to, and Naruto had already been taken out. That bite mark has some kind of Fuinjutsu element to it, but not one I know anything about," replied Naruto with a worried look to his paralyzed teammate, as Team 10 looked on in varying stages of worry over their friend's predicament. "Do you guys need help to get him to the tower?" asked Choji, always trying to be friendly and helpful. "No, we should be okay. But thanks," replied Naruto with a grin towards the larger boy. "Hopefully those sound idiots have a heaven scroll and we can be done with this test. Do you guys have any need for an earth scroll? Pretty sure Sasuke still has our duplicate one." Chapter End. Chapter 14 Chunin Exams 4 Naruto and the rest of Team 7 were awakened early the morning after arriving in the central tower and completing Stage 2 of the Chunin exams, by a hurried Hokage who needed to see the Fuinjutsu seal on Sasuke. Luckily, his secretary Naru had filled him in last night on everything that happened with Naruto and his team meeting Orochimaru, and what the snake sanin seemed to be after. The only part Naru couldn't explain was what happened after the original Naruto was taken out, and the words that were exchanged between the young Uchiha and his former student, and needing to see the seal to determine if it was what he feared. Naruto was able to get a good look at the unusual seal that Orochimaru gave to Sasuke as it was expanded by the third Hokage while Kakashi kept Sasuke still and viewed it himself. It was definitely way beyond anything Naruto had learned, although pieces of it were at least understandable. He was pretty concerned after the looks shared by Gigi and Kakashi, and agreed with them as they told Sasuke not to use the foreign chakra as the cost would be too great and risky. He asked a lot of questions when following Kakashi's outer sealing of Orochimaru's bite seal, and was surprised his sensei knew so much about Fuinjutsu, getting a promise to teach him some of what he knew later. Sasuke wasn't completely happy to have the seal closed off, and grudgingly promised not to use it despite wanting to go all out in any fight he still had, which the Hokage hinted was likely going to be soon. Kakashi congratulated all of his genin, happy that they stuck together and survived their run-in with Orochimaru, and yet was also very scared for his cute students as this was sure to cause them problems down the road. The two left Team 7 with a lot of questions still going on in their minds, but most of it centered around why Orochimaru would have singled out Sasuke for the seal, and none of them boded well. They tried to put it in the back of their minds as they spent the next 3 days around the tower waiting for the second stage to end, eating in the cafeteria, occasionally catching up with the other rookies, and training in empty rooms when they needed something to do. Naruto was at least able to spend the 3 days really hunkering down on Fuinjutsu lessons. Using his clones in a large empty room, he found to hammer home everything seal-related that he had discovered so far. His storage and explosive seals were now top-notch, and he could practically do them all in his sleep with no difficulty, and had his clones continue to add to his supplies when not trying new things. He was progressing through the more advanced stuff at a decent pace for anyone else, but for Naruto it still felt like it was taking too long, as the Uzumaki sealing information was still too far out of his reach. The biggest surprise they discovered during the wait was that Naruto's eyes had seemingly changed permanently from the clear ocean blue they were before to an almost glowing purple color, something he speculated was due to the fox's chakra or yukai. He was also a little surprised the first time the QB made a random comment on something he was looking at, having forgotten that the most recent change allowed the fox to communicate with him directly, almost like hearing voices in his head. It was pretty weird at first, and very distracting at the beginning until he started to get more used to having a running commentary on things he was seeing. The biggest problem with the fox's running commentary was his sarcasm and general dislike of most human things, and having to ignore the extra or added comments on his teammates or other ninja. The benefits though were also quickly apparent, as the fox saw things he didn't, noticed subtleties and nuances that he never learned or paid attention to, and had a lot of knowledge about various ninja disciplines and techniques. The two spent most of those first few days just getting used to the new reality that was their unusual connection, and for the fox seeing new things after so long stuck in the seal was a great boon that he really enjoyed. It was an unusual experience for Naruto to have someone so close to him all the time, and someone seeing everything he was involved in, and wondered if it would become suffocating or helpful down the road. The fox was a little too caustic and angry at times, and had too much pride that was easily offended, making him want Naruto to lash out at insignificant offenses he saw that Naruto just didn't care about. He tried ignoring some of those darker tendencies and ideas the fox put forward, and found himself having to explain a lot of his thought processes to the fox in order for the large demon to understand and not get in the way when he was doing his usual things. This having to over-explain though came in handy quite quickly, as the fox was able to understand what Naruto was trying to do most of the time, and allowed him to better guide or help the young blonde figure out others' ways of accomplishing some of the things he wanted. For Naruto, having to over-explain everything made it so he was really having to work through his process and understand it even more himself so he could sell it to the fox without the powerful creature trying to undermine or distract him. With the Fuinjutsu work he was doing, it was extra helpful to his understanding of everything, and the QB was actually quite interested in the field of study that was primarily used to trap him and his brethren by the ninja of the elemental nations. Over the 3 days, the two became closer as they communicated more about general and specific things that they were both interested in, and started to see one another as less of an enemy and more as a companion. For both of them, it had been a long time since someone was so involved in their life, and the adjustment wasn't always going to be smooth, but just knowing there was always someone there for them actually did help the two bond further. His teammates were a little surprised at how quiet Naruto had become in the few days since arriving at the tower, or how much the change in his eye color seemed to also carry a weight and intensity to his gaze that wasn't there previously. Each of the 3 members of Team 7 though were much quieter than when they started this stage of the exams, as they each had a reality check and significant beatdown to work through and hopefully grow from. Sasuke was still struggling with the confrontation he had with Orochimaru, and what the powerful missing Nin really wanted with him, knowing it wasn't anything good but interested nonetheless in the man's strength. Sakura was again questioning why she wanted to be a ninja in the first place, as the confrontation with the snake sanin was terrifying, and she wondered if she wouldn't be happier living a normal civilian life like her parents. Finally, all those who reached the tower were called together in the evening of the 5th day for the conclusion of the 2nd stage, and they all met in the large open room to find the Hokage, and several Chunin and Jonin of the village, and those who led the passing genin teams. There were 7 teams that passed the 2nd stage making it to the tower, miraculously including the sound team Naruto left unconscious and tied up, as well as Kabuto's team that arrived just before the close of the stage. All 3 of the Konoha rookie teams made it, along with Team Guy and the Sand siblings, giving them 21 genin hopefuls along with their Jonin senseis and a few others from the village. Welcome, greeted the 3rd Hokage as he stood at the front of the group of genin, looking over them all with a critical eye, and congratulations on passing the second stage of the Chunin exams. The excited muttering didn't last long as the elderly leader glared at those speaking until everyone was quiet once again, and Naruto was able to notice the tightness in his Gigi's eyes, and assumed it was from the news of his wayward student causing them trouble. Most of the genin looked excited or relaxed enough, though Naruto expected that would change soon as he expected them to be tested in some other way now that they were all together again. Kakashi gave him his customary eye smile when they met gazes, and Guy gave him a thumbs up and megawatt smile as the Hokage began talking about the true purpose of the Chunin exams for several minutes. As the referee for the third stage interrupted a Konoha Jonin after the Hokage finished his explanation of the reasons behind the Chunin exams, let me explain the next steps. He was of medium build and seemingly nondescript with a visible sword strapped to his back and a sickly-sounding cough that sounded painful as his only distinguishing characteristics. I am Hayate Gecko, referee for the next stage, and I have decided that we will need to hold some preliminary fights to see who will continue on to the main event. Preliminaries, shouted Kiba the loudest, though he wasn't the only one to complain. Yes, the finals of the Chunin exams draw in a lot of dignitaries and powerful people, began the sickly Jonin, who had identified himself as Hayate Gecko. We don't want them to carry on too long, so we will have preliminary matches right now to settle who will fight in the finals. From this point forward, you are individual combatants. So, does anyone need to withdraw before we begin? I do, breathed out Kabuto, playing up his fatigue as his team did just arrive before they all gathered, but Naruto wasn't completely convinced when the QB whispered to him that the gray-haired boy's chakra was completely fine. Splendid, replied their Jonin referee. Then we have an even 20 participants. We will have 10 randomly selected one-on-one matches to determine the 10 genin who will continue to the finals. Could everyone not fighting please make their way up to the balconies to observe? The first match will be Sasuke Uchiha of Konoha versus Yoroi Akato of Konoha. Good luck Sasuke-kun, spoke Sakura, as others around them offered their own encouragement to one of their own. Came the usual grunt of the Uchiha, though everyone could see that he was eager to fight as he cracked his neck and seemed to be loosening up for his fight. Sasuke was really eager to fight anybody, and didn't think much of the teammate of Kabuto he was paired against, who had most likely taken these exams multiple times as well and never advanced, proving in his mind he would be an easy fight. The sensei of Kabuto and Yoroi, however, had a very creepy look of eagerness on his face, and it reminded Naruto of Orochimaru, and wondered if the sanin had somehow invaded these preliminaries as well, and promised he would keep an eye on that one. He along with the rest of the genin made their way up to the two balconies, with the Konoha rookies and Team Guy going to one side, while the Sound, Sand, and Kabuto's team went to the other side with their Jonin senseis. The fight started exactly how Naruto thought it would, with Sasuke thinking himself superior and not taking it seriously from the word go, and trying to verbally intimidate his quiet opponent who showed absolutely nothing and surprisingly engaged the Uchiha in close combat taijutsu. It didn't take long for everyone to realize that it wasn't simple taijutsu, as Yoroi used a lot of grappling moves with glowing blue hands that seemed to be wearing Sasuke out too quickly, as his chakra levels plummeted at alarming rates. With his need to not tap into the foreign chakra source from Orochimaru, Sasuke was at a serious disadvantage until he actually started using his brain and moved the fight into medium range where his shuriken and ninja wire tactics turned the tables and eventually won him the fight. He didn't look too great when it was all over, and everyone could see how gassed and tired he seemed from a lack of chakra, and was thankfully carted to medical with Kakashi watching over him as they continued on to the next preliminary fight. It was between Zaku Abumi from Sound versus Shino Aburame from Konoha, and was a lot less exciting to watch than the previous fight. Zaku was all talk, and had only one technique, the decapitating airwaves he produced through hollow tubes implanted in his arms that came out his hands, and was easily defeated when Shino used his family's Kikachu bugs to clog those pathways resulting in the explosive lose of both limbs. Naruto noticed during the fight though, that Kabuto and his creepy sensei were both gone from the balcony across the way, despite both Yoroi who just fought Sasuke and their other teammate remaining. He wondered what they were up to, as both people had seemingly rubbed him the wrong way, and decided to get some of his wandering clones to investigate. He quickly spawned and then dispelled a clone with the instructions to the few he left in the tower to investigate and see if they could locate and spy on the pair to see what they were up to, but they had returned by the start of the next match. The third fight was between Kabuto's final teammate, Misumi Tsurugi of Konoha versus Kankuro of Sand, and was pretty brutal to watch for all the Konoha rookies who got their first real taste of over-the-top violence just for violence sake. Misumi was able to use his chakra on his body in a way that allowed him to soften parts of it to make it bendable, and used that technique to coil around Kankuro in order to force him to surrender. But Kankuro had his own tricks and wouldn't surrender, causing Misumi to destroy who he thought was the Sand Genin, when in fact it was simply his puppet that turned the tables on the Konoha Genin, wrapping his puppet around Misumi and breaking many bones in his body until he forfeited and Kankuro was declared the winner. After the medical team took Misumi away with his sensei following along, many of the Konoha rookies were looking much less confident as the realities of these fights started to set in for some of them. The next fight called, though, put an end to that seriousness, as it was between former friends and rivals, Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, both of Konoha. It was a complete disaster, as within seconds of starting, both girls devolved into personal verbal attacks that lost them both their cool and turned into a fight with no skill that ended up with a double knockout, and a sad shaking of many heads at their foolishness. Then Tenten from Team Guy got put against Temari of Sand, in what quickly proved to be a very bad matchup for the Konoha weapons Zemus, though nobody could doubt that she was head and shoulders better than the previous two kunoichi from her village. Temari was a battle fan user that created powerful wind attacks that completely neutralized every attack that Tenten could throw at her, and quickly had her worn down where she forfeited. Temari proved she was a bit of a bully when she continued taunting the kunoichi of Konoha after the match, and won herself no love from those watching with her stuck-up attitude and luck of the draw. "Sorry, Tenten," spoke Naruto as she returned to their balcony depressed at her showing, "that was a bad matchup for you. You'll get her next time." "Thanks, Naruto," she replied with a kind smile at his attempt to cheer her up, and then had to roll her eyes as Lee added to her praises and promised to help her prepare with the most outlandish of workout requests that only he or Guy would ever do. Then it was Shikamaru Nara of Konoha versus Kintsuchi of Sound in the sixth match of the day, in what proved to be very entertaining for the thinking observer, as Shikamaru prevailed. Primarily due to Kin's longing to taunt and torment her opponent instead of going for the quick victory, she left Shikamaru in opening to slip his shadows past her notice by hiding them under the wires she used to trigger her Senbon bells. After she forfeited, her other teammate with the melody arm that had yet to fight was visibly set off and itching to get his hands on someone from Konoha. Unfortunately for him, the next match was between Kiba Inuzuka and Naruto Uzumaki, leaving him to stew in his anger for another round as the two weakest former academy students were set to fight one another. Kiba was ecstatic with getting Naruto as his opponent, quickly boasting to all that he would have this fight won in seconds, as the dead last from their class would be the easiest opponent of the lot. Naruto ignored his boasting other than a narrowing of his eyes, and got into position quietly, which should have alerted Kiba that he was not the same as before, and simply waited for the start to be given, getting some last-minute advice from Kyubi. "You better not make me look bad, little Ninjen," came the excited growl of the Kyubi as they were both in agreement, and looking forward to proving their advanced skills and how far Naruto had grown since he last fought Kiba at the academy. "Then don't blink," came Naruto's whispered words as a smirk adorned his face as the referee asked them if they were ready. "I was born ready," sneered Kiba, full of confidence and not taking his academy class dead last seriously at all. The moment they were told to begin, as Kiba was about to continue his verbal diarrhea, Naruto spawned 24 clones, most of whom leapt at Kiba's position immediately, forcing him back a step as he had to swallow his words and prepare for a fight. Before they even reached him, however, Kiba felt a tug on his ankle before he was pulled straight into the floor up to his neck and left there while a few clones threw shurikens with a net that caught and tangled up his puppy companion, Akamaru. The real Naruto appeared behind the captured Kiba and held a kunai to his neck, forcing him to surrender before the match even really started, and then walked calmly back to his position in the balcony to continue observing the other fighters after the referee declared him the winner. "Well done, Naruto," came a compliment from Kakashi, who must have arrived just to see the match, while a brooding Sasuke just gave his usual HN in acknowledgement. Yash Naruto. Your youthful flames burn bright, praised Guy with his over-the-top smile and exuberant thumbs up, while Lee imitated him to the T. Congratulations Naruto, came the almost whispered words of Hinata, as the others were all still looking at him in confusion at both his skill and speed in handling Kiba, but also his lack of boasting and quiet demeanor. What the hell, dead last, came the angry shout of Kiba a moment later after he was freed from the ground and returned to the balcony, glaring at Naruto the whole way. You cheating a-hole. I didn't cheat Inuzuka, responded Naruto with his own glare at the loud and arrogant clan heir. I just used any advantage I could. You know, like a ninja. But I wasn't ready, he shouted right back, completely missing the point and just complaining for the sake of it. Then you should have alerted the referee when he asked if you were ready. Naruto fired right back, not feeling at all accommodating to the loud mouth that had been nothing but a pain in his butt through most of their academy days. He was always mouthing off just like he used to, and Naruto wasn't going to have a long drawn-out fight that showed off all his skills to the others he would probably have to face next. F you, shouted Kiba, and before anyone could stop him, lunged at Naruto with a powerful swipe of his claws, but Naruto was expecting it and easily dodged his angry swing and landed a strong knee in Kiba's abdomen that had him lock up with no air and fold over his leg like a lawn chair. Accept your defeat like a man, Inuzuka, came Naruto's whispered voice as Kiba fell to the ground locked up and gasping for air, while those up in the balcony were looking at Naruto in even more stunned silence, except for the small giggle from his sensei as he turned a page in his favorite orange book at just that moment. Kiba, shouted Kurenai, as she quickly made her way to her downed genin with a disapproving look towards both him and the blonde who laid him out, getting a nonchalant shrug in response from said blonde before he turned back towards the fighting area as the next names were being called. Naruto was actually quite excited to see Neji fight, as Lee and Guy Sensei both often mentioned how the boy was a prodigy of the highest order, and despite being a total JRK, was incredibly skilled. He was worried a bit for Hinata, as the shy girl practically shriveled up when she learned just who she would be fighting, and sent her a small smile while wishing her luck. It seemed to help, as afterwards, she was at least walking with more confidence, and set herself up opposite what must have been a fellow member of her clan that she just never mentioned her relationship with to anybody. The fight was brutally one-sided however, and despite Hinata showing a lot of determination and heart, she was simply outclassed by her fellow clan member and was defeated quite soundly. There were even several shouts from Kurenai and others to stop the fight as it neared the end, and Neji even sent an angry smirk at the sweet lavender-haired girl before he closed in for a hit that most likely would have killed her had the referee not stepped in at the last moment. Even Shino was loudly upset at the actions towards his teammate, and had Kiba been conscious and not nursing his own wounds, he too would have taken great offense to Neji's total disregard for his fellow Leaf ninja and clan member. How could a family member be that cruel to her? Asked a curious Choji, who always liked the shy Hyuga girl, as she was one of the few to always be polite and kind to others. Hinata has often mentioned problems in her clan between the main and branch families, spoke Shino in response to Choji's question, and now we can see some of those issues for ourselves. Neji has a lot of issues regarding his place in the Hyuga clan, came the surprisingly softer voice of Lee as he leaned over to Naruto to share that information, and watched his teammate slowly make his way back up to the balcony with a sour look on his usually stoic face, and blames fate for most of his troubles. What he needs is a serious attitude adjustment, countered Naruto to Lee and Choji, who were the closest to him, or at least in butt kicking. Yash, Naruto, laughed Lee with a shared smile with his occasional training partner, as he agreed that the Hyuga prodigy needed to be taken down a peg as it was one of his goals in life after years of put-downs and dismissals from Neji. It got quiet as Neji returned to the balcony, as many of the ninja there liked Hinata as she was always polite to everyone and a genuinely kind soul, but it was broken as they announced that Rock Lee of Konoha was going against Gaara of Sand in a matchup that was sure to be memorable. Naruto knew that Lee was no pushover, but that Gaara Kid gave everyone, even his siblings, the creeps, and his homicidal tendencies weren't even well hidden as everyone often heard him over the last few days muttering about his need for others' BLD to satisfy some unknown mother. Naruto gave his friend a nod and call for luck, and watched as both Guy and Kakashi became very tense and interested in the fight, and knew he should be paying very close attention as well. The fight was insane. Lee's speed when he removed all his weights was incredible, and his taijutsu was top-notch when he was going all out, and Naruto realized he got lucky not having to face the taijutsu beast himself. After using several taijutsu moves that would crush most opponents, but just ended up seeing an unstable Gar off, Lee used a reverse lotus move that Gar just managed to avoid but left Lee too hurt to continue at his overwhelming speed. Due to this slowdown, Gaara, with his amazing control of sand that he used both offensively and defensively, was able to catch Lee in one of his many sand attacks that would have been fatal had Guy not intervened at just the last minute. Guy managed to save Lee's life, but his young protege didn't escape unscathed, as his right leg and arm were both crushed under the pressure of Gaara's unbelievable sand coffin. Lee had to forfeit due to Guy's intervention, and had to be immediately rushed to the hospital in an effort to save his arm and leg, but there was a good chance that his ninja career may be over, causing many of the Konoha ninja to pale at the seriousness of that fight's outcome. It also left many there with a healthy fear of the unstable Gaara of sand, who completely lost it after not being able to kill Lee at the end of the fight and threw a childlike tantrum screaming for Lee's BLD to appease his mother. After that fight, it took some time until the last fight was announced, and Dosu Kinyuta of Sound was paired against Choji Akimichi of Konoha as the only two who had not yet fought. Dosu was still pretty set at Konoha in general, even if it had faded while he waited, and took that anger out on a usually pretty passive Choji, at least until the Sound Ninja called him fat and he actually got mad and attacked. His body expansion clan techniques were pretty interesting, but inevitably too hard to pin down a quick ninja like Dosu without the aid of his teammates' techniques, which helped hold others in place for Choji to take out. With Dosu declared the winner after Choji forfeited before any real damage could be done to him, the 9 winners were called down to the arena floor to draw their positions in the final stage of the Chunin exams, which wouldn't take place for an entire month. This was to allow the many visiting dignitaries and other kages to arrive, as well as to give the ninja time to prepare and train for their upcoming fights. After everyone drew their order numbers, the matchups were announced, and everyone would have a month to prepare for them. First round of Chunin exam finals: Naruto Uzumaki vs Niji Hyuga, vs Sasuke Uchiha Kankuro vs Shino Aburame Shikamaru Nara vs Dosu Kinyuta Temari, then faces the winner of last match chapter and chapter 15 training for finals the day after the second round of the Chunin exams was complete. Naruto was given the bad news from Kakashi that his sensei would be training Sasuke exclusively for the finals against Gaara, as he needed the entire month to get Sasuke's speed and abilities higher in order to compete against the powerful sand user. He apologized to Naruto for leaving him without any real training of his own, but did line up some lessons from Ebisu if he wanted to learn anything from someone else. Naruto attended one of those Ebisu lessons just now, and afterwards was wandering around in a bit of a bad mood, as the Tokubetsu Jonin wasn't really the ideal trainer for Naruto, as he could already defeat him and they lacked any kind of mutual respect for one another. The only good thing to come from that failed training was the wandering walk Naruto took afterwards, that led him by the hot springs and an odd old pervert. After Naruto made the women the old lech was perving unaware of their visitor, he happily walked away to the sounds of the white-haired man getting pounded by the many upset females. That was a dirty thing to do, came the somewhat angry voice that Naruto was easily and somewhat surprised to see belonged to the same old pervert, who wasn't apparently getting beat up at all despite the sounds that continued to come from the inside of the hot springs. "It's what perverts deserve," responded the blonde back with a little glare of his own, to match the one the larger white-haired man was giving him. "Are you calling me a pervert?" came the unmistakable growl of the older man in the unusual Geta sandals and old-timer clothes, as he glared at the young blonde ninja. "Yeah," answered Naruto easily, not understanding how this guy he caught peeping on women didn't see his own perversion. "It's pretty obvious. I'll have you know I am no mere pervert," came the almost dramatic twist as the older man stood up and started doing some ridiculous kabuki-style dance poses. "I am the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku, the sanin with the mostest, the Ika creator, the gallant Jiraiya, the super pervert." "Super pervert," came the unmistakably exasperated voice of Naruto as he watched this old-timer make an even bigger fool of himself than he thought possible, Though the name Jiraiya did ring a few bells, he didn't think that this could possibly be the same person who taught the fourth Hokage, or was the student of Sarutobi Hiruzen, more like. Super joke. The change was quick, and if Naruto hadn't been looking directly at the white-haired older man, might have missed the quick transition from goofy elder into a fierce ninja of significant skill as he glared right back at the blonde. He went on to complain that the youth of today had no respect for their elders and even launched into a long defense of the noble tradition of spying at the hot springs for inspiration. Within minutes, Naruto learned of the man's utter devotion to anything perverted, but also realized that this was a skilled older ninja who could and should be teaching him something important. "You don't know who you're messing with, brat," came the response from the white-haired elder as he continued to glare at the younger blonde. An old geezer that has to spy on pretty girls because he can't get them himself, countered Naruto back with a heated glare of his own, regardless of how dangerous the older ninja might be. "You little sheet," growled the older ninja, "I've gotten more pretty girls than you've ever seen in your life, pipsqueak." "I doubt that," smirked back Naruto as he brought his hands up in the familiar seal as clones appeared all around them, though these were all scantily dressed female versions of himself that turned on the white-haired ninja and started draping themselves over him, instantly causing a large nosebleed as the self-proclaimed super pervert was rendered speechless by the CC display. After that wonderful display, the older man who promised his name really was Jiraiya of the Sanin, agreed to meet the young blonde back here the following day. Naruto was pleased that he had successfully lined up some training of his own for the Chunin finals and promised to get back to work training on his own as well. That night he went down to the facility and after one of his largest spawns of clones yet, had them divide into large groups to continue pushing his training to greater heights. His clones division was pretty simple, as he sent a third to work on ninjutsu, a third with taijutsu, and the last third with sword fighting while he upped his training weights again and pushed through his usual physical workout that left him exhausted and heading to bed late that night. The next afternoon, after his usual early morning workout, without Guy and Lee, as his young friend was still in the hospital after his defeat at Gaara's hands, Naruto was again at the hot springs waiting on his newest instructor. He found the old white-haired super pervert again peeping through a hole in the fence into the women's hot spring and questioned whether this was really a good idea to learn from this idiot. Naruto had to entice and remind Jiraiya why he agreed to teach him, by performing another CCHRM jutsu, before the white-haired ninja would even start asking questions about his previous training. After filling the somewhat goofy-acting older ninja in about what he was studying in terms of taijutsu, sword training, and his ninjutsu and elemental techniques, Jiraiya finally got to teaching him something. That something turned out to be something incredible, and Naruto was beside himself in excitement after the white-haired man summoned a toad that provided the summoning contract for all the toads. "This is the toad contract," asked Naruto in disbelief that he was being asked to sign something so well-known and previously used by his idol the fourth Hokage. "You are letting me sign the toad contract?" "Yes, brat," answered Jiraiya with an exasperated shake of his head, as the blonde ninja was equal parts a skilled and dedicated ninja, and also slow at times on some of the most basic things. "That is why I asked you to sign it in your BLD, yes sir, Arrow Senin," saluted Naruto before biting his thumb and using the BLD to write his name on the next open line, just beneath the faded-out one of Minato Namikaze, his hero. "You need to bring him to Mount Mayaboka soon, Jiraiya-sama," came the unmistakable voice of the summoning scroll toad, that was called to witness and provide the summoning scroll while getting a new summoner. "Gamabunta will want to meet our newest summoner." "Sure thing," replied Jiraiya with a lazy wave as the toad and summoning contract disappeared in a puff of smoke to return to the summoning realm, leaving just the two ninja behind. Jiraiya then showed Naruto the hand signs for summoning and told him to keep at it until he could summon some of the largest toads, while he went back to the hole in the fence to spy on naked women with a perverted little giggle. Naruto was able to get the hand signs down easily, but wasn't sure just how much chakra to use, and the first time summoned a small toad that wasn't much bigger than his fist. The new toad though was very happy to be summoned and even happier to learn of their newest summoner as he introduced himself as Gamakichi and asked for candy in payment for being summoned. For the next half an hour, Naruto continued to practice his summoning, getting to know Gamakichi quite well as he was the only toad summoned during those first few tests and was really chatty with their newest summoner. Then Naruto decided to really put some chakra behind it and started to build his chakra like he would for his largest spawning of clones, causing his perverted teacher to actually stop peeping on the women in the hot springs for a moment. And he had a right to notice, as the chakra was heavy, much greater than he would have thought from the young blonde, and was impressed that the young ninja had advanced so far already. "Why the hell did you summon me, Jiraiya?" came the large voice of a creature that simply towered over the small forest training area they were near, as it appeared out of the smoke to the absolute shock of both ninja in the area, though for entirely different reasons. "Gamabunta," croaked Jiraiya, sounding more like a toad than the toad he was talking to, as he gulped nervously when the large battle toad turned towards him at his voice, probably wondering who was on his head then. "Wow!" exclaimed Naruto in shock from on top of the large head on the biggest toad he had ever dreamed about. "This is so awesome. Databeo." "Jiraiya, what is going on?" asked the large toad, as it looked down at his summoner, trying to ignore the happily dancing young blonde ninja on his head. What followed was a very confusing half an hour, where the toad and toad sage spoke cryptically in code about Naruto joining the ranks of a toad summoner. He was introduced to Gamabunta, the presumed boss leader of the toads that he summoned miraculously, and was given a basic rundown of the different toads and their primary functions. Naruto was surprisingly respectful to the toads themselves, and instead kept most of his grumbling about his newest perverted teacher separate from his dealings with the larger amphibians, who he greatly valued already due to their relationship with his hero, the fourth Hokage. Naruto was oblivious to the many looks shared between Gamabunta and Jiraiya, especially when anything related to Minato Namikaze was brought up and discussed. Instead, he asked about training methods the toads could help him with, and how he would go about summoning them to aid him in fights. A lot of that discussion was simply which toads specialized in what function, how they could be and were used by Jiraiya to easily deliver messages or fight alongside him. Gamabunta promised that Naruto would have to first go through Mount Kyobaku to meet all the toads personally before he could convince any of them to fight for him now, but that they would take care of that soon. The large toad spent most of his time arguing and complaining to Jiraiya about not visiting them all often enough, and had a message that Ma and Pa wanted to see him and their newest summoner soon. Naruto simply soaked everything he could up, and was quickly planning out his latest trip to the summoning realm in order to get to know the toads better. He really couldn't believe his luck, having known about the toad summons for years now from his extensive study of the Hokages, and especially the fourth. That he was the newest toad summoner, following in Minato Namikaze's footsteps. The young blonde ninja couldn't be happier, and promised the toads he did meet that he would work really hard to be the best summoner they ever had. To facilitate the exchange, it was decided that Gamakichi would stay with Naruto for now, to help them learn more about each other at a quicker pace. Now, if Naruto thought having just one new visitor to his senses and thoughts wasn't enough, the addition of Gamakichi to his already full plate made for some initial amusement. The QB had for the most part been happy and content to be a silent observer over the first few days after merging more with Naruto, but with the addition of the constantly chatting and questioning toad, the fox demon refused to remain quiet. He went on an epic rant on the uselessness of toads and started a sarcastic and caustic commentary on everything, as a continual foil to Gamakichi's eternal optimism. What that meant for Naruto was primarily a running headache as he heard it from both sides, constantly having to explain things to Gamakichi and playing referee. Most of his time was actually spent trying to calm down the fox and ignore its constant jabs at pretty much everything the fox saw as meatbags or the work of meatbags, which wasn't a pleasant job. The fox did, however, have an incredible chakra sense and senses in general, and would often point out nearby or approaching civilians and ninja long before Naruto recognized anything, which turned out to be really helpful in tracking people down. "Why don't you just tell me to meet you here every morning?" "Ero sanin," came Naruto's exasperated groan, as he once again had to come looking for his latest sensei, only to find him again spying on the women's side of the hot spring far behind training ground. "Stop calling me that, you little brat," grumbled Jiraiya with a low voice as he made no indication of moving from his peeping hole. "And be quiet, would ya? I've finally got to the good stuff." "Damn it, pervy sage," yelled Naruto, much louder, and easily heard by everyone at the hot springs as all activity came to a halt, and the white-haired pervert finally looked at the yelling blonde with wide, betrayed eyes before a stampede of rushing women came charging at him. "You've got a lot to learn, kid," smirked Jiraiya at the last moment, as Naruto felt himself being pulled and swapped with Jiraiya's position at the last moment, the smoke from the SWs covering the small transformation to make the young blonde appear as an old white-haired man. All he could feel were the numerous and some very painful hits he was taking from some very lovely towel-clad females, which at least broke the transformation, allowing everyone to see who they captured. But by that point everyone had already got their few licks in, and their attention was drawn to the snickering white-haired pervert gleefully writing away in his notebook as he watched the blonde surrounded by women. "Our young ninja thrown among the group of passionate and naked beauties is being surrounded as a buxom brunette grabs the young hero," continued Jiraiya as he scribbled away, drooling all the while as he wrote about Naruto's exploits. "You're pure gold, kid." "Get the pervert," screamed one of the scantily clad women, causing them all to charge towards Jiraiya, who just ogled them for another long moment before moving away at the last possible moment as he suched out with a mud clone. "Okay, kid," smirked Jiraiya as he glared at the rising Naruto, ignoring the massive beatdown going on nearby with the ladies of the hot springs and his mud clone. "You want to train?" "We'll train." Naruto barely had a moment to get himself set as Jiraiya appeared before him too fast for him to even notice the movement and planted a straight punch that left the young blonde's ribcage shaking as he rocketed out of the nearby area and further into training ground. He continued to get beat from spot to spot as Jiraiya followed him around, pummeling him in one hit with speed he simply couldn't see, let alone keep up with. Finally, Jiraiya took pity on the young blonde and let him get up on his own, and simply smirked when he saw and felt the kid drop his weight seals, and realized that maybe the kid wasn't quite so bad after all. For the next 2 minutes, Jiraiya tested out Naruto's true speed, strength, and taijutsu skill as he lessened his own speed a bit to allow the younger ninja to at least compete and traded blows with the original and 6 of his continually replenishing clone friends. The older sanin had to admit that Naruto was much better than he would have thought, and better than he was in certain areas for his age too, and continued turning up the speed and power to see how well his young student could try to match it. When he found his student's limit in speed, he stayed just above it and taunted and fought Naruto and his clones for another 2 minutes in primarily taijutsu only, with the older teacher throwing in some hair extensions as well. Naruto was struggling with everything he had just to stay afloat against Jiraiya and knew the older ninja must be holding back significantly to allow him to even have a chance, which set him off even more. He and his clones were completely maxed out in taijutsu, and it still wasn't enough to get Jiraiya with anything, so he fell back and brought forth more clones into the fight. While a large portion of them engaged the white-haired older ninja in taijutsu, the majority of them started building up their own wind attacks while a select few brought the fire for a combination attack that was the best he had at present. Jiraiya was impressed with what Naruto was doing. His fighting skills and style were very good, he used distraction well, and thought well on his feet. The biggest problem he saw was simply speed, as even with his better-than-average speed for a genin, it was only mid-Chunin level at best and needed to be much faster if he was ever going to be really taken seriously or advance in the Chunin exam finals. His strategy was good though, as more and more shadow clones continued to engage Jiraiya in order to distract him from the attacks being prepared, though he didn't hold out hope that they would work on the skilled sanin. He was proven correct not long after when Jiraiya used his speed to interrupt some of the combination attacks to be used against Naruto's own clones and was soon finishing off the rest of the clones and pushing the original past his breaking point. It only happened for a moment, but it was completely unmistakable for Jiraiya not to notice when Naruto pulled on the power of the Kyuubi for a brief moment in preparation of their continuing fight, as his eyes turned red for just a moment. Naruto had felt the rush of incredible power, and even though it wasn't something he did consciously, he was however grateful for the fox in trying to help him overcome a superior opponent. "Thanks, fox," grinned Naruto, before using his newly refilled chakra stores to spawn another large batch of shadow clones that he quickly hid behind as he sent them off to challenge Jiraiya, wondering how the explosion clones would fare. "Move," yelled the fox in reply, getting Naruto to react just in time to avoid being flattened under a Jiraiya stomp, as he crashed onto the tree branch Naruto was just standing on. "Sheet!" exclaimed Naruto, out of breath and wondering where the next attack was going to come from, and knowing that Jiraiya wasn't going to be pulling his punches. He didn't have to wait very long to find out though, as within a few more moments of intense taijutsu, several attacks broke through Naruto's defenses and remaining clones until he was laid out flat on the ground. Jiraiya had popped over to where Naruto landed to make sure he was still alive, and after seeing him simply knocked unconscious, decided they were probably done training for the day. He hadn't walked far though when he was confronted by a pair of clones in his path, as they blocked the way back towards the hot springs they knew Jiraiya was heading towards with deadpan looks on their faces. "He's completely fine," waved Jiraiya in dismissal over his shoulder at the lump on the ground that was Naruto. "Just knocked out?" "Oh," said the one Naruto clone to the other in sheepishness, "we weren't here for the boss. We had some questions on sealing arrays." "If you can keep quiet, you can tag along," spoke Jiraiya with a defeated shrug of his shoulders, as he walked around the two Naruto clones and headed directly for the hot springs for some much-needed research. "Thanks, Jiraiya-sama," spoke the first clone that had done all the talking so far. "We were working on sealing arrays and barrier seals. And had a few questions." "Just keep your questions quiet," grumbled Jiraiya as he got back to his peeping hole and settled in to look at the female hot springs, instantly in a better mood and giggling at what he saw. "How does the sealing array affect a 4 points barrier seal, and allow it to be movable?" asked the first clone quietly, not going to waste his chance to get some real answers to help them in their Fuinjutsu development, by pissing off their only teacher. "The array isn't what lets it move," answered back Jiraiya almost absently, talking about seals as natural and easy as spying on women, and was soon launching into a long lesson on barrier seals. "So, you've got into Kushina's notes?" "Yeah," answered the only clone to do any of the talking so far. "She loved barrier seals." "I'm not surprised," remarked Jiraiya with a fond smile. "She used them often in the field. And on the QB." "Did she ever mention the QB or trying to communicate with it?" came the quiet question from the quieter clone to that point. "She only ever said it was so full of hate that she couldn't deal with it," answered Jiraiya back deep in thought, as he tried to understand or remember if anything else was ever said, and wondered how Naruto's seal and relationship with the QB may be different from his mother's, and decided he should do a little digging of his own. "Do Naruto and the QB ever talk?" "Ever since Orochimaru in the Forest of Death," responded the previously quiet clone with a little shiver at the reminder, and therefore missed Jiraiya's own shiver or the sidelong glance he sent at the two innocent-looking clones, who just went back to asking questions about seals. When the original Naruto woke back up after about 30 minutes out, Jiraiya summoned a pair of young toads and had Naruto put his training weights back on and start chasing them. With the original working on increasing speed and stamina, Jiraiya had the two clones studying their Fuinjutsu, and when more clones arrived, had them join their discussions on barrier seals. After an hour of this, the original spawned a large batch of shadow clones, and Jiraiya used them by providing a shadow clone of his own to teach them some of his hair manipulation techniques despite several more joining his Fuinjutsu lesson. It was bordering on ridiculous, thought the older white-haired ninja. With how many clones Naruto could make, he was picking up techniques and skills at amazing rates that were unheard of. Already within 2 days he had learned how to summon toads of every size, learned more about barrier seals than most Konoha ninja knew in their lifetime, and still continued to push the physical training for the original all the while. Jiraiya was mighty impressed with the young blonde and how much he had already learned and studied to cover some of his shortcomings, and still how much more he wanted to learn, and had the skills and training method to make that a reality. He wondered if maybe it wasn't time to teach the kid the Rasengan, created and made famous by the fourth Hokage, as it was his right and would complement his fighting style incredibly well. He decided to hold off on that for now, as he would spend this time before the finals getting Naruto up to speed physically, and would have an opportunity after the Chunin exams to teach him anything else. By the end of the late afternoon, the original Naruto was barely able to walk back to Ichiraku Ramen and used his clone's assistance to be led to his favorite food stop where he ordered a large special batch of ramen and couldn't wait to eat it all. After stuffing his face to his content, Naruto felt much better physically, and again thanked the fox for the high healing factor when it came to training muscles, as he already felt like he could start the whole day over again. Knowing how important speed now was, After the rather painful lesson today from Jiraiya, Naruto left the ramen stand and returned to his physical training after spawning another large batch of clones and entering the facility for the evening. He had most of his clones still separated into 3 main groups: taijutsu, ninjutsu, and sword fighting, while he pushed up his weight-resistant seals and continued pushing himself. Over the next few days, Naruto continued to push himself in his physical training, having daily sparring matches with Jiraiya, and a day spent on Mount Mayaboka chasing toads. His speed had really increased. With Jiraiya also supplementing his Fuinjutsu teaching as well, Naruto was progressing as fast as he ever had, and growing with each clone and moment. Currently they were in the summoning realm, going over their plans for Naruto to train in using the fox's chakra, to get him better accustomed to it in a safe environment that wouldn't have all of Konoha in a panic. The fox is fine with me using his Yukai, but he still says I am not really ready for the first tail cloak, responded Naruto easily, causing Jiraiya to blanch somewhat at just how open the communication was between the fox demon and his student, not having expected it to be that easy. How are you speaking to the QB? Asked Jiraiya for better understanding. I granted him access to my senses after that run-in with Orochimaru, replied Naruto easily, seeing nothing wrong with it. We have been in constant communication ever since. If you call what you do communicating, grumbled the fox inside Naruto's head, which only received a mock glare in return from the blonde. You don't have to listen to that Mine. Boss, came the defense from Gamakichi, who for some reason could also hear all the nasty comments made by the fox, often causing them to bicker back and forth with Naruto stuck in the middle of it. Oh yes, the defense of the slimy tadpole, came the growling voice of the fox demon. Screw you, demon, came the bickering voice of Gamakichi. How are you in constant communication? Came the follow-up question from Jiraiya, after working through Naruto's response. The fox has access to all my senses, and now we can talk in our minds, answered Naruto with a shrug, not at all worried about it, despite the pale face of Jiraiya. So it can see everything you can? Asked Jiraiya for clarification, though he didn't really seem to want to know the actual answer. Yes, Sanin, replied a smirking Naruto, knowing that this information didn't sit well with his usually unflappable sensei, though it didn't bother him in the least as he had got to know the QB over the last few days, and other than being a little violent and sarcastic, wasn't too bad. I can also use his skill at chakra sensing now. Jiraiya gave Naruto a long look after the explanation and decided that Naruto appeared to have everything under control, and he would let that continue and not get involved unless he had to. He then asked Naruto to summon a new pair of toads, as he was graduating up to the next level of toad chasing and was encouraged to try and use the fox's Yukai to boost his stats. It took a while until Naruto was able to call upon the fox's Yukai consistently, and it was very difficult to deal with the psychological aspects of having demon Yukai running through you as you are trying to boost your body. Eventually, Naruto found the right balance and was able to hold the Yukai and strengthen his body to almost double its usual capacity, and worked on getting that balance to feel right. Of course, with all the work he was putting into accepting the Yukai, it became easier over the next few hours, and he had to continually pull on more and try to keep it balanced, never knowing that he was constantly pulling more and more of it. By the end of that first full day of trying it, Naruto was told by the fox that he was very close to being able to attempt a one-tail bijou cloak, which Jiraiya was very excited and nervous about simultaneously, but promised to work on it with him tomorrow. Their training the next day was put on hold, however, when Naruto woke up to the memories of his civilian councilman clone for Zumi Rabishin, having received the first shipment of sound ninja to hire and place throughout his restaurants. Instead, with Nara's help getting to the Hokage, they were able to turn the tables on the arriving sound ninja, and Naruto and Jiraiya had them all collected and sent to torture and interrogation by the end of the day. It pushed his personal training back a day, but was in fact a great thing for Naruto, as Jiraiya had let him go after most of the new arrivals to test himself and his growing ninja skills in real-life situations, and the variety was a nice distraction and a chance to see what worked better and what still needed some training to further develop. For the next few days, Naruto continued to visit the summoning realm every day to continue working on developing the bijou one-tailed cloak in a protected environment, under the watchful gaze of Jiraiya and the toads. When he finally got the one-tailed bijou cloak to form, he felt incredible, as his speed and strength both shot through the roof to levels he was shocked at reaching. The biggest drawback to the Bijou cloak, though, was dealing with the anger and malevolence tied into the fox's chakra, and that he could only currently hold it for about a minute at a time, but would continue to grow and push that limit to make it more usable. "Not bad, kid," spoke Jiraiya after watching Naruto successfully keep up the Bijou cloak for a minute, and now trying to work off the overflowing anger that always remained long after the cloak itself, and was proud of what he had already accomplished in just the first 2 weeks of real training. "When you are ready, I want to introduce you to Ma and Pa. They are the elder toads I usually work with. And want to meet you." "I'm ready, pervy sage," came Naruto's boisterous voice after another few moments of catching his breath and calming down after the cloak dissolved. The meeting of the two older and surprisingly smaller toads went quite well, though, and Naruto was given a demonstration to help him understand the importance of these two elder toads in relation to Jiraiya's own Sage Mode. The Sage Mode he used completely blew his one-tailed Bijou cloak out of the water, but he was promised that there were plenty more tails to use in his cloak, and if he progressed well, could maybe even learn Sage Mode himself in the future. Naruto really enjoyed the two elder toads and loved how they gave Jiraiya such a hard time regarding pretty much everything, and knew they would get along great in the future. He was also really impressed with everything Jiraiya was teaching him and helping him with, and couldn't believe just how much he had advanced in so little time, and vowed to continue growing in order to protect Konoha. Naruto didn't waste his time in the summoning realm either, as he had several dozen clones learning various skills and tricks from the many available toads simultaneously, so as to maximize what he was getting out of the training. He had toads teaching him their style of taijutsu, sword fighting, and fuinjutsu around the clock, and had really progressed in all of those areas as well, while the original worked with Jiraiya and the Bijou cloak. The routine was again disrupted several days later at just around the 2-week mark, when the civilian council member, Utain Hibishi, was approached by a group from Sand that his newest help had arrived. Naruto's clone, still acting as the civilian council member, was able to get word to Sarutobi and Jiraiya, and were able to capture the arriving Sand ninja before they were spread out throughout Konoha. With both of the attempted infiltrations stopped by Naruto and Jiraiya, Konoha was able to learn from their many prisoners just what was being planned and why Sound and Sand had decided to work together in order to take out Konoha. Luckily, with knowledge of their supposed infiltration on the day of the Chunin exam finals, they were better equipped to deal with and mark all those from Sand and Sound that were trying to get tickets on the day and planned to be ready. Naruto got to sit in with Jiraiya, Sarutobi, and Shikadinara as they planned the defense of their village, and how best to spring the trap and turn the tables on those planning to invade Konoha. They were all expecting that Orochimaru was the main player behind the attack, as it was definitely like him, and he would want to accomplish many things in the confusion, including co-opting the last Uchiha that they refused to allow. Chapter End Chapter 16 Chunin Finals. The final 2 weeks Naruto had to finish preparing for the Chunin exam finals flew by incredibly fast, as Konoha seemed to be overflowing with new people and visitors coming to see the ninja competition. He had spent a considerable amount of his time in the summoning realm working on his newly updated taijutsu and sword fighting styles, to better incorporate the toad styles into his own personal ones he was already learning. He had a pretty good idea how he was planning to take on all the challengers of this tournament, but knew it wasn't going to be easy with the likes of Gaara, Sasuke, and Neji still competing, not to mention when the planned invasion was taking place. The biggest thing of note to happen during the month was Naruto's late-night rescue of the Jonin Heiate Gecko, who had been attacked and left to bleed out on a rooftop from a wind blade attack. Naruto had just happened to be passing by after a late-night trip to Ichiraku's when the Kyuubi noticed the chakra usage and had him go investigate. His arrival successfully scared off the attacker, but it was touch and go for most of the next day for the referee of the Chunin exam's final stage, and he was eventually replaced in order to hide his survival. Out of that unusual occurrence came Naruto getting to meet the Anbu cat, also known as Yugao Yuzuki, who tracked him down and thanked him repeatedly for finding and bringing Heiate to the hospital in time to save him. She offered her services as a teacher if he ever needed her help in the ninja arts and even gave him a small kiss on his cheek which made him turn bright red. Yugao was appealing. She had long purple hair and warm brown eyes, and Naruto was quick to agree to anything she said, including a kenjutsu matchup for the following day to test how serious of a sword user he was. At the next day's lesson, Naruto demonstrated that he was by no means a slouch when it came to sword fighting, and Yugao complimented him many times during their little over an hour-long lesson/spar. She asked who had been primarily training him, as he had several really good habits that could only come from a real good sword teacher, and simply raised her eye when he said he got several private lessons from Zabuza Momochi a month back. His clones and mom's notes had been the only real teacher she had, as he wasn't about to tell anyone about his BLD clone currently traveling with and training under one of the former Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. Yugao was impressed nonetheless and offered after the craziness from the Chunin exams were over, to continue his sword training and turn him into a legitimate Kenjutsu master along with her fiancé copyright Hayate Gecko when he fully recovered. Naruto was really happy to get the promised lessons and teaching, knowing that every little bit of it helped him and all of his clones improve, and was excited to have some way to visibly increase his Kenjutsu skills. That way, him showing up one day after years of private training from his BLD clone, a certified Kenjutsu master out of the blue, people wouldn't be examining him for possession. The only other surprise to happen before the Chunin exam finals was on his lone trip to meet with Lee and Guy to check on them and see how Lee was doing, having heard his ninja career was supposedly over. While trying to cheer up a visibly distraught Lee, who couldn't see how any injury would stop him from continuing to try and be a ninja, Gaara arrived practically zoned completely out and talking nonsense about feeding Mother Lee's BLD. Luckily, Naruto's overpowered wind wall withstood the brunt of Gaara's quickly amassed sand, and Guy was quick to arrive in the next second to interrupt it getting any further. Out of hand. Mother wants your BLD too, Uzumaki, growled Gaara in a demonic-sounding voice that sent chills up the blonde's spine, as he remembered the words Gaara spoke to him after that failed assassination attempt while he made his way towards the stadium for the final round to start. He was as ready as he could hope for as he walked to the stadium, remembering his promise to his Gigi last night about not trying to stretch himself too thin and concentrate on the fight in front of him. They had met for a meal at Ichiraku's and were able to talk for a bit about the supposed upcoming invasion they still expected from Sound and Sand, and how the Hokage had started criminal proceedings against the 3 corrupt members of the Civilian Council. All of their findings had been turned over to the other council members just last night, in an attempt to implicate and catch another pair of them in a compromising position that would warrant their removal as well. He was still unsure how much to listen to his Gigi's warnings though, as he could still keep most of his focus on the matches in front of him. His clones were a very valuable resource and were aplenty throughout Konoha. After he left dinner last night, he had continued spawning clones, 100 at a time that he split off to spread out throughout the underground tunnels underneath Konoha. Along with the several thousand that were already present, Konoha was currently playing host to over 20,000 Naruto shadow clones just lying in wait under every sector of the village except the one that he had yet to penetrate, but suspected led to another section of underground tunnels that were currently being used by someone else. The clones were all lying in wait for any signal that an invasion started and were instructed to help out as much as possible by defending the civilians and protecting Konoha and his precious people. Just that morning he had gone by Ichiraku's with clone pins for Tucci and Ayam, before loading up with a generous portion of his favorite food to start the day just right. Now he was slowly making his way towards the stadium, thinking about everything that had happened recently, and hoping he and his clones were ready for what he was expecting to come today. "Good luck, Naruto," came the small voice of Hinata Hyuga, as the lavender-haired girl ducked her head shyly, as Naruto came upon Team 8 wishing Shino Aburame good luck as well, and getting the other members of her team to turn towards him with varying expressions on their faces. "Thanks, Hinata," whispered Naruto back quietly, "I'll teach Niji a good lesson too. Just for you." "Naruto-kun," gasped Hinata in a blush as her crush moved away from her after smiling and winking, not having any idea how he made her feel. Hinata ignored the grumbling of Kiba, who had been complaining about Naruto's underhanded tactics still, gave Shino another smile and nod before taking Kiba's and Kurenai's arms and leading them inside to get good seats. She wasn't missing this for anything and was also still thinking about Naruto and how strong and confident he looked and acted now, nothing like his earlier goofier self, and wondered how that translated to his actual skills. He had defeated Kiba so quickly, cheating if you asked Kiba himself, but she hadn't really seen him fight for long or go all out against anybody, and she wondered if he was going to be strong enough to defeat Niji, as her cousin was considered a prodigy for a good reason. Hinata took a moment to notice that she was sitting nearby some of the other rookies from her class, as she spotted Ino and Choji with their team leader Asuma, who Kurenai instantly went to sit with. She also recognized Tenten from her cousin's team and got to watch as Sakura arrived shortly after her and instantly started bickering with Ino. She looked up into some of the better surrounding boxes, seeing the Hokage in the nicest of them all, but mostly looking at the one belonging to her father and clan, and knew that they were all excited to see their prized Niji fight, and gave a small smile as she hoped and even expected Naruto to dash any hopes they had. Naruto arrived in the competitors' booth on the opposite side of the stadium from the Hokage booth and noticed that everyone seemed to be present already except his teammate. Gaara and the other two Sans siblings were casually standing at one end, while the remaining Konoha fighters stood opposite them trading glares. Shino and Shikamaru were both giving the Sand Genin a lot of room and seemed to be standing together more out of necessity than any real camaraderie, as neither boy was overly social. Niji was standing by himself as well, glaring at everyone, but Naruto ignored him completely as he made his way to the other two Konoha rookies and checked them both out. Shino looked much the same as he did in the academy, with no skin showing and shades. He looked every bit the detached ninja he always was. Shikamaru, however, had grown a bit taller and lost a bit of the baby fat in his face, though he still looked as bored and lazy as ever even when checking out the approaching Naruto. "Is your teammate here with you?" came the question from Shino as Naruto shook his head and received a snort from Shikamaru along with a whispered troublesome. "He'll show," spoke Shikamaru with a lazy wave, completely unconcerned. "Probably," laughed Naruto, though. "He was training all month with sensei. Hopefully he keeps time better than Kakashi." "It is disrespectful to everyone when he is late," came the smug-sounding voice from Niji, as if he was lecturing his betters about punctuality. "What do you care, Hyuga?" asked Naruto with a smirk of his own. "You'll already be eliminated by the time he needs to be here." "Oh please," replied Niji disbelievingly, "the day some no-talent dead last defeats me. Fate has already decreed that I won." "Nice for fate," replied Naruto, "then present that decree to the referee. And to the second round you go." "Naruto," asked Shino very quietly, so as to not alert all the others in the booth, "do you really want to be antagonizing Niji? Hinata says that he is her clan's most promising prodigy." "No sweat, Shino," laughed Naruto easily, though both he and Shikamaru could instantly tell the laugh was fake, and both wondered just how much different Naruto now was, and how powerful as they watched the surrounding stands quickly fill up to capacity. They didn't have to wait much longer at that point either, as another Jonin of their village had seemingly taken over the referee job and was introducing himself as Genma Shiranui. He asked all the competitors to wait in their booth until called down to fight, and then started getting everyone pumped up and excited as he announced the beginning of the Chunin exam finals and called the first two fighters. Naruto ignored the loud and exuberant applause for his opponent, as he was from a popular clan and considered by many to be one of the favorites in this competition, and made his way down to the arena floor completely focused on what he had to accomplish. "You should quit now, loser," came the ugly sneering voice of Niji once both of them were down on the arena floor. "Fate has already decided I will win." "Bullshit," smirked Naruto. "Fate is what we make it." During the little pre-match banter, Genma had moved off to the side and received the start signal from the Hokage, and after making sure both fighters were ready to start, called them to begin as he disappeared from the middle of the arena to give them both space. Naruto had instantly crossed his fingers and spawned a large batch of clones, hiding more than half of them underground or as fallen debris while the smoke covered most of the arena floor. Niji, who had been completely sure of his inevitable victory, simply waited for Naruto as he had tried launching into another long diatribe about fate, and was left looking around the arena to see nothing but blonde-haired copies slowly encircling him and trying to overwhelm him early. "You can multiply 0 as much as you want," sneered Niji as he practically dismissed the clones, despite being able to see that every single one of them had a chakra network and looked identical to the original. 50 times 0 is still 0. Naruto, however, ignored Niji's attempts to get under his skin or intimidate him, and traded out with one of his hidden clones just in case Niji pulled something out he wasn't expecting or ready for, and directed his forces to close in and attack. The clones first started in small waves that continually grew in amounts until almost a dozen clones were attacking the skilled Hyuga at once, forcing him to speed through his taijutsu in order to keep up with the continuous stream of opponents he was being forced to take care of. Naruto, meanwhile, was continually respawning clones faster than Niji could eliminate them, as more and more started engaging the pale-eyed Hyuga prodigy until it was apparent he was struggling to keep up. Heavenly rotation. Kaiten, came the scream from inside the circling Naruto clones, causing Niji to start emitting a large amount of visible chakra as he spun his body so fast that a chakra barrier was brought up that instantly obliterated anything that touched it, including the nearest Naruto clones. The Kaiten rotation took out at least 24 of the nearest clones as they had been surrounding Niji, and others attempted to penetrate it while it was already spinning as well. The moment Niji stopped his spinning, though, the next nearest group of Naruto clones all threw kunai and other weapons at him that had him have to instantly go right back into another spin. This time, the spin was much shorter, and Niji came out at the end of it much dizzier than he was previously, and could barely defend against the thrown projectiles that came his way this time. None of the hits were truly debilitating, but each of them did manage to slow Niji down a fraction in his movements, which would be more than enough for Naruto to end this fight. Niji screamed in rage as he looked out at the arena and still only saw the dozens of surrounding Naruto clones, his rotations not doing enough to eliminate the overwhelming numbers this dead last blonde was using. Knowing he needed a break before he could use the Kaiten again successfully, Niji started moving towards the surrounding clones and taking them out with very well-placed attacks as his clan taijutsu allowed him to see and disperse each clone with a single hit of his chakra. The problem was simply that Naruto seemed to just keep making more clones, and Niji couldn't eliminate them fast enough to truly cut down on the overwhelming numbers, and knew he would run out of chakra long before he defeated them all. Deciding that his only chance was to take out the original, Niji slowly started moving towards where he assumed the original still was directing everything, while making it seem like he was slowing down some and losing to hopefully catch Naruto by surprise. It was definitely a surprise when Niji roared out his next move and seemed to start moving in an even faster blur as his hands started emitting small bursts of chakra as they hit the original Naruto multiple times. He can use the 8 trigram 64 palms attack, gasped Hinata among the rookie spectators, none of whom understood the significance except for probably the senseis and her clan in their special box, as it was a move along with the Kaiten that were only taught to the main family. Bye-bye Naruto, laughed Kiba as he watched the blonde get pummeled by Niji, and knew from a smaller version of that attack from Hinata that it wasn't pleasant having your chakra shut off, and this was the end for the blonde. Most people in the stands too felt that Naruto was now caught by the Hyuga, who they all now expected to pull off the remarkable comeback, as everyone knew you don't fight Hyugas in taijutsu for a reason. So, just about everybody was shocked when the Naruto, taking all of these blurred hits, simply exploded into smoke halfway through, upsetting Niji's balance and forcing him to fall over. Nobody saw what really happened next, as the smoke from the destruction of Naruto's shadow clone hid the original Naruto popping up through the ground and pulling Niji's limbs into the soft earth and trapping him there. When the smoke cleared, everyone was shocked to see a smirking Naruto standing over the trapped and defeated form of an exhausted Niji, as he held a kunai to his neck. The stands were completely silent, as one of the tournament favorites was defeated so easily by an unknown, who didn't really even have to go all out in order to win decidedly. The Hokage and several others who knew what Naruto was truly capable of were the first to congratulate and cheer for the winner of the first match. A moment later, the rest of the stands erupted in noise at the incredible display of skill to defeat the Hyuga prodigy, causing Naruto to duck his head in slight embarrassment at all the extra attention as he made his way back to the competitor's booth. Naruto, came the impressed and somewhat shocked voice of Shikamaru upon the blonde's return to the booth. I didn't know you had that in you. Thanks, responded Naruto with an embarrassed shrug as he reached back and rubbed the back of his head in nervousness, not used to being praised or the center of attention for a good reason. Hinata was dumbfounded as she looked around at her fellow rookie genin and recent academy students, as they all wondered how far Naruto had come to defeat the previous class rookie of the year so easily. She more than most knew just how skilled Niji was, and for Naruto to not only defeat him, but do it so easily even after Neji displayed some serious moves. Everyone needed to be very careful about just how good Naruto truly was. Kiba was spluttering in denial, unable to comprehend how Naruto had not only beaten him, but Neji, a Hyuga prodigy with more experience and time as a ninja, and obviously couldn't accept it. He had to have cheated, hissed Kiba more to himself, but loud enough for the others nearby to have heard, and most to simply shake their heads in denial. Naruto wouldn't cheat, mumbled Hinata in response, and though it wasn't as loud as Kiba's accusations, it was easily heard by those around her, and all except for Kiba agreed as they waited for the next match to be called. That was quite the performance between two of your genin, Hokage, spoke the Kazekage stiffly, as the two most powerful ninja of their villages watched the Chunin exams from their high booth, and the Kazekage paid the young blonde a good bit of attention that Sarutobi found very suspicious and out of character for Raza and promised to keep a closer eye on the old shinobi. I agree, spoke Sarutobi Hiruzen fondly. Naruto has really come a long way. Would our next two fighters please come down to the arena, called the referee Genma after the field was cleared and ready for the next fight, Gaara of Sunagakure, Uchiha of Konoha. The applause and shouts were deafening, as Sasuke and Gaara were probably the two most heavily favored fighters in the competition from a betting standpoint, and everyone in Konoha wanted to see the famous Uchiha Sharingan in action. The noise of the crowd drowned out some of the early speculation when Gaara was the only one to arrive at the arena, and people started noticing that Sasuke wasn't present and chatting grew louder. Genma asked if he should call the match in Gaara's favor, as Sasuke had yet to show, but in a surprise move, the Kazekage himself offered to postpone the fight between the two largest draws of the tournament until the other first-round fights were completed. The booing from the audience was loud and plentiful, as the fight most of them came to see was postponed, forcing them to wait even more until they could see their precious Uchiha. Even several of the competitors were unhappy that Sasuke was again being given special treatment just because of his clan, and Gaara was quickly losing whatever hold he had on his sanity and seemed about to erupt. Genma actually had to call the next fight several times until everyone could hear and respond, and then watched as Shino Aburame of Konoha was pit against Kankuro of Suna. I forfeit, called out Kankuro before the match could even begin, causing the booing crowd to erupt all over again. That two matches in a row now had been cancelled or postponed when they all came to see some real fighting. What? Came the curious question from Naruto as he glared at Kankuro, trying to figure out what the other kid was up to and why he would deny his chance at career advancement, unless he was holding back for now. He's up to something. That is very unusual, spoke Shikamaru next to him, as they watched Shino make his way back up to the booth, his clothes and sunglasses hiding any indication of his agitation. Well, started Naruto as he turned to Shikamaru, looks like your turn came early. Kick that Suna girl's butt. Shikamaru gave Naruto a long look as his words were heard by his opponent and had to avoid the angry eyes of his female competitor as she glared at them both with such loathing as she made her way down to the arena floor. Shikamaru sighed in exasperation, wondering why he had to fight the angry girl, and also wondering still about Kankuro forfeiting after getting this far, and thought that something unusual must be up. Naruto knew something was up, but was still unsure of when the invasion was scheduled to happen today, just that it was scheduled for today during the exam finals, and he needed to be ready and keep an eye on the Sand siblings. The fight between Temari and Shikamaru was somewhat boring for the audience, as they had to wait through and watch the pair trade shots and chase each other around the arena for some time before the action really took off. Shikamaru had Temari soundly beat, but he decided to forfeit as he was almost out of chakra right at the end, and knew he couldn't continue to the next round. Temari wasn't too pleased in winning the match, after she basically lost to Shikamaru, but accepted her advancing into the next round with a glare at both Naruto and Shikamaru, just as Genma called out the names of the last two fighters to come down to the arena and finish the first round, Sasuke, Uchiha, and Gaara. Sasuke and Kakashi still had yet to arrive, and as Gaara stood and waited for a long minute down on the arena floor, everyone could tell that he was losing his battle against his temper and ready to go crazy at seemingly the drop of a hat. Just as Genma was getting ready to announce that Sasuke would be forfeiting as he wasn't present, a swirl of leaves deposited Sasuke and Kakashi directly into the middle of the arena, getting several who noticed them to cheer in excitement. Both the Hokage and Kazekage were equally as excited to get this last match of the first round over with, though for completely different reasons. "Did we make it in time?" asked Kakashi to Genma as he looked around the stadium and noticed all the excited spectators, rookies not competing among the populace, and those fighting up in the competitors' booth. "Barely," spoke Genma with a shake of his head. "We already postponed your match to the end of the round. Hoping you would make it." "Well, I'm here now," spoke Sasuke importantly, as he glanced briefly at Gaara and could hardly contain his own excitement at getting a powerful opponent to test himself against, already thinking about all the ways he would defeat the younger Sand Ninja and show off to everyone that the Uchiha were still the elite. Chapter End. Chapter 17. Chapter End.